distancing. So there's been a lot more Zoom meetings with our providers, our work crews. We don't have work crews running right now. Those staff have been deployed into our correctional facilities to supplement staffing levels there. Our community corrections officers have been added to our facilities to supplement staffing there, because the staffing of our facilities is an absolute must. And so we have to do that. There's no questions about that. Other staff that's on call ready to come in. So yes.
Has the Mississippi population remained the same?
Yes,
at
I believe
230, around 230.
I believe so. I don't think we have not made a transport in, I believe, but I'm not absolutely positive. That's not in my bailiwick. But I have not seen anything about the population coming down. I think there may be transports lined up. I think what the goal of the department is going to try to keep our in-state population as low as we can, just to be able to manage the COVID situation. We will definitely bring back individuals from Mississippi that are either prepared for release or that are in their cycle to come back to the States. We're not going to keep people there longer than we have to.
Okay. But in that figure of 1385, it includes the 236 and 230, whatever in Mississippi.
Correct. Right? That's our total population. Detainers. Our detainers are, if you give me a second, I can find our pop today. I think our detention population is quite low as well today. So it's been really an all-around effort from all of our partners in the criminal justice world to make it happen. So today's number is 1384. The in-state detention population is 267. So that has dropped quite a bit over the last 3 months or so.
That's down by about 120 from where it traditionally was 380 to 400, right?
I think it's varied. I think over the last 6 months, it's been around 350. It's hovering around there. So it's almost 100 drop or 100 person drop. Yeah. And I know there's hearings going on, I think as we speak, to try to look at who is more available to get released, that the department doesn't control.
Okay. Question for Dale. Senator White first.
So thanks, Dale. One of the things that in my other committee, we're looking at how vulnerable communities are impacted by the COVID. And one of the things that we heard was that there is we don't have any data on who has been released and any race, ethnic, socioeconomic information on who's been released. And there's a feeling, I believe, that it may be disproportionately, how do I put this, not proportional to the communities of color persons who are in corrections. So do we have that information? And there also was a question about whether the committee, and I don't remember what it's called, it has a name like RAPID or something like that. It's the committee that's looking at racial inequities in the justice system, if they had any role in helping being involved in how people were released and when. Thank you.
So I do believe that there's a request for that type of information. We don't, during the release process, our staff aren't tracking that, but our system, so I think we have to pull that. I can ask Monica if I think we've had requests for that. I can see if we can gather that information. That is a concern for us as well. The lens that we looked at to release our population was really the big thing was violent and public safety. So we really didn't loosen the rules, so to speak, for the violation.
Mhm.
If we figure there was a victim or victim issues, Commissioner Baker has been absolutely clear on that. We're not gonna release individuals that are gonna put a strain on public safety. Clear on
So
that.
can I,
Yes.
Yeah,
Go
one
can I
more.
just do one little follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So if you do start collecting that data, or if you look at it, I think it's important to know whether you're collecting it, if it's self-identified data, or if it's data that's interpreted by the person who's doing the survey or the release, because sometimes people are unwilling to self-identify because it's often been used against them for different purposes. So just to be aware of how it's being collected and where the information is coming from. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator White. If we could go now to Willa Farrell and David Scher from the Attorney General's office. Thoughts about diversion and all the other things that you all do?
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Sears and the rest of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about our work. I can say, as you can imagine, with the courts only doing emergency hearings, that our referrals are down both in diversion and in pretrial services. But staff, as you know, have been carrying really heavy caseloads, so they've been really busy working remotely, as is everybody these days. They've been doing restorative justice panels remotely, and it's really been rewarding how volunteers throughout the state have stepped up to participate in those, and that seems to be going really well. Staff are continuing to do a lot of case management, and it's different these days. They're working from home. A lot of the people they're working with are at home. Of course, there are people who are essential workers still with whom they're working. The thing that is most striking around case management right now for staff is that their role is changing a bit. So folks are really helping people navigate. You know, they're helping people file for unemployment insurance. They're helping them find food and other meet their essential needs. They're also doing a fair bit of emotional support and connecting people to family and resources. Chris Fennom talked about the concern, and you, Senator Sears, about child abuse too. And I'm hearing that staff are seeing how it is sometimes hard to provide those supports when people are in the house and don't have a private place for a conversation. So the work is pretty intense, as you can imagine, across the board. With the decrease in referrals, programs are seeing a significant decline in fee revenue starting in May. And at this point, it's hard to project what that impact will be on the budgets. But as you know, client fee revenue is an important source of revenue for these programs. It's about a quarter. They pay for about a quarter of their expenses using client fee revenue. So we're anticipating that to be a challenge going forward in FY21 as well.
Well, as we make recommendations to the Appropriations Committee, feel free to let us know how it's impacting.
Okay, thank you very
diversion
much, Senator
programs.
Sears. And I can quantify that for you.
Yeah.
So I think come the summer when the courts reopen, there'll be a surge in cases. People will be back in their offices very busy. I do want to just note, as you can imagine, what I'm hearing from staff, their biggest concern are people who are drug dependent or alcohol dependent, who are particularly vulnerable. Some folks don't have phones, don't have means of connecting remotely, and staff typically see them when they show up in their office. So that's the big concern that I'm hearing from people really worried about those vulnerable individuals.
Well, I'm concerned about how the future will look, particularly those groups that rely on Al-Anon and AA and programs like NA, whatever, and group therapy. How that's going to look. I posted a picture the other day of a Senate Appropriations Committee meeting with the 7 of us, 2 witnesses, a whole group of people all around the committee. You've all been in that committee room. And I'm thinking to myself, how would you do social distancing just to hold a committee meeting? How would you do social distancing just to hold a group? Those are problems that we're going to be confronting as the system starts to come back online. And we're going to need to be prepared for that. And that's part of the use, I think, of the CARES Act.
Yeah.
But I appreciate David, did you have something to add there?
I actually just had one brief point to add. Willow really covered the bulk of it. But this dovetails a little bit with the first conversation the committee had today, and that was with respect to garnishment of state tax collections.
Yeah.
The judiciary's decision to collect for the first time this year Superior Court debts has led at least one, we've heard of at least one client who had a significant garnishment for old DLS convictions that were, I guess, about 6 years old. And they were expecting a significant tax refund, lost about $1,700, which was a serious blow in this current environment. And so that's not directly related to that federal issue with respect to the federal monies, but it is a sort of state internal issue which caused real hardship for some of our clients, and just wanted to bring that to the committee's attention as well.
Anything else, Willa, or any questions for Willa?
If I just want to add, just to build off a bit of what you said, Senator Sears, about how will we work going forward. One of the things that is different, that is being positive, is the use of virtual platforms with IDRP, formerly known as Project Crash. And so there are individuals who don't have transportation and haven't been able to get to IDRP to complete that requirement in order to then get their driver's license back. That's happening virtually, and we're hoping that changes like that may continue going forward so that there's greater access to IDRP and also greater access to assessments through telemedicine. These are all important services and requirements of people, and when people don't have transportation, it's that much harder for people to accomplish those goals. So thank you for the time this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you. Derek, and I can never pronounce the last name, so I let him do that.
Thank you very much, Senator Sears. For the record, I'm Derek Miodovnik, and I'm the Community and Restorative Justice Executive with the Vermont Department of Corrections. And some of the themes that have already been brought up in this conversation, some of the impacts are definitely consistent with the work that flows through our community justice centers and our transitional housing providers. And those are the 2 major scopes of work that I have the administrative responsibilities for. So I'll take a couple moments to share my perspective in broad strokes about how COVID-19 is impacting the population under correction supervision who are involved with those services or the organizations that provide them. And I know we're fortunate to have in the testimony today 2 of our community partners on the housing side, our partners from CIAL, and on the community justice side, our partners from Bratt. So they can also speak to more anecdotal and geographic specificity. But 2 themes I think I'd just like to sort of highlight and then take us through how this is playing out. I think the theme of partnership, state and NGO partnership, has been really inspiring and clear and adaptive responses. And I think that that speaks to the resiliency and the strength of the model that DOC has, whereby we have long-standing grants to complement the work that we do with the pieces that really can only be done by partnering with communities. So the community justice centers really become the way that the social contract gets articulated by local community members whose lives are impacted when folks under the care and custody of the Department of Corrections have broken that contract. And they continue to do this work, and they continue to do it through the major service modalities, restorative panels, which you've also heard about from Willa, as well as circles of support and accountability. And both of those services are going forward for the same reasons that, again, Willa detailed. The panels work is dependent on some upstream mechanisms that have certainly been impacted, namely the courts. However, the restorative panels at justice centers also serve local police departments. And in part because the courts are now having to really prioritize and downshift, I do think we're seeing some local law enforcement make potential greater use of the opportunity to directly refer cases that are happening in their community to their local community justice centers, which in turn are continuing using virtual platforms to enact that same process. And the feedback that I've received has been that it's working pretty smoothly. That the caliber of the conversation is not entirely diminished by the fact that now you've got multiple volunteers working through a process with somebody taking responsibility online. And the COSAs, I want to take a moment to just stress how important those are. COSAs, for those who aren't familiar, are circles of support and accountability. There are about 3 or so dedicated community members who agree to meet once a week with somebody who's just re-entered and who usually, based on our target population, is high risk and high need. So these are folks who need a fair amount of structure and support and accountability in order to stay safely in the community. And as you can imagine, COVID-19 has really been an incredibly destabilizing experience. And so these COSAs have really stepped it up. They're meeting virtually, but we've got hundreds of volunteers around the state who are now calling the offenders, who we call core members, who are at the center of the circle, multiple times a day. Our early guidance when this started happening was, now's the time to really ramp up your contact with these folks. In some cases, the call that that offender might receive, other than perhaps the probation and parole officer, as Dale spoke to, might be some of the only contact that some of these folks are getting during the day. They are isolated, and their isolation is in fact tied into their risk. So the CJCs have really been stepping up their engagement activities through phone and virtual contact, as well as with our push to depopulate, consistent with public safety, the facilities. We've had some new people come into COSAs as well, actually. So more folks have stepped out of the facilities, as we know, during this time. We are conscious about who we're releasing, and if we're releasing somebody for whom a COSA would ordinarily be appropriate, that capacity has remained, and we've continued to develop those. I mentioned adaptive responses. We obviously are working in a virtual environment. We still have a need to not only stand up these COSAs, but to continue to onboard new volunteers. And in a matter of weeks, we've developed new online training curricula and are standing that up. We've formed some ad hoc committees across all the CJCs and my unit staff, and are beginning, as I'm sure is happening across all of state government and partnerships, to move pre-existing physical-based training curricula to an online platform so that we can continue to have the capacity that we rely on volunteers for, and that's been really exciting. In addition to the standard work the CJCs have done, they've just really pitched in their communities, and I've heard multiple anecdotes and examples. Everything from in Burlington, the Community Justice Center is part of CEDO, Community and Economic Development Office. They're heading up a relief effort for COVID recovery and prevention in the city. The CJC is a big part of that. On a statewide level, and I credit Commissioner Schatz for this, I don't believe he's on this meeting. No. DCF was experiencing increasing instability with the population who are getting vouchered to stay in motels in order to avoid homelessness. But these hotels and motels were now experiencing a big uptick in people who are not abiding by hotel and motel rules. and were threatening the very possibility that those businesses were going to be able to continue to honor those vouchers. And some quick conversations happened that have connected the community justice centers with the local hotels and motels all across the state to convene restorative conversations for people who aren't really following the rules and are possibly putting others at jeopardy of no longer having those vouchers. So we're having local motel owners saying, hey, can somebody from the community please explain why no smoking is really important in this hotel? And if you think about, again, my first comment about the social contract and how and when that needs to be articulated and what happens when that starts to break down, I think we're seeing the justice centers sit at that critical intersection in formal and informal ways.
Yeah, the question becomes how we contact with people who, you know, do they have phones? Do they have tablets? Or how would I, if I were a released prisoner after a year or two in jail, how would I be in contact with the circle of support, the local justice center, whatever?
That's a great question. I mean, much, but not all of our population at this point have their own, devices, smartphones and whatnot. As we know, if you've been released with a conviction for a sexual offense, you in all likelihood have prohibitions against access to the internet, and that includes smartphones. But basically, all of our probation and parole offices are well aware and make that connection either through formal referral, if a circle of support and accountability were integrated into the case plan center or Sears, or as just a general resource that, hey, there's this community justice center and it's got a whole bunch of volunteers that are actually really available to you. So
maybe this is a good spot for Lisa Ryan to join us in a conversation about what's available on the local level, if you don't mind. I don't mean to cut you off there.
No, but by all means, it's a wonderful segue, and I'm happy to toggle back onto transitional housing after that. Yeah,
well, then we'll go to to my old friends from Bennington who are miles away, but I can see them both. Go ahead, Lisa, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Sears and the committee for having me. I'm Lisa Ryan, and I'm the director of the Rutland County Community Justice Center at Bratt Community Action. I think that most of what Derek and Willis stated, respective to how we're currently operating with the programs and clients that are in place, is consistent with what we're doing here at Bratt. What I will speak about is kind of the overall impact that this has had, which has been really about relationships and relationship building with our clients from a restorative and transformative lens. That's been really challenging. So when we talk about the impact on programming, it's mostly related to logistics and accessibility. So, the process for example, the process for filling out paperwork has been altered. So we have to go through snail mail because of limited access to the internet or no internet, or like Derek said, they're not allowed to use the internet because of their crime. So you can imagine that takes a bit to mail it out, having them fill it out and mail it back to us here at the center. Again, no internet kind of limits the ability to apply for jobs, healthcare, IDs, from a remote standpoint. So that's really imperative to reintegration and formulating some type of stability for our clients. Ideally, we would assist them in the process at the office. So that's been altered a bit. As far as things like getting confidentiality in order to work with folks or work with partners and teams who also support the clients that we're working with, again, utilizing different routes for that, for release of information, again, snail mail, that really can inhibit the process for readily connecting with an individual support persons. in priority cases, we are doing verbal permissions in order to work or speak with somebody. A lot of individuals are being released into hotels. So the system for contacting and communicating has been a little bit complicated, especially if they don't have a permanent address. So they're moving between hotels or family and friends, or they don't have a cell phone. So we have to contact the hotel directly. Overall, that kind of, affects the opportunity for a holistic approach and the fostering of relationships to take place, which is really central to the work that we do. Organizationally, Bratt Community Action is more or less, for lack of a better word, one-stop shop. We are kind of this umbrella organization that allows us to offer our clients many different opportunities if they're engaged in one or another here at Bratt. So if they're working with us, they can also get help with financials and budgeting and job search and preparation, career and housing counseling. So we're just looking at how we're still being able to offer that to folks without doing it in person and connecting those folks to the resources that are really critical in their foundation and transition process. So those support services and programs are not currently as smooth and comfortable, not only for clients, but for staff and volunteers as well. But we're working with that, and we're trying to figure that out. I want to speak a moment to the COSA and what Derek said about our circles of support and accountability. So we did get a new referral, and this is kind of an example of how things have changed a little bit. We got a new referral, happens to be a sex offender, 25 years old. So this individual hasn't completed programming that was required for him to really engage in back in the community. So we have concerns about recidivism and relapse in engagement. Again, he's actually in a hotel. He has no job. He has no income, no internet. So my reentry coordinator has been working really hard and trying to get him the information and the packets that he needs on our programming. We're gathering a group of volunteers so that we can do that virtually. But again, you can probably imagine how strange and difficult that would be when none of these volunteers or the client has met this individual, and we're trying to provide some type of stability and interaction to help this individual be successful. I just want to wrap up by just talking about the next step and goals that we have for our Community Justice Center within this agency is to serve the clients as best we can with the resources that we have within and respecting the boundaries that are in place. So that means being really proactive through constant communication with DOC and probation and parole and Derek, and we've done that. We've asked our local Rutland Probation and Parole Office to send us the names of folks who are being released each week so that we can make those connections, knowing that it's not our typical route of communication, but we want to offer these folks what we can. And even though that they might not want to engage in any type of reentry program that's really voluntary, that doesn't mean that they can't access any services that we have here at Bratt Community Action. So we're seeing an uptick, and we have a food shelf, uptick in food, we have fuel assistance, and as well as some funds for helping folks who have lost employment. So we're really trying to work with everyone we can while respecting the boundaries. Our ultimate goal is no more victims, keeping the community safe, and having our clients be really successful. Wow. I know that was kind of
a big goal.
A lot, yeah. But
it is. It says it all, I guess.
Yeah. Are there any questions?
Well, first of all, thank you so much. I wasn't aware of all that Bratt was doing.
Yeah.
Well, it's the Bennington Rutland Opportunity Council,
yes,
but
sir.
I'm assuming that we don't have the same services in Bennington as you have in Rutland, because our Community Justice Center is separate, at least that. But
correct.
But it's really helpful, and I really appreciate it. Are there any questions for Lisa? Maybe we could jump down to Bennington, going from Bennington to Rutland to Bennington, I mean. At least virtually, it's fairly easy to do. We have John Winchester and Jim Henry with us. John has been with CEOL for as long as I can remember.
1985, Dick.
1985. He was a very young man when he first came to work at 204. I can remember that clearly, but not the date. We often find ourselves talking about kids that we had in the program back when we were there. And then Jim Henry, most of you have met, who's the executive director of CEOL, and you've met most of them through the juvenile programs, but CEOL also runs an adult corrections program. So maybe you can describe how that's all changed with COVID and a little bit about what you all both do.
Well, so thanks for having us. I am Jim Henry, for the record. I can touch base at least on the staffing part, and John can, get into the details on the, the ins and outs and the daily life. But basically with staffing, we've run into a couple quarantine staff who have been tested, and we're trying to follow as much as the state guidelines and CDC guidelines. And, we do have masks available for staff. All staff are washing their hands coming in, and, just trying to, be as careful as we can in that aspect. But probably most of what you'll want to hear is from John, with the daily life. So I will pass it on down to John, or unless there's any questions as well.
Not right now, but I'm sure there will be, Jim. And John just showed us his mask.
Yeah.
Provided by the local Department of Corrections.
Yeah, and we're giving offenders masks.
Yeah.
And
every offender here has a mask.
They do. Are they wearing them? Are they required?
They wear them when they're out in the community. For instance, we have guys who are volunteering at the local food shelf, so they absolutely wear them there. Almost anytime they're in the community, they wear them. I've had to pick and choose which rules I can enforce. So as you taught me a long time ago, Dick, don't make rules you can't enforce. So in this environment, I'm having there's not as much of a bottom line as there was a couple months ago.
I can tell you that's been a difficult rule to follow in the legislature.
I'm sure. So just to back up, my name is.
We want to make a lot of rules we can't enforce.
Indeed. I manage the 208 Depot program, part of CEOL Inc. We are a 14-bed transitional housing program with 14 males presently residing here. So we are full to capacity with a waiting list. As far as how the guys are doing, there's a running joke amongst them that the rest of the world now sees what it's like to live on furlough, because there are some parallels between what they are required to do on a daily or weekly basis and what some of society is doing. So on one hand, they are well suited coming out of facilities to kind of deal with some of these restrictions, maybe better than some of us. On the other hand, there are real challenges that are presented to them. And probably the biggest part of my job and the staff's job is just to deal with the anxieties, acknowledge the anxieties, and kind of deal with them on a day-by-day basis, focusing on what they have control over versus the things that they definitely do not have control over. And there's a real significance there. Guys are able to access services still. What's worked really well is the medically assisted treatment. Guys coming out of facility on Suboxone, there's been a smooth transition between the facilities to the local MAP providers. So there's been no where a guy comes out and can't get his Suboxone for 4 or 5 days, none of that. And all medications. So that's worked really well, which we appreciate. Getting benefits has worked pretty well as far as food stamps, insurance. So those things, there really hasn't been a huge problem. We have some guys who are still working. There are some factories in the county which are essential and are still operating and are hiring. On the other hand, we've had a few guys get laid off. So there's that. A couple of things that we have taken, steps we have taken, is we have suspended the housing fees for these guys. After the first 60 days here are typically free, and after that, it's $100 a month for a housing fee. We have suspended those for the time being. There's plenty of stress out there. I do not want them stressing about their housing based on ability to pay during this time. The other thing we're doing is we typically offer 1 house meal per week. We now have upped that to 2, just again, to try to calm anxiety and try to meet needs, that nobody's going to starve during this time here. That will not happen.
2 or did you mean once a week you have a community meal?
Yeah, that once a week we provided a meal. Now we're doing 2 times a week.
Okay.
The rest of the time they provide their own meals. So, small things, but I think trying to be supportive and just trying to let them know that, hey, we're kind of in this together, and we're still coming to work today, every day as staff. We're in the buildings with these guys. So, we're fortunate to be essential, but it does have its own risks and anxieties. So those are the things we're providing. One of the advantages of our guys volunteering for the local food shelf is they get to come back with a box of food or bags of things. And the folks there have been very appreciative of their efforts. So that's been a real plus, the ability to give back to the community and to help out. It's been a group-wide effort, and the guys have really done great with it.
John, could your capacity be more than 14 if the Department of Corrections needed more?
Boy, with zoning regulations and just the space of the houses, it's pretty tight right now. The other issue, just from a safety perspective, is usually you've got guys working and out on passes, and with the restrictions, you've got a lot of guys cooped up in small spaces right now. So I would never say no to the state in need. However, I do have some concerns along those lines, and I'd be willing to have conversations, but boy, it would be tough, I think, at this point.
Are all of your residents from Bennington County, or are they from elsewhere?
Right now, all of them are from, no, excuse me. We had one guy who's been here about 6 months who is not from Bennington County. He came prior to this. And on the waiting list, we have some guys from outside of Bennington County.
Okay.
And we've been looking at those guys for the last couple of years anyway. So we are open to that. We would like to give priority to Bennington County guys, however.
Okay. And you just guys?
At this time, we are males, but we're always looking, and we've been involved in conversations. Derek and I were at a conference not too long ago at Bennington College discussing female offenders. So we're open to discussions.
Good. Are there questions for John or Lisa? And Derek, does this raise other things that you'd like to discuss with us? You're muted, by the way.
Here we go. Is that better?
Yep.
So many people must be so happy that they have the ability to mute me now. I think my family is just looking for the mute button all the time. No, other than to say that John's programmatic and Jim's programmatic sharing is really illustrative of the great partnership that we've experienced across the state. This has been a big ask and a heavy lift, because as we've tried to, again, create the optimal public health conditions inside the facilities, we have leaned in a very quick way on our transitional housing providers. Yeah. And these folks are showing up every day in these houses too. They are really on the front line of risk as well. So I just want to publicly acknowledge our housing providers for really stepping up, really accepting their role as a critical partner, but also saying, well, wait a minute, we have to make sure we have proper protocols and procedures in place so that we're not in a rush to help creating environments that could also unwittingly, exacerbate the condition. And so I've been in close contact with all of our housing providers, and really en masse, they've formed a critical network that the department has really relied on very heavily to good effect. So
John, Jim, or Lisa, anything to add to? Both of you mentioned substance abuse, and Derek did as well, which is a good segue to Peter Mallory, who's, I think we served together, Peter. in the
We
Vermont
did.
legislature on occasion. And Tracy Hout Tracy's from
The Rutland Turning.
Rutland. Well, we're sticking with our Rutland Bennington partners today, I guess.
Let me
So-
introduce her, though. I've got a couple of things to say, if that's okay, Senator.
Yeah, please do. But I wanted to just thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and thank the committee for asking us to be with you. I would like to do two things quickly. One is say a word about what VAMHAR, I'm Peter Mallory from the Vermont Association of Mental Health and Addiction Recovery, and our partner organization, Recovery Vermont. I want to say a quick word about what we're doing to address this, and then a word about the recovery centers, and then turn it over to Tracy, if that's okay.
That's fine.
I'll be brief. At VAMHAR, Recovery Vermont, like everyone else is, we're trying to use technology to its most effective level. And every day we're having a recovery check-in on Zoom, which is getting a lot of attention, and we're trying to reach out to people to give them help and direction. We're also doing trainings 3 times a week on recovery-related issues. We are responsible for the training of recovery coaches for the state. And needless to say, that presents some interesting challenges right now, but we're going to have our first virtual academy the week of May 4th. And I'm very hopeful that we will have a successful transition to Zoom, as you have in the Senate and the House, maybe. And we need the coaches doing the peer-to-peer work now more than ever, which really leads me to the recovery centers. And Tracy is a tremendously able leader of the Rutland Turning Point. The 12 centers in the state are a national model. They provide places for safety and support, and they face some real challenges in this atmosphere with their meeting rooms closed, which host all sorts of meetings related to addiction and recovery. They've had to do remarkable work again with technology. Staff is, if anything, more burdened than ever, trying to do outreach and peer-to-peer using whatever technology is available. And it's not, there may be a rumor out there that because the meeting rooms are closed, it's saving money. It's not saving money, since we were talking a little bit about money, Senator. It's a challenge to find ways to upgrade the technology and have the staff to make this work. And this is particularly true for people in early recovery. We're very anxious not to lose people who are struggling with the earliest stages of recovery. And yes,
I just want to bring us back to a focus on those being released from corrections.
I'm going to, shortly.
If you could,
I will immediately. So I just worry, I want to say one more thing, which is when the surge comes, as a number of other people have said, the surge for this will come after the surge in a number of other, mental health and recovery surge will come after the hospital surge and the medical surge. Tracy, Joe Benning, Senator Benning has met Tracy a couple times through our recovery day. She has done groundbreaking work with her center on corrections and working with people coming out of corrections. And she's got some particular challenges dealing with that. She's the center that's done the most over the last 4 years. She's done great grants work to support it, but it's a struggle now, and I want Tracy to address that. So I'm done. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Peter.
Well, good morning or good afternoon, whatever it is. Thank you guys for inviting me.
Good morning.
Our correctional program, I'm not sure if all of you are familiar with it. We started it in 2016 where we've provided recovery support groups, 2 different ones a week in Marble Valley Correctional Facility. And we provide recovery coaching to any inmate that wants it. Before this social distancing and everything closing down, I mean, we had about 26 inmates a week that wanted coaching. And we had a coach up there 3 days a week, and it had just gone to 4 days a week for about a total of 10 hours a week. And then the coach was also going down to Springfield Correctional Facility to meet with inmates for coaching that were from Rutland area and going to be released to Rutland. When this all started with COVID, of course, everything shut down. No volunteers could go into the jail. So that really has limited our connection, you know, and that's, you know, in my experience with doing this, that's the most important thing, to establish that connection with the inmates so they trust us. So they will come to the center when they get out. And we had quite a good following with the program, with people being engaged post-release. We've tried to see if we could do virtual meetings or virtual coaching sessions with inmates at Marble Valley, and that can't be done right now. I'm sure it's crazy up there. So getting that set up is tough. So what my coaches and some of the group facilitators are doing are writing letters to the volunteer coordinator at the correctional facility, to the inmates that they were engaged with, to try to have some contact. One of my concerns, you know, this happened yesterday. I went down to the center in the afternoon to check voicemails. And there was somebody on the voicemail that I called back, and it was a individual who was released from Springfield 2 weeks ago. And he was looking for phone numbers to get into an MAT provider, because apparently he was on MAT while he was in jail, but he said they didn't realize he was going to be released that fast, and nothing got set up for him. So he'd been 2 weeks without MAT. So I gave him the numbers to the local places. He was in Rutland and didn't even know his way around Rutland. So, you know, I wonder how many more people are out there like that. I know with Vermont Recovery Network, we've worked with Annie Ramanuso, I'm probably mispronouncing her last name, about doing a referral for inmates when they're getting released, that the caseworkers would do to get them set up with a coach post-release. And we're still working out the details on that. So, but I mean, I guess what I'd like to say is I wish there was a way that we could connect with the caseworkers, or I don't know, just be able to have that communication so people know how to reach us, you know, when they get released.
There may be a opportunity here to hear from Dale or Derek on that particular release and the coordination with the treatment, as well as from Morning Fox, who's the Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Mental Health. So hopefully there's coordination for on any of those types of services that offenders need. And it sounds like the person who was released from Springfield fell through the cracks in his release, but did not have the information on how to access MAT treatment.
Well, without knowing the individual.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
But the cases that the department has control over, we'll still do in reentry planning. Make sure we have that's part of our policy. What we're seeing is all of them, there are sentencing reconsiderations where they come back and they're released immediately, or they're released at court, or they're saying the release happens outside the control of the department. It happens immediately. So that does not allow time for the department to prepare for transition.
I think David Shearer is still on the line, and I would hope that the state's attorneys, I don't have John Campbell here and Matt Valerio still there, but anybody who's released, who's been in for I know people are on the line. Hopefully that can get coordinated. People that are released directly from court, or who are not incarcerated. hopefully we can coordinate something to make sure that they get all that information. That sounds like the old days when you got $5 and a suit of clothes when you left the jail.
Right.
I'm sorry, Tracy, go ahead.
That's okay.
Alice, did you have a comment or a question?
Wondering, it maybe is a little bit off. Are victims who are connected with the persons who are getting out, are you able to be contacting them, or are they not getting out who are in positions who contact should be made?
I think it depends on the avenue that they're getting out. So if they are sentenced, the Department of Corrections, our Victim Services Division has the responsibility to notify individuals that want to be notified that meet the language. If they are pre-sentenced, it falls on the state's attorneys or for other individuals outside the department.
Thank you. Tracy, if you can pick up where we were.
Okay. I kind of, my mind's all over the place. If anybody on this Zoom meeting has any, ideas on how we can, I don't know, become a referral quicker, at our Rutland Center for anybody being released to Rutland. I worry about these individuals. I mean, most of the people that we follow that have been released, we've been able to engage by phone. And cold calls are not always the best. Seeing somebody face to face is best. But, we had a couple of overdoses here this weekend. And my concern is that the isolation, when somebody gets released, if they don't have a phone, they don't know where to go for resources. They could come to the center. We could help direct them.
I think Lisa has a comment if she would like to.
Yeah. Hi, Tracy. How are you?
Hi, Lisa.
I was just wondering, I know Rose Kennedy, state's attorney here in Rutland, and her staff put out the resource guide. Have you seen that? And if you have, do you know if you're on that? I'm thinking that could be sent out to the facilities and given to folks who are being released out of the facility back to Rutland, because there's a bunch of resources on it for everything. I think Turning Point is on it, but that would maybe allow for a smoother transition and locating the necessary things that folks are needing.
I think we are on it. I think that was a while ago that she set that up.
Yeah, she's constantly updating it too.
Okay.
We
I can
keep
check with
interrupting
her.
you, Tracy. We keep interrupting you, but
That's okay. We had, quite a presence in the jail, and we had, and it's expanded since we had the program. I mean, I have individuals that were involved in our program when they were housed at Marble Valley that probably got shipped off to other places and they've been released. One individual who was released in the beginning of March, and he'd served like a little over 3 years. I am getting letters at my center from other inmates that he has talked to about our program and about the supports, and that they want to, I have somebody that's writing me letters that has been in for 16 years. And they've done a lot of work on themselves supposedly while they're incarcerated, and they want to become a recovery coach. They want to help other people. They want to talk in corrections. He gets out in 6 months. I kind of explained to him the routine on how he needs to get a recovery coach first when he gets out to help him with that transition before he can provide that services. But word of mouth through the correctional facility has gotten out there, because I get letters from inmates I've never met that want to be involved in our program. And I'm worried about losing that connection by this COVID. And I know, it's tough for everybody. I just really want to maintain it because I think it's vital,
I want to just urge all the players to try to keep that lines of communication open.
Senator, if I have a...
Yeah, please. I'm trying to answer my phone.
I just emailed the superintendent, Sue Ransom Kelly and Rich Eckroat, the district manager, to get in contact with you to see what we can do to brainstorm to make this happen.
Awesome. Thank
So
you
they
so
should be
much.
reaching out
Dale.
to you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Great.
Dale.
So half the battle is putting the right people together.
Right, and I was about to say before my phone rang, that, you know, it'd be it may be the same process in other parts of the state, where people are not getting in touch with the contacts that might be able to provide them with assistance, particularly those being released who have been on bail or other conditions that aren't necessarily released by the department or during sentence reconsideration. I wonder if, could we turn to Morning Fox, who also, the Department of Mental Health obviously plays a major role in people who are being released from prison. Many of them have significant mental illnesses, including substance abuse problems. So maybe you could tell us a little bit how you're coordinating with the local agencies as well as DOC.
Sure. Thank you for having me. For the record, Warning Fox, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Mental Health. We, like other folks who have testified earlier, and as folks are aware, just in general, staffing and such is continues to be an issue in all various areas of our work. That being said, the most traditional referral avenue is through the from Department of Corrections into our adult outpatient programs, and we're continuing to do all of our assessments at every designated agency for intakes for adult outpatient services, as well as CRT services for those with more serious and persistent mental illnesses. Granted, almost all of those assessments and meetings are via telehealth at this time, trying to reduce the contact, direct contact between individuals. And so, as some of the folks have mentioned earlier, that becomes a barrier for those individuals who do not have access to smartphones, tablets, things of that sort. And so continue to try and find workarounds to that. One glowing positive point around that is in Washington County, the CSIP program, Collaborative Solutions and Integration Project. And they're continuing to have some of their case management services done face-to-face, that they are continuing to do some community-based case management services while still observing social distancing, staff wearing masks, things of that sort. But having that ability to have face-to-face case management meetings has proven to be extremely helpful in this time when so many things are done virtually. To have the actual human being within feet of you to actually have a more positive interaction has been very beneficial, is my understanding. The other piece that the CSIP program is doing is that they actually have started a new support group, a men's group that's being done virtually via Zoom, just like this, and that is actually supposed to be starting just this week, in fact. So actually trying to develop some further supports in this kind of era of virtual supports. So those are some of the different areas that are moving along. The one other piece that I just wanted to mention as an aside is the agency Pathways Vermont, the Housing First model. The month of March saw Pathways have their highest number of individuals placed in housing since they're coming to Vermont. And those are both folks coming out of corrections as well as mental health connected folks coming out of hospitals. But to me, that just speaks volumes of the type of work that they're doing and really stepping up that work during this time, knowing that being held in congregate housing only increases the risk of spreading this disease. And so the fact that they've been able to really step up that work and get such a significant number of people permanently housed should be applauded.
Thank you, Commissioner Fox. Are there any other questions for the commissioner, deputy commissioner, or any comments from anybody who's still with us on this Zoom meeting? Senator Benning, and I just lost my earplug. So.
I just wanted to say hello to Peter and Tracy, and thank you guys for all the work you're doing. Peter, I don't know if you still live in Newbury, but I'll be the first to announce, if you haven't heard it because you've been on this call for a while, Chancellor of the State Colleges just agreed to drop his plan for closing the institutions. A lot more work going forward, but hopefully we're going to figure this out.
Good, good. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that took me by surprise, but I shouldn't be surprised because Joe's column was in the local paper this morning. So I got to read about Joe Benning's position. So are there any other comments, questions? Anybody who hasn't been heard from, who's still on the call, who would like to speak on this subject?
I'd just like to say, Dick, I think there's a lot more going on than I actually thought there was, which is good.
Yeah, it's good, and it's, but you know, particularly for this population, I get concerned when they are released and the services are disjointed or aren't available. And when I hear that John has a waiting list down at 20, is it 8? Which Depot Street are we on anymore? I get lost with the numbers. I said to somebody years ago that they asked me why we called it 204 Depot. I said, well, because we didn't have any brains to think of anything else. So we just used the street address. So we've continued to use street addresses. So we got 206, 20, and you're at 208 Depot, right, John? So are there, you know, if he's full and Pathways is way up, do we still have offenders that are held for lack of appropriate housing because the services aren't available yet to coordinate with that, which, you know, I don't want to see people let out without appropriate services. That could be even have worse impacts, but so this has been, to me, this has been a very helpful conversation. I really want to thank everybody. It's helped me to understand what's going on in the community. The next step, though, for all of us, I think, is to question the capacity of the Department of Corrections. If we're down to these numbers, when we get back to whatever the new normal is, are we going to go way back up to the 16 to 1700 range, or are we going to be able to keep those numbers reduced into this level and then either end or sharply reduce our reliance on out of state? We also have the bill on justice reinvestment that's still in the House, and hopefully will get acted on whenever we have the opportunity to vote on bills that aren't COVID-19 related. So stay tuned. And committee, I think we'll continue to meet on Wednesdays if that's okay at this hour. And we may need to, I need to get together with Michelle and Peggy on this issue with the intercepts and figure out whether we can meet earlier or not, and if in fact we need legislation. I'm beginning to wonder, I mean, you know, we have the intercept of refunds, but that's not the issue here. Some people are going to get hurt by those intercepts, but I don't, we were looking specifically at the CARES Act funds, either the 1,200 or the 600 weekly.
Senator Sears,
Yes. Michelle.
So I just, while we were working on the other things, I took a little time and I reached out to Office of Child Support and
great.
to DOL. So I have a meeting with Cameron Wood at unemployment later this afternoon, and I'll follow up with him, and I'll speak with Robin about the OCS, how they're handling things. But it does seem as though as part of the stimulus package, those checks were not protected against private debt collectors and banks and things like that. So even though you have, the Attorney General's opinion and guidance about it under state law, however that's working its way, it could be you have an international bank that had that, and there's an account that has a lack of funds in there and bank fees and things like that. And those things may be coming out. And so I think one thing to probably look at next week is maybe how the Attorney General's office might be approaching situations where you have multinational corporations, and how does it affect Vermont law?
So maybe we can coordinate with the Attorney General's office for some, if legislation is needed, to prevent some of these intercepts.
Okay, I'll talk to them. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, well, we'll conclude the meeting at this unless there's some comment. Everybody stay safe out there, and thank you all very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you all very much for your service.
Bye now.
Let's move on to Will Stevens. And Will, you're a little black box and you're muted, but there you are.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kyle. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye now.
Bye. All right. Will, how
Hello.
are you doing?
Pretty well, thank you. Waiting for the rain to start.
Yeah, I know, me too. In fact, maybe
yeah.
it started. I'm looking out. It might have started already. Anyway, yes.
Yeah.
So how are you? Give us a report on how things are going. Have you been able to set things up so that you can do business? Have you planted one nasturtium in every single hanging basket?
Oh, that was a great idea. Yeah, Judy smiled when she heard it. Yeah, well, yeah, thanks for inviting me back. And because I guess it was about 3 weeks ago we last talked, and a lot has happened since then. And I guess for the record, I'll start. My name's Will Stevens from Golden Russet Farm in Shoreham. It's an organic vegetable operation. We also sell bedding plants in the spring. And I want to kind of pick up on something that Kyle said. I was planning on doing it anyway, but it seems like this is a nice little transition. That our story today actually started a couple years ago when our daughter mentioned that she wanted to come back to the farm, and we're in our 3rd year of that transition right now. And I want to thank the Farm and Forest Viability Program for helping with that process. And I just, as legislators, I want you to hear that, because that's been an important part of where we are today and where we're going to be going forward. We've worked with Mike Gia at Land for Good through the program to he's met with us, and we've been able to identify and address a lot of issues that Judy and I wouldn't have thought about on our own, that have really kind of brought focus to the transition. And the reason I'm bringing that up now is because where we are today wouldn't be possible without Pauline's aptitude. She just turned 31. She's totally handy with the internet, which Judy and I aren't so much. And if it wasn't for her talents and skills and so forth, it would cost us a whole lot of money and or a lot of anxiety to get where we are today. So that said, where are we? We've developed a pre-order and curbside pickup policy. We're pointing people to our website, www.goldenrussetfarm.com, and we have a live inventory sheet and order form that people can use to place their orders. It took us about 2 weeks at maybe 60% of the time to come up with this, to dry run it and reality test it and so on and so forth. We think it's about ready for prime time. In a normal year, we would be open for business on this Saturday to the public. But because of this COVID situation, we've actually been able to open earlier for pre-order sales. We're not selling plants so much, not surprisingly, because they're not ready and the weather isn't cooperating. But we've been moving a lot of seeds, a lot of seed potatoes, a lot of supplies, fertilizer, things like that we wouldn't have otherwise done prior to this without this new this new opportunity actually that Pauline's created. So that's good news. The bad news is that we're running out of stuff and we can't replace it. So I think I said on the first that the phone was ringing off the hook, and that hasn't stopped. We're fielding probably at least half a dozen calls and or emails a day with people wanting to know, are we open? What do we have? What's available? How can we get it? These types of things. So we're spending a lot of time answering those questions. And, again, that comes with retail, but this is above and beyond what we would normally do. So far, the curbside piece has worked. We've decided to default to the higher bar of no person-to-person contact as opposed to little person-to-person contact. Because frankly, when I got off the call on the 1st of April, I was still a little confused. Even though Mike O'Grady tried to, kind of, and you, Carolyn, suggested a couple great things like giving potatoes or planting nasturtiums. So anyway, so in the absence of that, we've defaulted to no contact. And what we're doing is we're placing people's orders on little wagons or carts along with their name and a nice rock, and invite them to take their order, put it in their car, and leave a check under the rock, which we will then retrieve. And so far, so good. We can take credit cards, so we're doing that for those who want to do it that way too. So that's not a problem. And I guess the other secret sauce to this is Google Forms, Google Sheets. That's the choice we've made. We've looked at a lot of other websites, a lot of other similar operations, and they're using Shopify and other platforms for their businesses. We didn't feel as though that type of thing was suitable for us at this point in time. So we kind of ad-libbed it and created something out of nothing. There's a couple other things that I just want to mention kind of along the way. We also applied for the PPP loan through the SBA. We applied on a Monday. We were approved on a Friday. The money is now in our bank account, so that's great. We originally were thinking we could make it without it, but then as we kind of thought a little harder about the fact that we're not doing a summer CSA and we're not doing a retail farm sales this year. Well, we don't know what that's going to look like. We thought we better go ahead and cover the odds, cover our bets. And so working with the National Bank of Middlebury, who has, like all our community banks in the state, they've really bent over backwards to make this work. And my hat's off to all of our small banks and all our banks in Vermont who've worked really hard to make this happen. Because other stories I've heard from other parts of the country where folks don't have these opportunities, they basically weren't able to apply because the larger banks just weren't equipped to handle it. So, and they weren't handling it. So anyway, I want to mention that. I also want to mention that just in light of Kyle's testimony and other concerns that you guys are no doubt involved with, the organic dairy farm that we've been working with, renting our land to for the last 6 years anyway, they're selling out. They would like to have been sold out by now, but with the price of cows and the price of milk and everything else, they find that they can't afford to move their animals. And so we're looking for someone to rent our pasture and haylands, and don't know where that person's going to come from, quite frankly. And this is in as Representative Norris knows, this is in a farming community. So just the ripple effect of the dairy situation. This is a smaller organic dairy, maybe 55 cows, milkers, so forth. He was in the process of transitioning it over to his 26-year-old son, but decided to pull the plug because of contracting issues with their buyer and other things that were going on for them. So he's
Will.
Yes.
So I don't know whether you know this or not, but my vice chair Rodney Graham has sold his cows, and
I was aware.
Yeah, and one of his problems was the fact that the trucker would not come up to his farm. So was that the case with the person who rents your land, that they wouldn't pick up the milk, or was there some other reason?
I think there were a number of reasons. The big one, I think, was that he was having a hard time with Horizon, frankly, and getting a contract renewed.
Okay.
Yeah, which is like a sea change from where he was with that outfit, even as short as a year ago. So, yeah, but that was a big one. He had a bad accident last fall, which also probably contributed to it. A lot of times when we're laid up, we get introspective and think about what's worth it and what isn't. And at the end of the day, because things didn't appear to be getting easier or even more predictable for his son to prosper in the business, he's decided that he's going to, when he can, he's going to let it go. He's hoping to have sold the herd by mid-February. That fell through at the last minute. And then with the whole COVID thing and the price of everything dropping and so forth, he's just basically continuing to milk.
Okay. Well, Vicky has a question. Vicky?
Yes.
Good morning, Will.
Good morning.
You had mentioned earlier in what you were sharing with us that you ran out of stuff. I wasn't sure what that is and why that is. And then another question was, earlier we were talking about pick your own kind of things. I didn't know if you had that on your farm. I remember some great apples you brought into the legislature. I don't know if you do pick your own apples or you just provide them, but just fill us in a little bit on what you're thinking there.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for the questions. Yeah, what we're running out of are things for home gardeners, quite frankly. Seed potatoes. We sell Johnny's seeds from Johnny's in Maine. We've sold out about probably a third of the seed supply that we ordered to resell. I can't remember if I mentioned this earlier in my earlier testimony, but there's a new focus or renewed focus on the regional food supply in the state. I'm sure you're hearing it too. You know, people don't want to be held hostage, as it were, to the supermarkets and the distribution chain. They want to grow their own food. They want to join a CSA. They want to buy it from somebody who's in business of producing food and so forth. And we saw this back in 2008, 2009 as well, quite frankly, with the recession. And so we're seeing it again. And it's exciting on the one hand, overwhelming on the other, and very frustrating when we can't go back to our suppliers to say, hey, you know, we've already sold out of these things, pea seed, for example, or, you know, other things like that. But we can't get any more. I don't know if you know or not, but Johnny's, for example, a big regional seed company, stopped retailing or stopped selling seed to their retail customers several weeks ago because they were overwhelmed. They had 40,000 orders in one weekend, 3 or 4 weeks ago. Yeah, and they couldn't handle it. And so they decided to shut down, kind of work things out and so forth. And I think they're going to try to reopen again in a week or so for retail. But that included the folks like us who have a rack seed accounts to them that we can resell the retail packets, but we couldn't even get any more of those from them either. So yeah, it's everywhere. The potato wholesaler we get our seed potatoes from, we went out to her website to see if I could get more, and she of their 22 mid-season varieties, she had one variety left to sell. So demand is off the charts that way. To your second question about pick your own, full disclosure, the apples came from Shoreham Orchards, but not from ours. So yep, that was a weekly delivery to the committee. We have never done a pick your own operation. There are folks in town who do pick your own apples. There was a strawberry operation, family operation that has recently sold, and I don't know what's going to happen there. There's not a lot. We've always decided that it'd be better to just control things in terms of production and harvest and sales and so forth by just having our employees do the work as opposed to having the public come in and having to kind of babysit what they do and look after that. So we've never done much pick your own. Yeah. So hopefully that answered your questions.
Thanks, Will. And weren't the apples, when I visited your farm, weren't the apples mostly cider apples that you have?
My dirty little secret. Yes, that's true. Yes, we do have a small orchard, Representative Strong, just to be clear, but most of the fruit goes into cider, which is delicious.
All right, John Bartholomew has his hand up. John?
Yes, you have mentioned the advanced sales and how that seems to be going pretty well, selling out of stuff. But are you actually selling plants at this point, or is it too early?
Yeah, we starting last week, we sold. We've been offering herb plants and pansies for sale. The way we operate here is we don't. If we were open for the public to come and go through the greenhouses like we always have been, you know, I can't stop anybody from buying whatever they want. If you wanted to come in and take a pack of begonias home with you today, you know, you could do it. But because we're controlling it more this year, we also want people to succeed. And so part of that success looks like hardening plants off. And so what we don't want to do is sell plants before they're ready to go. And if we do sell plants to the public, we want them to know either they've been hardened off and they're ready to go in the garden, or they're not hardened off and they'll have to harden them off themselves. And so, yeah, we are. Yeah.
What I'm kind of wondering is with the curbside sorts of sales, how are you dealing with the public saying, well, this is leggy plant, you don't have anything better than this, I want to see all of them? How are you going to deal with, I'm just wondering across the whole industry, how can you deal with that issue of I want to go through and pick out my plant myself?
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of that yet because we're just beginning. After today or tomorrow, or certainly by the end of the week, we're going to have a lot more plants to sell on our current inventory sheet on our website, including onions and vegetable plants that'll be ready to go. In terms of people complaining about the quality of our product, let me say that if we're not the type of outfit that puts the junky stuff in the bottom of the box and lets them look at the good stuff on top when they receive the product. We want the last thing to be as good as the first thing. And so when it comes to our plants, we're not going to give someone something that we wouldn't want to plant ourselves. If folks had questions about it, we're happy to talk to them. What's happened more commonly than the quality conversation is the fact that people don't know how to use online order forms. And for example, one person put down that she wanted this type of herb and that pansy and so forth, and then we pulled one of everything for her, and she came and said, "Oh no, I wanted more than that." And so, somebody happened to be around and we were maintaining our safe distance. So we hollered back and forth to each other. But instead of the one lavender plant that we had for her, she wanted 6. Now, we wouldn't have known that unless someone was around for her to do. So it's a two-way street and it's going to be fraught with problems. And so it's been nice in a way for us to have had these last couple of weeks to try to work out the kinks in the system before we get slammed with plant orders, because plant orders are really, they are going to be the difficult thing. And frankly, John, we're also quite apologetic and ask for people's patience and understanding because they, for a number of years, they have been able to come in and wander around the greenhouse, and this year they can't. And so, but that's the way it goes. And we just tell them that we don't want to be that vector in case, in case there happens to be a little hot spot, we don't want to be that one. And so we have to kind of hold firm.
Thanks, Will. Sure. I'm sort of curious when, because hanging baskets are something that I know are huge for you for Mother's Day.
Yeah.
And how are people going to potentially order hanging baskets?
Well, great question. They will be on our inventory list by type, and we're also trying to figure out how to get photos online so that people can actually look and see what it is. That's kind of the next thing we have to do. And of course, this was the year that we increased our hanging baskets by about 50%.
Good timing.
Yeah, it's perfect. Again, my other daughter, who lost all of her group travel contracts and so forth, is back on the farm as well. And so between my two daughters, they're working on ways to upload photos to either our Facebook page or our website, so that people can actually kind of look at things and use that along with the inventory list to place an order. And we're also always available by phone because that's what I'm used to. But yeah, but it is an issue because frankly, a lot of our sales are impulse sales. No denying it.
Yeah. And your website again, just to plug it for no other reason.
Oh, I should have written it down. goldenrussetfarm.com, and that's okay. 2 S's and 1 T, one word.
Great.
Golden Russet Farm. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. And by the way, Sharon via chat mentioned that pansies and Johnny jump ups are edible, and they make salads look really pretty. So so you're covered with the edible thing there too.
Oh, and we won't charge tax on those plants.
Yeah. So we had a really interesting conversation with Ellen Kaler last week about her conversations with other states in the region regarding a regional food system looking forward. And this is, I referenced it earlier when Kristen mentioned her predictions or what she'd like to see. And it's really an interesting conversation that I look forward to, but something that I think that you would be a major part of as we talk about, she mentioned the fact that we could do all of our produce basically in this region, and that we could do meat, grass-based meat with a reduced, if everybody reduced their meat intake a little bit, but that in order to produce 50% of our needs, we would have to increase the amount of land under production by 2 million acres, which sounds like a lot, but when you think about Maine and the fact that the climate is changing and potentially would be more temperate, well, and they're the potato king, right, in the Northeast. Right. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about that. If you may not, because you've been so consumed with just day-to-day life, but if you have any thoughts, I'd be interested to hear them.
Yeah, I do have thoughts, and full disclosure, I'm now chair of Ellen's board.
Okay, great.
So I was aware of that thrust that she's initiating, and I'm obviously fully supportive. Back in 2007, 2008, Gay Symington, when she was speaker, put a peak oil theme onto our legislative work. And we had speakers come in, or she had speakers come in and talk about kind of what a post-peak oil economy would look like, and all the aspects of that type of thing, including a regional food system. And if I remember right, one of the speakers talked about the need not only 2 million acres, but 50,000 farmers, to farm all that land and to do something, and not necessarily the commodity piece. And where were they going to come from? And so that's a question that hasn't been resolved, and it's a kind of theory that hasn't been tested yet. But I think it's part of that conversation. And in light of what you're just talking about, BTC and so forth, it's can the state position itself to be the incubator, or be the the go-to place for either crop production practices, or actually employment opportunities, or whatever it might be. I think that I think it's really important that we stop thinking in terms of the Vermont exceptionalism, which we are in a lot of ways. But on the other hand, there's no need to go it alone sometimes, when we can draw on our neighbors who do other things very well too. And so again, in light of this whole I'll call it the post-COVID economy, whatever that ends up looking like, if more reliance on a regional food system and food supply is one of the upshots of that, then I think we will all benefit from that, in that we will be kind of more in control of our destiny than we appear to be now, in terms of a good, safe, reliable food supply.
Yeah. I remember asking Erin Buckwalter when she did a little internship way back when, maybe it was around that time.
I remember.
To take a look at the available land in the state. And I had promised myself that I'm going to dig that out. That is one piece of paper, set of papers that I held on to. It actually may be up in the State House, which I haven't been there in a few weeks, but I may be in the next week or two. But that is something that I find really interesting, because when I've traveled up 22A, it's obvious that there is farmland that has gone back to scrub and probably could be reclaimed if necessary. So something to think about.
Absolutely. No, I do think about it all the time. It's not all land is suitable for vegetable production, but it could be suitable for other types of production. And again, frankly, I know I heard Kristen talking about kind of some of the exciting new things that people are doing and entrepreneurial spirit is showing and so forth. And one of the things that's been happening is delivery services are happening, and farmers are hawking they're going on the road with their product, but they're also inviting other producers, to kind of throw what they might have into the mix as a way to, basically pay for the gas and make everything worthwhile. And consumers love convenience, and so that's something that don't know if it'll last, but it's happening now, and that's a good thing. CSA numbers are kind of off the charts for people. We did one for 21 years. We took a break from it, and then a year or two ago got back into a fall share, which we're continuing with this year. But we had a lot of folks, kind of asking if we would do a summer share again, and it didn't fit into our plans. But there's all sorts of interest, and I think farmers in general are kind of mercenary opportunists, and where they can be, and so I think there's a lot of opportunity there if someone's positioned to go there. I also I have to also reflect, if I can take just a second to talk about, Kyle's talking about the 5 dairies that are kind of in transition and so forth. We only got started. I just turned 65, and we only got started about 3 years ago with our transition plan. And my advice to anybody who would listen, because it's worth what it costs, is to get started sooner than later. Get started sooner than later. And we're really lucky right now that we have one of our 3 children wanted to come back and make it work, and we're committed to her success and so forth. But I won't be completely out of here for at least 2 years, if then. So so get started sooner than later.
Yeah. I know other farmers who have had several opportunities to potentially transition, and they've fallen through, and it's a real challenge.
Sure.
Sharon's hand is up. Vicky's hand was up. Vicky, do you still have a question? Okay, why don't we let Sharon go, and then we'll go to Vicky.
Sure.
Sharon?
I wanted to add a little bit of a piece when you were talking about Ellen Collar, talking about the 2 million acres. Is that also for, I believe it was the dairy piece, that it would require organic dairy production. And I'm assuming that has a lot to do with reduction in the amount of grain, or being more, I think she said pastured, maybe organic grass-fed. But so a shift from the predominant model.
Mm.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what the question is there, but I'll comment. The part of the challenge, and just again for disclosure, we've been growing vegetables organically and commercially since 1981. So we've always been organic. We're committed to organics and so forth. But that said, at a commodity level, such as organic dairy, I think that to their credit, they're trying a managed supply system, and which the conventional world isn't interested in doing apparently. But and it's working kind of, but there is a price point issue around that. And so whether it's pasture or whether it's organic grain, or however the feeding and production methods are dealt with, there is a price point, and I think that's one of the hurdles that has to be overcome in order for it to be successful. As much as we might want to see more organic, until people are willing to internalize some of those costs that would be reflected in the price of the milk that would come with theoretically cleaner water, cleaner air, these types of things, then that remains a big challenge. So
thanks, Will.
Yeah, I'm not against it. Obviously, I'm totally supportive, but we've got to work that out. And you guys, I think, have been working on the payment for ecosystem services piece.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a question of, can and how that be monetized? And I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah, and we're hoping to keep that, the payment for ecosystem services group going, but they do need money. And boy, this year it's going to be very tight. I do know that we've had some unofficial commitments from some groups that they would be willing to support that work. So we're hoping that will come through for us. Vicky had a question. Vicky?
Yeah.
Or a comment?
Yeah, it's a bit of a comment, a little bit of a question. I just feel like you're really blessed to have that daughter there who's thrusting you into technology and helping you. I'm 63 and my husband's 66, and we're being pushed into technology. And my husband's a pastor, and we were forced to do services online, and now we're seeing hundreds of people view his sermon. And we have a congregation of 50, but so that's leading into my comment, Will, and Representative Buck asked about a crystal ball, if we could all have one. I foresee that organic vegetables and plants are going to be a huge market for that, and here you are getting ready online. And some of these people watching our sermons are from Texas, Florida, Nebraska, California, Minnesota. It's really kind of amazing. But I mean, do you see in a crystal ball that, holy smokes, you could just really blossom here? Do you see any trend or foresee that?
Yeah, great question and great observations. I think, where some people see problems, others see opportunity. And again, coming out of this COVID situation, there are things that are going to happen that none of us could anticipate or could have anticipated happening. And in some ways, there will be no going back, in my opinion, to the way things were in some ways, or there will be adaptations and adoptions of some of these solutions into whatever it is we all do going forward. So yeah, one of the things that we had an opportunity to do a number of years ago, which totally relies on the then existing networks and systems and so forth, was a mail order CSA. I have a sister out in Cincinnati, and anyway, we went out to visit one fall, and we brought a bunch of winter storage crops out with her, and she shared it with her friends, and they were in rapture, frankly, and they wanted to know, kind of, gosh, could you do an online, could you send us this every week? Because we'd buy and so forth. Well, we didn't, but one could. One absolutely could. UPS will come to everybody's house, to pick things up and deliver, and it's there and it's handy. And if you can charge for it, and make something go, yeah, absolutely. I think on our farm in particular, we are constrained by our acreage. We only have so many acres of land that's suitable for vegetables. We have additional acres of clay, basically, that aren't really suitable for vegetables. So, and because we're where we are in the Champlain Valley, it's not like there's a lot of other productive, suitable land that we can go rent, even if we wanted to. And because there'll be limitations around water and services and other things. I know some growers do that. They've got farms, 5-6 miles away that they grow corn on or whatever, and we haven't gone that route. Yeah, I think the only limits really are our imagination. And so, so you're right. We are blessed. Pauline's got a lot of great ideas. She's been putting up with us for all of her life, and certainly for the last kind of, going on 3 years now in this transition. She's still coming to work and smiling, and so we're kind of happy about that, that she still wants to do it. And actually, again, what a great year kind of for this to happen, because if this had been her first year on her own, she would have been buried. I'm sure of it. But while we're still kind of writing out the checks and so forth, but she's taking on more managerial responsibilities, it's a great opportunity for her to kind of learn kind of under supervision, let's say. But where she takes the farm it's totally up to her. And we have these conversations. We have opportunities to, put up a new greenhouse because we can grow more cut flowers that way, or whatever the opportunity we might see be. But with my having 1 foot out the door, it might not be an appropriate investment to make if it's something that she doesn't want to do. So that's kind of where, as far as my crystal ball goes, I guess I should turn it over to her to answer that question.
Could I do one quick follow-up question? Do you know Paul and Sandy Arnold from Argyle, New York? Because they're going through the same process. Their daughter is now slowly taking over, and it is a transition, but it's a great one, isn't it? And maybe a little bumpy, but it's good.
Yeah, It is good, and you know, fortunately, our dynamics are good. I mean, I have two family experiences, close family experiences where transitions didn't work out, and you know, and it gets ugly, and sometimes the effects are long lasting, the negative effects. And so you're right. We're very fortunate and grateful that at least so far things are going well. Yeah. And the Arnolds, they're a little bit ahead of us. There is another piece, I guess, that this triggers for me around your question. I've had a theory, a working theory over the years that in Vermont, there are two kinds of agriculture. There's the commodity form of agriculture, and there's the relational form of agriculture. And what we're involved with is the relational form. And what that means is that, you know, the link between the end user and the producer is very short. You know, it looks like farmers market sales, it looks like farm stand sales, it looks like CSAs, these types of things. And the next level might be, you know, sales to local stores. Where they're, you know, we're selling to a wholesaler who then is retailing the product. And then, you know, kind of beyond that, it's wholesaling to, you know, a Stop and Shop or, you know, a supermarket chain where we're more removed from the end user. Okay. So when you talk about the commodity world, basically you're producing a product that goes onto the market. You don't have, you have control over the production, but you don't really have control over the market, and you certainly don't have control over the price. In the relational world, you do have control over the price. You do have some control over your market and production decisions. So you can tweak things from season to season to make them work for your operation. Now, there's also a scale piece that goes along with this. Back in the day, we made the conscious decision that we would never want to produce where we were going to be competing with commodity vegetables. You know, that I could give you 38 years of kind of that story, but I won't. But that served us well, because when you grow to that lowest common denominator, which is price point, we can't compete. Not our operation, and in fact, very few operators in the state can. So if we have a crystal ball, and back to, you know, Ellen's analysis and so forth, if we can keep the link between the end user and the producer as short as possible, whether it's in state or in region, I think that's where the sweet spot's going to be, and that's where the possibility and opportunities really are. In addition to that, if we can put a story onto our commodity products, if we can attach that branding story that you know, that Cabot did for a while, and John Malcolm was on every box of butter that they sold and so forth. You know, if they can work on that to personalize the commodity form of agriculture in the state, I think, you know, there might be some opportunity there as well too. But again, you know, you're competing against happy cows from California.
Yeah, they're so happy.
Yeah.
Terry has his hand up. Terry, and I think we might have to wrap it up after Terry's question.
Sure.
Yeah, well, when you mentioned the clay, I just recall when you first moved to Shoreham, and we heard that you were going to do a vegetable kind of thing. I'm thinking there is absolutely no way anybody can grow vegetables in this clay, but
yeah.
It's nice that you managed to do that.
Yeah, you're not the only one who thought we were nuts. Yeah, well, the good news is that we bought the farm with a soil map in hand. And we've done a lot of research. And back in the day when soil maps came in book form, we had Addison County soils map. And so when we went to look at this farm or that farm or some other farm, we knew ahead of time what the soils were like. And we saw that there was this nice vein of Nellis loam running right through here from Rathbun's to our north up to, you know, Tom Bass's or Sanger's, you know, Wallace is now up the beef farm up there. And you know, Rossi happened to have, you know, 20 out of the, you know, 80 acres that we own were Nellis loam, and we decided it was good enough to go for it. Of course, that said, it's you know, it's sitting on top of clay, so when it's wet, it's wet. It's, you know, it is clay. It's not loam.
Yeah, I was just curious. What's your son doing now? I met him on the ferry when he used to go over to check on your dad in New York, and what a very, very nice young man.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, he fled the state a number of years ago to go to a photography school out in California, and he hasn't come back except for a visit. So he's he's up in Northern California right now, and living the dream.
Yeah, good, good.
Yeah.
Well, not good that he left Vermont, but I
Right. No,
understand
that's right.
why.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, Will. Well, listen, we really appreciate you spending some time with us and for your update on how things are going. I'm glad things are going well at your farm. And you know, we'll probably be in touch with you again just to see how things are going as well. Love your thoughts about the future and some of the things that we need to think about going forward. I love the idea of pursuing this concept of a regional food system and how we can improve that. Yeah, we're probably going to want citrus, but before long, they'll probably be growing grapefruit trees in Massachusetts and Connecticut. So, well, who knows? I
They're
actually
growing
have
lettuce in containers right now. Yeah, they're growing
What's
lettuce in
that?
containers. Who knows? They're growing lettuce in containers. So
Yeah.
citrus could be in their future. Who knows?
Yeah, I actually have constituents over in Saxons River who have this huge conservatory, and they have orange and grapefruit trees that are literally 20 feet high. It's amazing.
Wow.
And what's even more amazing is they moved them from their New York City apartment. God. Anyway, thanks so much, Will. We need to wrap it up. We're just about 11:30. I want to tell the committee that we're going to be on Friday from 9:30 until 11. We're going to be a little bit short that day because we're going to be on the floor of the House via Zoom. Brave new world. So anyway, again, well, thanks all committee members. Thanks for our legislative staff, Michael O'Grady and Linda Lehman, for being with us. And we'll see you all on Friday. If you have ideas as to whom you would like to hear from on Friday, please let me know. All right, thanks. Thanks, everybody.
David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, my friends, understand that Florida has been caught hiding, not reporting coronavirus deaths, and it's absolutely sickening, and it will lead to more people dying. For about 10 days now, medical experts have been expecting Florida's coronavirus deaths to spike. Why? Well, because Florida started reopening beaches 10 days ago. They have a totally incompetent Republican governor, Ron DeSantis. He's proven himself to be absolutely clueless. We know Florida has the 5th oldest median age in the country. Their population, the median age is the 5th oldest in the country. And coronavirus, by a large margin, is disproportionately affecting older people. And yet the Florida death numbers, just like they never really got that bad. You look at the case numbers, they're not testing that much. You see about 33,000 cases. Okay, that's a lot. But for a state with more than 21 million people, the case numbers are kind of low. That could just be testing. But then you see the deaths, and somehow the official coronavirus death toll in Florida was, as of the moment where we looked at it, 1,268 deaths. Now, it would be fantastic if that were the case. It didn't make sense. The numbers just didn't pass the sniff test, given the size of Florida and the policies and the number of population, densely populated areas. And now we have the answer. Florida officials have been withholding. They've just been not releasing the data from medical examiners about coronavirus deaths for more than a week now. The Hill reports that Stephen Nelson, the chairman of the State Medical Examiners Commission, said to the Tampa Bay Times, the state health department intervened, and they told me they are going to remove the causes of death and case descriptions for mortality data, which will hold down the official death toll from coronavirus in Florida. Now, many Republicans want to argue it's fine to reopen, shutdowns aren't necessary. They support it by saying, look, we don't have that many deaths here in Florida. And yet they're lying about the deaths. They are hiding the deaths, according to this report. Not only is this disrespectful to people who have lost their lives, it's disrespectful to people who, seeing these fake numbers, will go outside instead of staying home, will not wear a mask instead of wearing a mask, will go and protest and lobby for opening instead of understanding why it is that we're doing what we're doing. So when you look at the measures that can be taken to deal with the virus, stay-at-home orders, closing businesses, social distancing, masks. What Florida has chosen to do is just lie about the number of people dying, claim nobody's dying. It will also backfire, by the way, because if you use fake numbers to support opening up when you shouldn't, that will drive a crazy explosion in the number of cases and deaths. You would imagine eventually it would get out no matter what. Well, here we have one report. They are blowing the whistle and saying that the number is fake. And it never made sense. I'm trying to think if it was on the show or on live streams a week and a half ago. I was saying the Florida numbers should be spiking. Okay, heat and humidity may play a role in slowing the spread, but from the studies we've seen, it's only a minor role. It only makes a little bit of a difference. Where are Florida's deaths? What is going on? And boom, in comes a whistleblower who says they're just not reporting them. If this is true, and there's every indication that it is disgusting, sick, and it will lead to even more death. We have the latest numbers from last week's new unemployment claims. 3.8 million more people, additional people, have lost their jobs. We've been tracking this weekly since the start of coronavirus. I mean, we always track it weekly, but we've been looking at numbers this bad since the start of the virus. Some weeks, the numbers have been as high as 6.8 million in 1 week losing their jobs. This is now a reduction in new claims. 3.8 million more people lost their jobs last week. So in total, this is the terrible news, 30 million people have now lost their jobs due to coronavirus. To give you a little context for that number, before this started, the workforce was believed to be 158 million in the United States, 158 million. 30 million is about 19%. 19% of all working people have lost their jobs in the United States in the last 6 or 7 weeks. This is nightmarish. These are numbers that are so outrageous that 8 weeks ago, they would have been unimaginable numbers. The slightly okay news, if we're looking for trends, right? Like if we want to find something, the slightly okay news is it's not 6 million every week. It's been diminishing. We had 6.6 million people lost their job. Well, you had 6.8, then 6.6, 5.2, then 4.4, and now 3.8. So hopefully over the next 4 to 6 weeks, we'll see the numbers of new claims continue to diminish. Eventually, hopefully, we will see a net decrease in the number of people who are not working. But this is not going to be quick. You know, Trump talks about this V-shaped recovery that'll be as quick or even quicker than the decline. Doesn't seem like it's going to be that way. Many jobs that are being lost are permanent job losses. Many businesses are not going to reopen. And what's also becoming completely clear is that there hasn't been enough stimulus from the government. We're now well into month number 2 of this. Some states are about, I mean, here in Massachusetts, we're very close to entering month number 3. And there are still people who have not gotten their $1,200 checks. And even when they get the $1,200, it's not going to be enough. This is going to be a big deal. Remember that before this, half the country couldn't even afford an unexpected $400 expense. That was before this. Those numbers are going to go way, way up. They're going to get much more ugly as this continues. We are going to need more stimulus. I would like to also see infrastructure done. And I'll talk next week about how much more stimulus we are likely to need, as well as what an infrastructure deal would look like. And, you know, the thing about Trump is everything is always a crony capitalist hit job. Even when, as I said earlier, Trump is using a lot of the right tools here to deal with this recession, which could become a depression, or maybe already is, but is not yet reflected in all of the numbers. Trump is often using the right tools, but it's always done in the wrong way. It's always done in a corrupt way, eliminating oversight for the stimulus money. The PPP program, which saw huge swaths of the funding go directly to big businesses and organizations that don't really need it, even organizations with large endowments, and a lot of small businesses getting zero, getting absolutely zero. So next week, we'll talk about what would infrastructure look like, how much more stimulus are we likely to need depending on how this goes, and related topics. My question to you, you can get back to me on Twitter at dpacman, is where do you think unemployment will top out? There are people saying 40 million. We're at 30 million now. Some people say 40 million. Others are saying it's going to be a full 50, 55 million, like a third of the workforce if this extends for another 6 to 8 weeks to this degree. Let me know where you see that tragic number. I'm on Twitter at dpacman. We've got a tremendously good program for you today.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Yvette Cooney and Daniel Lightwing. Yvette and Daniel, thank you so much for your support. Also want to say a quick thank you to Richard Firestein, who's today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Hard to believe it, Richard, but you've been a member almost 5 years. Very much appreciate it. Grab a membership yourself. It's quick, it's easy, it's painless, and it feels good at joinpakman.com. Let's go to the phones, which are exploding today. at 617-830-4750 and see what's on people's minds, starting today with our caller from the 443 area code. Caller from 443, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Anthony calling from Maryland.
All right,
Can you hear me?
Anthony, we've got you. Sounds like you have gremlins in your phone, but go ahead.
Ben Shapiro recently made a video titled "Fascism is Secretly a Left-Wing Ideology." He said that left-wing means more government and right-wing means less government. He said that fascism is left-wing by that definition and anarchism is right-wing. Would you agree with that, sort of that description of the political compass?
No, I wouldn't. More versus less government is very different than saying more or less libertarian, for example. What matters is what government is doing. What matters is how is government interacting with people, and government doing things is not fascism. But Anthony, I'm going to let you go because your connection is so bad. It's just a very, very strange noise that's there. And hopefully it's not another one of those embarrassing instances where the problem is on our end. We'll find out with our next caller. Let's go to our caller from the 707 area code. Caller from 707, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, David. This is Bart, and I'm calling from San Francisco.
Hey, Bart, what's going on? Your connection is pristine, I must say.
Oh, I'm glad.
Yes.
Question for you is, did you figure out your YouTube issues with the algorithm? I know you were having issues with that, and I emailed you a while back about that, and I was just wondering if you had what the status was of that.
Well, I don't know which element of that you're referring to, because the YouTube algorithm is sort of like a lobster regularly shedding and molting and having a new shell, and it's a constant new series of issues. But certainly, so YouTube has whitelisted us for coronavirus monetization, so that issue has been solved. But there's always issues, you know. There's search issues, there's other issues. So I don't know exactly which issue you're referring to right now. The biggest issue is
it was the monetization. Sorry, it was the monetization. I was just gonna say there's people like me out there, or tech people out there, I think that can help you. But just in case you're interested, there's people that follow you that I think could be helpful.
Got it. Okay. Well, we always, any tips and advice are welcome. But right now, I mean, the big thing now is because of the virus and fewer advertisers wanting to advertise, CPMs, or how much you make for every 1,000 views, are down about 35%. That's more of a systemic issue than an algorithmic issue, unfortunately.
Gotcha. Then move on to the other callers. My next question is, what can we do to help the Never Biden folks you mentioned that are saying Never Biden and so on? And who are the leaders of that movement? How can we help, convince them to go down a better road, at least get through this transition point?
The leaders question is an interesting one. I don't know who leads the Never Biden movement. Again, I think that in the same way that support for Bernie was overstated if you just looked at Twitter and Reddit, the size of the Never Biden movement may be overstated if you're paying too much attention to Twitter and Reddit. I think it's a smaller movement than maybe people on the internet think. But I don't know that there are necessarily leaders to convince. I'm not sure. I don't know if there are. I mean, like, are there prominent Never Biden people? I'm asking genuinely. I don't know.
I don't know. I was just listening to your comments about that and how you were mentioning that there's a movement. I was just trying to figure out ways that we could help convince that movement and where to go on Twitter or wherever, to talk to people and to help them understand the situation
for
better.
me, what's been the only thing that's been at all effective, and there are probably more effective things, is to really drill down on, okay, so who do you want picking the next Supreme Court justice? Whose policy do you prefer on the environment? Whose policy do you prefer on taxes? And usually with most of them, I mean, listen, if they actually prefer Trump's policies, then they should be voting for Trump, and there's not much to argue about. But usually people will realize, oh, I prefer Biden's policy on everything. Why would I do anything that helps Trump get reelected? It's counterintuitive, doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Absolutely. Last question. And why can't reporters do real-time debating with Trump? So what's the real issue? Is it just access? And what's your take on that? And how do we convince them to be a little more forthcoming.
Yeah,
in
Trump
that
just
regard.
silences them. He moves on. He controls the bully pulpit, and it's hard to insist on a debate with Trump in the press briefings. Although I also wonder what the outcome would be. I think it would just turn one lie into four that now you're trying to fight. So we've talked about that before.
Okay.
I don't know. Thanks, Bart. Really appreciate the phone call. Hope to hear from you again. Let's go next to our caller from the 513 area code. Who's calling today from 513?
This is John from Ohio.
Hey, John, what's up?
We only just started getting some recognition of the Tara Reade story, like in the mainstream media, but it still hasn't been getting the attention that I think it should get.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a take on why that is, or do you have a take or opinion on the issue in general?
Well, listen, I mean, my view has always been that people who come forward and say this happened to me should be heard and their claims should be taken seriously and investigated. And that's my view, regardless of who's being accused of or political party, full stop, right? I mean, that's my view. And then, there should be a full and proper investigation. In terms of why it's not getting more coverage in corporate media, I have two ideas about that. One is that there is skepticism among some in corporate media about elements of the story. Now, I'm not an expert on the story, so it would sort of be beyond me to go through all of those details now, just on the basis of your phone call. I'm not prepared to do that right now, nor do I think that it's necessarily the best thing to be doing. But I think part of what's holding down coverage in corporate media is skepticism of some elements of the story, and whether that's right or wrong is a real debate to be had, right? I mean, if you believe that accusers' allegations should be taken seriously, then, take them seriously and investigate. And then I think the second thing is also we're just in a crazy situation with coronavirus constantly, and a lot of stories that would normally get more attention, stuff related to insane government corruption that would normally at least make more of a blip. The Tara Reade story arguably is part of that. Some recent thing that's being widely misinterpreted about UFOs, but still, there's a lot of stories that I think, were it not for coronavirus, would be getting a lot more attention.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
All right,
Thanks.
my friend. Thank you. Great to hear from you. Very much appreciate it. Let's go next to our caller from the 831 area code. Caller from 831. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Phil from California.
Hey, Phil, what's up?
Hey, so recently New York decided to suspend the primaries, and last couple of weeks, people have been researching into the exit poll discrepancies between Super Tuesday and some other states. Do you have a lot of faith in the elections these days, and how confident are you in your vote being applied accurately in November?
Well, so there's two kind of, the latter question is an easy one. I'm pretty confident my vote will be applied accurately in November. That's my belief based on what I observe voting here in Massachusetts in prior elections. But that's the more important question you're asking is the first one, which is general confidence in the election system. I mean, listen, there's no doubt that there is one party that has been working for 15 to 20 years to try to suppress the vote or to disenfranchise. And this includes everything from redistricting and gerrymandering up through and including voter ID, voter purges, etc. Right now, Tim, based on what's going on right now, my instinct is that November 2020 is not going to be as determined by maybe voting machines, as has been the focus in the past, but how people are interacting with the voting system in general, meaning vote in person versus vote by mail, and how coronavirus is going to affect turnout. So because that is unprecedented and crazy, and we see one side, Democrats saying we should be voting by mail, you see Trump saying we should not be voting by mail, that is making me scared about what is going to happen in November of 2020. Now, all the other things like voter ID, those are all still issues. But for me, what's most present and foremost importance for November is where are people going to vote? How are people going to vote? And how is that all going to be carried out? Because we know Trump knows vote by mail is bad for him.
Yeah, true. And I was also, I have a lot of Bernie friends that, the earlier caller was talking about the Never Biden thing, and
Yep.
they've discussed it. I think most people are going to actually vote for Biden because they kind of are going to do the math, and if they're going to 2 + 2 is going to equal 4 for them, and they're going to vote
Most
for Biden.
people are. Most people. I mean, remember,
can
listen.
see a lot of
in just real quick, in 2016, I think you had about 10% of Bernie supporters ended up voting for Hillary. And that's, ended up voting for Trump, 10% of Bernie supporters voted for Trump. That's roughly in line with what we see in terms of abandonment in prior elections. Like, there was not a crazy amount of that in 2016.
Yeah, well, and Hillary's supporters voted for McCain more than Bernie's supporters voted for Trump.
Yep.
But I just think it's one of those things where the Democratic Party had a real chance to ignite a base, and they may have just created more independents and more people that just don't feel, like the party represents them anymore. Because, frankly, the whole campaign just felt like a smear. Everything on the media, it was just so negative. So I think a lot of people just have a bad taste in their mouth, and voting for Biden is not going to help them.
We will see where it all shakes out. I think that there's a universe where you are correct, but Biden still wins, right? I mean, the number, you could be right and Biden still could get the votes he needs to become president. We've got 6 months to go, and a lot can happen between now and then.
Yeah, we can put a lot of pressure on Biden to make our things happen if we want him to. So that's a better way to do it than try to deal with Trump.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
agree with you. I agree
Thank
with
you, David.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Let's go today to our caller from the 707 area code. Who is calling today from 707?
Yes, my name's Gabe. I'm calling from Humboldt County.
Hey, Gabe, what's up?
Okay, so I was making sure you could hear me.
Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I'll be real brief. I really appreciate you taking me on. I live in a rural part of California, and one of our major crops here is marijuana.
Yes, I've been up there. In fact, I was up there once for a conference, and the conference was in.
Oh yeah.
It was near Ukiah. Arcata, exactly. I was up in Arcata.
Oh, that's in Mendocino. Yeah.
And it was just like weed country. Country. It was crazy. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I live in a more rural part of California, and I'll try to be brief in my questions. So, first of all, Joe Biden does not have a pro-legalization stance. Now, my father was a grower. I'm a second-generation American, and my family still deals with immigration issues. So on that, I am extremely anti-Trump. But on that, I'm also anti-Biden because he not only doesn't support the main cash crop from my county, but he also was in power when I've had family members being deported. So I'm more so wondering why I should vote for Biden in terms of what's the difference. Because to me, I'm looking at it like you got red version and blue version of the same person. And by voting for Biden, I'm not only continuing my own family's destruction, but my country's destruction because it's a one-party system.
Right. Well, let me ask you
and
this.
I'm curious. I'm curious if there's any answer for this. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me ask you this. If we think about the future of marijuana legalization, which we're seeing a lot of at the state level, right? So a lot of what we're seeing, the next 5 to 7 years of marijuana legalization will come from the state level, not from the federal level, is my prediction. Do you believe that we will get more favorable rulings of cases that are appealed to the Supreme Court related to cannabis if Trump picks a replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg or if Biden picks a replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg? What does your heart tell you on that?
Okay, so I'm actually really glad you asked me this. I thought about this a couple days ago. I was talking to my wife about this. So Trump and the Republican Party are pro-money. And right now in Humboldt County, there is huge, massive, multi-million-dollar corporations coming here and spending money. They're lobbying. I think that marijuana legalization, even with a Trump in office, is closer than you think. Now, again, I will never vote for a right-wing death cult. I'm not going to vote for Trump, the Republican Party.
Yeah.
You know, they want to see my state burned to the ground. And so on that end, I just want to tell everyone here, do not vote for Donald Trump. Don't do it. But on that same level, it's like the difference between the left and the right in this one is minimal, because it's like, okay, yeah, you may get someone who may not be favorable towards it, but financially they'll let it go. I mean, it's just like, alcohol prohibition, I'm
All
sure
right,
a
so
lot
hold
of
on,
the
Gabe.
folks
Let me slow things
legalized
down,
alcohol.
Gabe, just a little bit here, because you're saying a lot. Let me. I so I
Oh, yeah,
I
go
don't
ahead.
I don't
Go ahead,
agree
I'm
with you.
sorry.
I think there's no doubt. I think
Okay.
so hold on. I think there's no doubt that whoever Biden picks to the to go to the Supreme Court would be better on this issue than whoever Trump picks. I also believe.
Oh, no doubt.
I also believe that, remember, back during the Obama-Biden era, they said, even though weed is illegal federally, we're not going to send federal agencies into states that have legalized it. When Trump put in Jeff Sessions,
But they did.
But
They did, though. Obama administration, there was many raids by the feds during those times.
There's no doubt that there were, but they were dramatically diminished. Whereas Trump's AG ran on, we're going to ramp that back up. So
Yes.
for me, it is not what
Trump's a
Biden
fence
is not.
walker. He believes in nothing.
Gabe, thank you for the call. I very
does.
much appreciate it, and I hope that you make the decision that is right for you. Let's take a quick break. Don't hang up if you're holding, because we will be right back with your calls in a brief moment.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
Let's go back to the phones at 617-830-4750 and see what is on people's minds, starting with our caller from the 240 area code. Who's calling today from 240? Where are you calling from?
Salutations, David. This is Rob. I'm calling from Maryland.
Hey, Rob, what's up?
So I have I've always worked at small businesses. I've always resisted going to big corporate places for work because I know that I would suffer. It would be spirit crushing. I prefer places where, rather than there being a very established culture, the place has a malleable personality that I can actually come in and contribute to.
Okay.
And because I work for those types of places, I'm unemployed right now. And it's looking less and less likely that those types of places are going to come back after the dust settles, because they typically have much lower margins that they're running on, that if they miss a month of profit, they can't keep up. And so now I'm very reluctantly applying to the Safeways and the CVS's and the Burger Kings of the world, because that's all that's going to be left after this. And we're also kind of creating an entire generation of the young people right now who are seeing that they really only have three kind of options as far as career paths if they want their careers to be pandemic proof. They can either go into public service like government, healthcare, or education. They can go into they can go work for a massive fast food chain or at a grocery store, or they can get one of those corporate jobs where they can work from home, and those are diminishingly rare. I mean, those are the jobs of our parents' generation, not ours. And so we are going to, for a long time, have this shift, I think, that crushes the dreams of a lot of people who may have been better in non-essential fields such as cosmetology or the arts or culinary or being in a research field of academia where you have to actually go somewhere to study something. And I wanted to know just if you had any ideas about how we could incentivize, or if this is even a good thing. Like, should unnecessary jobs just disappear? And if not, how do we incentivize people to still follow their dreams?
So there's a lot there, Rob. And so first of all, I don't know that I agree with you about the jobs that are pandemic proof. I mean, what we just learned this week about the nearly 5% GDP reduction in the first quarter. And half of that GDP reduction was in healthcare, which is counterintuitive because with so many coronavirus patients, how could that be? It's because almost all non-emergency healthcare has been shut down, and it certainly has not been pandemic proof for people who work in dermatology offices and the like. So I don't totally agree with the premise, but what I would tell you is just because a job is not essential in a pandemic doesn't mean it's not an essential job. So as an example, transportation is essential to 99.99% of human existence. We're in a pandemic shutdown where people aren't traveling. So everything from cab drivers to airline pilots are suffering right now. But I would not want to disincentivize people from working in those fields because they're so important 99.99% of the time. What we need to do is we need to be more proactive, as I spoke about on the Wednesday show this week, about softening the blow to a lot of these industries. And by that, I mean to the workers, not to like the hedge fund people that are speculating in these businesses. We need to have an economic system that's more proactively protecting them. But the last thing I would say is, hey, during however long this is, if it's 2 months, if it's 9, whatever it is, to say there were jobs that weren't really useful during that time. These are jobs that are absolutely necessary to society 99.99% of the time, and I would not suggest people abandon them. We just need to be better prepared to deal with situations like this. My friend, I'm going to let you go because I have so many people that want to get on, but it's an important question, and I'm glad that you asked it. Let's go next to our caller from the 603 area code. Who's calling today from 603?
Hi, my name's Eric, New Hampshire.
Hey, Eric, what's up?
Not much. I just have a quick question. Because of the pandemic, how wider will the separation between classes become without any policy or tax change? If say, Trump gets reelected and, everything becomes the way it has been for the past 3 years, how far do you think the haves and have-nots, that separation will grow?
I don't have a mathematical answer, but it's going to grow. And you're asking a really important question, which is we are now seeing, that there's this implicit understanding of blue collar and white collar that exists. The idea sometimes is made very simple by calling it office work versus factory work. The reality is it's much more complex than that right now. You see, as I mentioned, for example, airline pilots very much affected by what's going on right now. You see people who work in restaurants, but also people who work in certain types of retail and even people in certain areas of healthcare that are being hit because they are typically non-emergency healthcare, et cetera. So we are going to see a growing. Yeah.
I was more talking about the people that the shareholders of the airlines, not the pilots.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about the ones that have the wealth.
Yeah.
They're going to seize opportunities, whether, but not the person that goes to work. The ones that tell the people to go to work.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
believe-
Listen, any time there is a cataclysm, a crisis, a pandemic, a natural disaster, something like 9/11, these are opportunities for speculators and those who are flush with cash to make a ton of money with speculative and non-productive use of assets. There is no doubt about it. And you're completely accurate in that there is going to be a widening income gap, a wealth gap rather, as a result of this because of people who are in a position to seize some of those opportunities. Totally.
Okay, great. I mean, that's why I thought, unless there is policy or tax change.
Of course.
To
so like one
balance it
example, now
out,
this is
which I
something
don't.
Trump actually floated this, but he didn't do it, which is what about suspending the payroll tax for a certain period of time, the Social Security, Medicare? That would actually be an interesting thing because if you, I don't remember exactly where the line is, but it's around $125,000 a year. You only pay Social Security, Medicare up to your first $125,000 a year in wages. So people who earn a lot more than that in wages, or people who are earning their money through capital gains, they're already not paying that. So suspending that would be a way to directly do fiscal stimulus to people who are actually mostly working for a living. It wasn't done, right? But that's an example of a policy that would have helped.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
All right,
But
my friend, thank
I
you so
do
much
see
for the
a-
call. I very much
thank you.
appreciate it. And it's great to hear from our mostly friendly neighbors to the north in New Hampshire. Let me go next to our caller from the 312 area code. Who's calling today from 312?
Hi, David. This is Priscilla. I'm from Chicago.
Hey, Priscilla, what's going on?
I'm just wondering, what's your take on, there's a lot of Joe Biden sexual assault allegations, and I am not a Trump supporter. I would never vote for him in my life.
Mm-hmm.
But I honestly also don't feel comfortable voting for someone who's had so many sexual assault allegations, and I honestly feel like at least some of them are credible. And yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
So I'm aware, we talked earlier about the Tara Reid allegations. Which other allegations are you referring to?
I'm not sure of the name specifically, but it's mostly just, am I comfortable voting for someone who even has these allegations against them at all? Because it would be hypocritical of me to be like, oh, I don't want to vote for Donald Trump because he's a rapist or whatever, but then go and vote for someone like Joe Biden who's allegedly done the same thing to other people.
But so is there any allegation other than the Tara Reid one that you're aware of?
I am not specifically aware of any other names, but I've heard that there are multiple allegations. So maybe I'm just not informed enough. I don't know.
Well, I think
just
there's
wanted
definitely
someone's take
people
on
that
it
are,
who's-
there's definitely a blending together of like Biden hugged a senator's daughter and it was weird, and the Tara Reid thing. So here's my view, and I've sort of stated it already, but here's how I think it applies to voting. Every woman's allegations should be taken seriously and investigated. What Tara Reid is alleging is serious, and it deserves investigation. She deserves to be heard. This is my view, regardless of the political party of accuser, accused, whatever, period, and full stop.
Okay.
Where I would next go to is, great, you don't want to vote for anyone who's been accused of anything like that. Perfect. The next question is, what else do you care about, right? In the sense that, so Trump's been accused by 16, 17, 22, 46 women, according to one book. We know that he's paid off some women. His own wife, under threat of perjury in a deposition, accused him of raping her, et cetera. And then we do have the Tara Reid allegation with Biden. Where are you on climate? Where are you on taxation? Where are you on coronavirus response? Where are you on education? Where are you on diplomacy? Is there any difference there in terms of your view on Trump versus Biden?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I just think Biden is stronger on all those issues than Trump, and it goes back to what you always say, it's kind of picking who I would rather have,
Right.
Definitely not my ideal. I voted for Bernie in the primary, and I wish I could vote for him again in the general. However, I am still considering voting for Biden just because I really don't want Trump back in. And
Right.
also,
So
like
in
you
other words,
said,
Priscilla,
Ruth Bader
is there a,
Ginsburg is
if I
leaving
say to
too.
you, who do you prefer, Trump or Biden? Is there a clear answer in your mind?
Biden, yeah.
So then is there any question about what you should do in November?
There is still, just because I don't know, like, he's just not the person I want. And it goes back to, do I really want, it's so hard because I am pulled in both directions. Like, yes, I don't want Donald Trump, but I also don't want to just give Biden my vote just because, and I
Well,
feel
let
like
me
that
ask you,
is kind of
Priscilla,
what the corporate Democrats are expecting.
it sounded like you were saying it's not just because. In other words, you said you preferred Biden over Trump. I listed 6 or 7 policy issues and you said Biden's better, right? You said that about a minute ago.
Yeah.
So it's not really just because. It sounds like you've analyzed their positions on policy and you've decided which one's better.
Yeah, I have. I don't know. I feel kind of, I still feel some hesitation, and I'm not sure. I still feel like I will vote for him, but I don't know. And I know a lot of people are in my same boat, that they're just kind of feeling,
I don't
know. It's like we're in a rock and a hard place. We're forced to vote for someone who we're not completely behind, which I get that's kind of the
Well,
way it
that's
works,
always
but
the case
I
to
don't know.
different degrees. I mean, no, I'm not, I've never voted for anyone I'm completely behind. It's always, who are you more behind?
Right.
And it sounds like you're pretty damn clear about that.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I am. I've just been such a Bernie supporter since high
Sure.
school, and now this is going to be my first time voting.
Wow.
And yeah, it's just not the way I planned, but thank you for your time.
Priscilla, I can tell from talking to you that you're going to do the right thing in November.
Thank you.
All
Have a
right,
good one.
Priscilla,
Thank
take
you for
care.
your
Have a
show.
good one. All right. I apologize for everybody I was not able to get to. We are out of time today, but we will take calls again. Really appreciate you joining me. Quick break. More after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex French press or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram as David Pakman Show. Check out behind-the-scenes pictures, memes, funny stuff, and more. Follow us on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Let's get into audience questions for the week, starting with, hey, David, what do you believe is the future of the progressive movement in the Democratic Party, or is the future of American progressivism outside of the Democratic Party? So there's a philosophical debate here. There's an ideological debate to be had about, will the Democratic Party allow itself to become a truly progressive party, or will it not allow that, meaning that if progressives want a real foothold in the United States, they will have to work outside the Democratic Party as third-party candidates or whatever else the case may be. Beautiful conversation. I love it. Completely irrelevant if campaign finance is not reformed. And arguably, if we don't actually change our system of elections away from a first past the post, winner take all system. I think that if you look at the Tea Party movement of 2010, if the Tea Party movement had decided to work exclusively outside of the Republican Party, instead of just having Tea Partiers run as Republicans, had the Tea Party succeeded at taking seats, it actually would have weakened the Republican Party, and by its very, by the inverse, it would have strengthened the Democratic Party. Why is that? If the Tea Party candidates were not running as Republicans, they would have been running against Republicans. They would have disproportionately taken votes from Republicans. They would have played spoilers for Republicans. And they likely wouldn't have won as many seats either, right? So you would have had some cases where Republican seats would have been lost to Tea Party seats as third partiers, and that would have weakened the Republican Party. You also would have had seats that a Tea Partier running inside the Republican Party could have won, but would not have, because Republican money would have poured into the Republican candidate and not the Tea Party candidate. So because campaign finance is what it is, and because we have a voting system that is what we have, the Tea Party won a bunch of seats in 2010 in the midterms because they ran as Republicans. At the local level, some didn't, but nationally they ran as Republicans. Eventually, the Tea Party became integrated into the Republican Party, and the Republican Party overall was moved towards the Tea Party. This was a massive win for the Tea Party. You don't really hear much about the Tea Party anymore. It's just part of the Republican Party at this point in time. That's an example of a success at changing the party. Now, there's an argument to be made that Democrats are not Republicans, that the Democratic Party would not ever be so influenced by a progressive wing like the Tea Party was able to influence the Republican Party, because they're just fundamentally different parties. I completely disagree with this. And the evidence is, look at how the Democratic Party has already moved in the last 5 years, since Bernie Sanders in 2015 started more prominently talking about Medicare for all, free college to a lesser extent then, more in 2020, minimum wage increase. A lot of the stuff that was made prominent by progressives back in 2015, 2016, 2017 is now relatively mainstream in the Democratic Party. Now, there is no question that because the Democratic Party, as much as the Republican Party, are very corporate influenced establishment parties, you still see, a majority of Democratic senators don't support something like Medicare for all right now. But I think the evidence is clear that the progressive wing, progressives, have already influenced the Democratic Party. So my position is, if we don't change campaign finance, move to public funding of elections, limit the duration of a campaign, limit how much money can be spent, eliminate PACs, all that different stuff, I don't believe progressives have a serious chance outside of the Democratic Party. It pains me to say it. There's actually also a backfire risk. If progressives outside of the Democratic Party did a good job of taking some seats away from Democrats, running independent third party, in the short and even medium term, it probably helps Republicans by strengthening them in comparison to the Democratic Party. The progressive wing, these progressive independents, would be too small to really get very much done. In the long term, it's a question mark, and we don't know. So right now, if progressives were to break off and form their own party, it could very much damage the Democratic Party. If you're an accelerationist, right, if you prefer Trump over Biden, if it can't be Bernie, then maybe you like that. Maybe you want to see the Democratic Party destroyed in order to, at some point in the future, build it back up. That's a philosophical discussion. In practice, I don't see any way that if we don't reform public campaign finance, and if we don't reform how our election systems work, I don't see any way that progressives succeed at the national level. Local is different, by working outside the Democratic Party. Go bigger than the Democratic Party, of course. But in terms of electoral politics, you've got to fix campaign finance and how we do elections first if you want progressives to have a shot outside the Democratic Party at really making an influence. Hey, David, does the hashtag Never Biden movement help or hurt progressives? So there are elements to this question that are similar to the elements of whether the progressive wing of the Democratic Party should simply separate from the Democratic Party altogether. First and foremost, the Never Biden people who insist Biden can't win, these are the exact same folks who believed, even when it was very clear Bernie had no shot to the nomination, that Bernie was going to be the nominee. So in terms of their ability to do political prognostication, I would not put too much weight behind the opinions of the hashtag Never Biden movement. But I think that they bring an important question to the table, which is over the long term, does the progressive movement benefit or not from Joe Biden winning in 2020? Now, I did a segment about this a couple of months ago. I am no stranger to this idea. If you sort of take a game theory perspective, you can argue that the best thing for progressives is for Biden to be the nominee, but to lose to Trump. Why could that be the best thing for progressives over the long term? This is theoretical. Well, Biden's the nominee and loses, it gives progressives the strongest position to say, we told you an establishment Democrat can't win. We need an actual progressive as the nominee. And it would potentially position a real progressive for 2024 to potentially become the next president of the United States after Donald Trump's second term, right? That's the game theory question. Now, in practical terms, how much damage is done for decades if Donald Trump gets to pick one or two more Supreme Court justices during his second term? Well, that's not trivial. How much damage is done to the environment if we get 4 years of Trump versus 4 years of Biden, who supports the Green New Deal as a framework, if not fully, admittedly? How much does our economy suffer if we get 4 more years of Donald Trump's tax plan as opposed to Joe Biden's, which is better on marginal tax rates, which is better on the taxing of capital gains? I could go on. So I believe that if you want to ignore the damage and destruction that Donald Trump will do in a second term, in a game theory hypothetical perspective, there is a very good case to be made that in the long run, maybe the progressive movement is more jump-started by Biden losing in November than winning. In practical terms, as a person who gets one vote and has the decision to make, do I take an action that reinstalls Trump or do I take an action that removes him? I have to vote for Joe Biden. That's my moral compass. I can't take an action that would make it more likely Trump gets 4 more years. And this gets us to incrementalism versus accelerationism. When I look at history, and I've done this before, I won't bore people by doing it again. When people say, hey, let's burn it down to build it back up, I don't see instances in the last 150 years of American history where that was actually what worked, other than through cataclysm and massive death. When we look at the progressive era, the New Deal era, and the civil rights era, yes, there were protests. Yes, there was some violence. Yes, and I'm not minimizing it by saying some. I don't mean, what I mean is, in the grand scheme of things, those were advances that happened because of peaceful protests, because of who was on the Supreme Court at the time and was able to uphold some of those changes. So the theoretical question of the long-term progressive movement's success, if Biden loses versus if he wins, let's do it. When it comes to November, I can't take an action that helps Donald Trump. Okay, last question today. Hey, David, are you worried about violence if Donald Trump loses in November? I want to be really careful when talking about this because I worry that I'm stepping into a minefield where I might be giving people ideas, and I really don't want to do that, which is why I've sort of resisted talking about this. But I think at this point, it deserves some discussion. Okay, let's game it out. Joe Biden wins by a lot. What do Trumpists do? Joe Biden wins by a tiny bit. What do Trumpists do? I actually think the more dangerous scenario is if Biden wins by a little bit, because if Biden really just crushes Donald Trump, My instinct is that you will see Trumpists sort of just like pretend nothing ever happened and say, hey, you know, coronavirus was a unique circumstance. This isn't really a big loss for Trump. This was, you know, people voting because of a pandemic that affected every country. This doesn't say anything about Trump. Okay, Biden's the president. Good luck with that, guys. And I think you would see Trumpists be relatively quiet if Biden absolutely blows out Donald Trump. Now, more likely is that it's going to be maybe a closer election, no matter who wins. The scenario that scares me is if Biden wins very narrowly, very, very narrowly, and Trump fuels the idea that something unfair happened, that the election cannot be trusted, that the results have been doctored, that it was rigged in some way. That's the scenario that really scares me, particularly in the period between Election Day and what would be Joe Biden's Inauguration Day. That period, in my mind, could become one of these where you want to stay home when the virus is spreading. Maybe you would want to stay home during that as well in certain parts of the country. I believe that law enforcement locally, state, federally is more than equipped to handle it. But that doesn't mean that there could not be dangers. And yes, it is something I'm thinking of, and I am hopeful that it does not go that way. If Trump wins, I think it's less likely that you see that violence. I think the scenario most likely to lead to violence would be a narrow Biden victory, which Trump casts doubt on the integrity of the election in a way that really gets his base going and going crazy. I hope I'm wrong. Let me know your thoughts about what you expect, what you think there. We've got a fantastic bonus show for you today. It is Friday, meaning producer Pat Ford is taking the reins of the bonus show. So that's it for me for the week. I will be back with you on Monday.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We did call the meeting a little earlier to enter into executive session, so it's now 6:15. This is the Tuesday, April 21st meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board, and I will just reconfirm with Peter that the meeting has been properly warned.
Yes, it has.
Thank you. And at this time, I would like to take a motion to approve the minutes of both April 2nd and April 7th.
I move to approve the minutes of April whatever. whatever.
April
2nd
and April. Okay,
and 7th?
The 2nd and the 7th.
Yes.
Does anybody have any comments or any corrections to those minutes? Seeing none, I will ask all those in favor to say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's 5-0 for the approval of the minutes. Next on our agenda tonight is the chair's remarks. We're still getting on our feet here with how to run things, and I feel the same way. I'm still feeling a little disoriented as to how things are going. There were a couple things I wanted to say as chair, which I felt like just to say a couple things to kick things off as chair now. I wanted to say a couple things that are just sort of in general. They don't really relate to our present situation, but in a way they do. I wanted to say that we come together as always here at the Select Board to do the business of the town of Brattleboro and to serve its taxpayers and its residents the best way we can. And to that end, we ask that any public comment or question be limited to 2 minutes so that the board can spend the bulk of this meeting time on town business. And please remember that our responses to any questions about unwarned subjects must be limited in our responses in accordance to open meeting law. I'd like to say that in my opinion, our guiding principle should always be to remember that the needs of the many here in Brattleboro outweigh the needs of the few or the one. And be assured that all of your select board members hear your concerns and that we strive to meet your needs while always remembering that we are charged with considering all of our residents in our deliberations. And then finally, just sort of more pressing to the current situation is we got an email. Jan Anderson is the executive secretary, and I just confessed that I miss interacting with Jan a little bit, and because she's always sort of a glue that keeps the select board together and communicating with Peter Elwell, our town manager, and so many of our community members. She sent out an email that was just very helpful, had all of our documents together recently. But in that email, sometimes you get a little dose of wisdom from Jan, and she had one line that struck me, and I wanted to share that. She just casually said in the middle of the email that, again, shared all these documents that we needed. She said, as these unusual times persist, so do we. And I just really loved that little phrase that Jan gave us. And I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Jan and Patrick and Peter and our entire staff here in Brattleboro. I personally feel honored to work with and for everybody here in Brattleboro, Vermont. So those are my chair's remarks. And I'm going to pass it over to our town manager for his comments.
Thank you, Tim. I have 4 actually on topics other than COVID-19 this evening. So I'm happy to offer some good news and some information and things that are sort of more generally about town business and looking ahead to the future. So the first is the tremendous good news that we've been waiting for, but honestly thought might not come, at least in this timely manner, because of the interruption of normal business by COVID. But we had an application pending with the Vermont Community Development Program for some additional funding for the Groundworks project. It is the final piece needed in over $3 million of funding to make that project, go. And we learned this morning that VCDP is making an enhancement grant of $50,000 to the groundwork shelter construction project to be built on South Main Street. It's in addition to a $400,000 grant previously made by VCDP to this project. And it's the final piece in a complex funding puzzle that includes federal funding, state funding, town funding, private foundation funding, and over $1 million of donations from individuals and businesses that are in our community and outside our community supporting this project. Groundworks leadership has assured me that the construction now is able to begin just as soon as the COVID-19 restrictions allow that kind of construction activity to resume in the community. So that project will move ahead. We've also been advised that Dan Adams, who is our tree warden here in Brattleboro, has been chosen for a prestigious award. The Vermont Urban and Community Forestry Program will recognize him as this year's Hamilton Award winner. That Hamilton Award is named after a long-standing tree warden and a leader in maintenance of urban forestry in Vermont. This award is presented to a tree warden who has significantly advanced the goals of urban and community forestry through successful practices, effective conservation planning, increased citizen engagement, and active public education. Dan graduated from the University of Maine with a degree in forestry and has been the tree warden here in Brattleboro for over 20 years. He helped establish our tree advisory board, which actively promotes our urban and community forestry programs in Brattleboro. And under his leadership, the tree board meets once a month, promotes public education, tree planting, tree maintenance, grant writing, tree inventories, and the review of town projects. We thank Dan for his long and dedicated service, and we thank Steve Barrett for nominating Dan to receive this well-deserved honor. And two announcements to just remind folks of things we have already announced to the public, but these are big seasonal matters that we want to make sure people are remaining aware of. So the semi-annual flushing of the water mains will start on Thursday evening this week and continue until May 11th. It's essential maintenance to keep the water supply safe, and so we're proceeding with this. We can do it in a manner that the crews go out at a time of night when they're not interacting with other folks in the community, and they can stay safe with each other and perform this really essential maintenance for the safety of our water system. So thanks to DPW for keeping that moving forward as usual. And because the collection of the solid waste curbside program is continuing as one of the essential services that has been continuous throughout the COVID situation, Triple T will be providing the spring leaf pickup, has already done the first of the 2 days of spring leaf pickup. And we just want to remind everybody who may need put out more leaves that Friday, May 1st, a week from this coming Friday, is the one remaining day for this spring pickup that that service will be provided. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Peter. Congratulations, Dan. And really great to hear about the Vermont Community Development Program grant. The Groundworks is certainly deserving. So the next item on our agenda is select board comments and committee reports. So I'm going to open it up, and I have a hand up already from Brandy.
Hi. So I want to just remind us about something that's not Brattleboro specific. It's statewide, but we are in the state. And that is, I want to make a reference to the governor's executive order from Friday, April 17th, and to guidance issued under that from the Agency of Commerce and Community Development. This is all really easily found online with a simple Google search. And it reminds employees and employers that as of Monday, which is yesterday, employees must wear non-medical cloth face coverings or bandanas over their mouths and noses. And so this is no longer just a recommendation, it's now a requirement. And I want to make sure to clear that up because I know that when executive orders come out, We often read them just through the news. We don't always read the actual guidance or the actual addendums to the orders. And so I want to make it clear to anybody who might be confused that if you're operating a retail business, you need to be wearing something over your face and mouth. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandy.
Thank you, Liz, for complying. I appreciate that.
Does anybody else have comments or committee reports? No? All right. Seeing none, I'd like to move into public participation. Now, I have a little bit of last time I sort of forgot to speak to this a little bit, so let me kind of go over how to participate in our meetings. We are asking that all members of the public and any presenting guests to turn off their cameras and mute their microphones upon entering the meeting room. Obviously, if you're already in, you won't have to worry about that. But if you're going to ask for a question or offer a comment, please type your name into the chat box, or at least just say your name will appear anyway to me, but I'm keeping my eye on the chat box. But please don't actually ask the question if you can hold off on that. What happens is, exactly, Daniel has just typed in like this. Thank you. It puts me in a weird position if last meeting some people were private messaging me a question, and so it was unclear to me whether they wanted to ask me the question and sort of stay private or not. But according to open meeting laws, we really want you to be on camera if possible, or at least on audio to ask your question. That way there's no confusion as to who's asking what and who's commenting about what, because unfortunately, or fortunately probably, the chat box is not recorded like the video is. So that does not become public record. So that's something that a lot of boards, I think, are struggling with, and the way we have decided to do it is to just raise your hand by saying that you'd like to make a comment or a question in the chat box. I will see it. I'll put you in my little queue, and I will, sort of go through it one at a time. Now, if you're on the phone, let me see notes here. If you're calling, what I'm going to do is at the end of the people who are actually participating via video and computer, I'm going to ask Patrick, our assistant town manager, to open the phone lines like they used to say in the radio days, to just open up the microphones of people who are on the phone in case that they want to say something. But again, please, if you have access to the chat box, go ahead and do that. So hopefully that's clear and reinforces what we've already said.
Tim?
Does anybody have anything to add on that?
I just wanted to let you know that Patrick has texted to me that we do not at this moment have any callers. He'll let us know if we get a caller later in the meeting, but as of right now, we only have online participants.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I do, I sort of like scan through it once in a while to see if I see that little call symbol, which, and it is discouraged to call, but of course we're trying to get access to everybody who can possibly participate in any way during this strange time. So I do not see anybody who has sort of raised their hand in the chat section. Here's your last chance, go ahead. Otherwise, I'll be moving on to item number 7, excuse me, COVID-19 update, which will be led by Peter.
Thank you. And I'd like to just add to one more clarification to what you just said, Tim, about how the public participation is functioning before I provide the overall update. And that's just to be really clear about the encouraging people to be online and discouraging people from being on the phone. What we want to make clear to folks is we're saying if you have an option, is participate online, because that's just a more, there are certain challenges to doing this at all in this manner. And those hurdles are lower and easier to clear when we are all participating online. But we recognize that there are people in the community who may not be able to participate online. And so when we say we discourage being on the phone, we want to make really clear that we're not asking people to stay away from the meeting if their only means of participating is on the phone. We want them to participate on the phone. That's why we're allowing phone participation at all. And we're just asking folks who can make a choice to make the choice to be online.
Absolutely.
Then speaking more generally to how things are going, I have a few important reminders about health and safety aspects of town government. And then I'm going to give a briefer update. People can breathe a sigh of relief, briefer than I have in the last couple of select board meetings, because there's a lot we've covered in those meetings. There's a lot of information we're pushing out day to day. And so I'm going to focus tonight on just those things that have happened since the last select board meeting 2 weeks ago on April 7th. But first, I just wanted to remind everyone that the police and fire services are being provided 24/7 throughout the community, as they usually are. The procedures have been altered in certain ways that were necessary in order to protect both the police officers and firefighters and the community. So there's some ways in which that service is coming out to folks in the community differently than normal. But we want to provide the overall reassurance that police and fire are available 24/7, and the dispatchers are taking emergency calls 24/7, just as usual. The water and sewer utilities are functioning from the consumer's point of view just exactly as they usually do. If anybody experiences anything unusual, we want to hear about that right away, because at our homes and our businesses, people ought to be receiving water and sewer services just exactly as normal. Again, there are certain procedures that are in place for the safety of the staff, primarily in this case, because they, particularly at the two treatment plants, they don't interact with the public a lot, but the precautions they take to keep each other healthy, keep the system protected, is really important. So those are in place. They have been for weeks now, and those two systems are operating just fine. But we wanted folks to know that we are taking those precautions to protect those systems and the employees who run them. One thing that is an important reminder to people about what you can do for yourself in terms of water safety is in buildings that are not occupied to the same degree as they normally are occupied, it's important to flush the fresh water coming in there, the drinking water that comes in through the taps. So people who enter into a building that has not been occupied for a while should run that water, should run it for several minutes in order to just clear out anything that, any spill water or anything that may have collected in the pipes as a result of the water not flowing as usual. And that flushing process should keep the water safe. The one caveat to that we need to offer is sort of the standard caveat that the town applies or rigorous procedures and complies with rigorous standards for safe public drinking water for the water that is produced at the plant and sent through the pipes and arrives at the meters. On the private side of the meters, where it goes through private piping, whether that's in residences or in commercial settings, those are privately owned systems and the town doesn't maintain them. And so from time to time, we get a question about somebody who's concerned about water in a building. And we can provide lots of information about the safe drinking water that's coming to every building in town. If people are concerned about the quality of water inside a building, then they need to have that privately tested in order to be certain that it's safe for them in that particular setting. And one way to help keep it safe is to do this flushing of the water that's coming into the building. And finally, again, as a matter of making sure that folks have access to communication, there is so much in the way of communication that we're relying more than ever now on digital communications, online communications, and not everybody has that ability to connect to the internet at home. And so we want to make sure that everyone knows that if you need a public Wi-Fi connection, there is one at Brooks Memorial Library. And during this time, when the library is closed, you can access that public Wi-Fi connection by going to the front, to the Main Street entrance of the library. You can access it if you're sitting in a car at the curb at that location, or as long as you're practicing social distancing and staying far enough away from others, there's the planters that you can sit on there, or you can otherwise access that that way into the internet. As far as updates go, I'll try to move quickly through this. Some of this is more important, some of it is more sort of routine, but it's the degree to which circumstances have changed in town during these past 2 weeks. Starting with right after the last select board meeting on Thursday the 9th, we opened Morningside Cemetery for the season. The cemetery is closed for the winter and then open back up in the spring. And particularly this year, we recognize that that is a place where people get some peace and quiet and some fresh air and exercise in normal years as well, in addition to going in to honor a loved one. And so we wanted to encourage that activity just as we are with the parks, but remind everybody that it's important to adhere to all the advice from the public health experts about how to wear the mask and otherwise stay far enough away and practice the social distancing for everybody's sake. But Morningside Cemetery is available for a walk, a peaceful walk if folks want that. We did, as we discussed last time, the town proceeded with the furlough of 3 employees. The parking enforcement unit has been not functioning since the beginning of COVID. And so we had good interaction with those employees. We have made sure that Sally Nix is staying in touch with them and is helping them through the unemployment insurance process. And so those 3 employees are on furlough at this point, and they're the 4th employee in the parking fund whose compensation is paid for by the parking fund, is the fellow who provides maintenance through the general facilities maintenance team, usually, who is right now working and for the foreseeable future working on the parks maintenance team instead. So he's able to move back into a position he had previously fulfilled for the town as part of that parks maintenance team while parking is closed. We also didn't talk about this last time. The board's aware of it, but the public isn't. And I just want to make sure that folks know that we did look at certain other positions, particularly at part-time positions that aren't able to really perform their normal functions during this time, to see if it was appropriate to furlough any additional employees. And what we found was that the employees who might have been appropriate for a furlough, beyond those 3 in parking, each one of them works few enough hours for the town that the cost to the town to have them stay in their regular wage compensation status with us is actually less cost to the taxpayers than the town's share of the unemployment insurance benefit would have been. So we have several employees in a few different departments who might otherwise have been furloughed, but it's actually better for them and better for the taxpayers to just keep them in paid status, and that's what we're doing. And the status of all other employees is essentially the same as we've discussed now several times, where some are busier than ever, some are doing mostly the normal things they would be doing in the office, but they're not much in the office. Some are going in just occasionally for tasks that have to be performed there, but are doing most of their work remotely. And others are not able to be fully doing all the different things that they do in their normal work, but are doing many or most of the things they do normally, and are people we wouldn't be able to furlough because we wouldn't be able to do without the work that they're performing. And so we've been really careful going position by position to make sure that we're both giving consideration to the impact to the employees as well as to the overall town operation. And we feel like that's calibrated. That set of decisions has been made, and has been made in a way that is both, we believe, fair to the employees, and certainly also the best that we could do in terms of containing town costs in this situation. Now, the town cost is something we'll talk about under the financial report later. It's actually pretty interesting and different in this emergency versus many types of emergencies, because there's many normal types of town expenditures that we're simply not making. right now while things are shut down. And then there's some other costs that we are incurring, but because we're not, for instance, standing up a surge site for hospital overflow or doing something else that's really, sort of a significant expense with lots of extra labor involved in it, but are rather just maintaining continuity of government through this time, we're not really incurring any significant COVID-related expenses, and we're incurring, less than our normal operating expenses. So from that point of view, that's a little odd. It's a silver lining, but we're keeping a close eye on it. But right now, there's no reason for concern financially in terms of COVID impact to town finances. The Brooks Memorial Library staff is providing assistance to folks who need assistance with completing their census forms. So that information is available on the town's website, or you can call Brooks Memorial Library and ask for that assistance. We're happy to help. And it's really important that we get a complete count of everyone who lives in Brattleboro. The Recreation and Parks Department had to cancel their spring youth sports season for obvious reasons, but both Recreation and Parks and the library are finding lots of new and expanded ways to support people with enrichment activities, a variety of enrichment activities for kids and for adults, online primarily, and also in other communications. And so there's a lot of information. Both of them operate a Facebook page in addition to the information that's on the town's website. We'd encourage people to be in touch with them and make sure that they're accessing the services that are available. The police department made the decision this past week to waive any alarm fees until further notice. So that's another one of those items where we recognize, hey, we can do this. We can make things just a little less burdensome to the broader public during this time. And so we've taken that step to waive the alarm fees. And that is the state of the town operations actions. There's a few things that we're doing that are sort of a step outside of basic town operations. But before I go to those, I want to just pause and see if you have any questions or any comments any of you want to offer about what I've said so far. Okay.
I don't. Anyone else? No.
So, so just 4 other points I wanted to make. These again are things that the board is well aware of. In fact, the board is involved in some of these, and in other cases, staff is handling them. But the board is aware. But I want to make sure that the community knows that the town and other communities who administer program income funds are collaborating with the state of Vermont's Agency of Commerce and Community Development to create a statewide small business relief program. ACCD asked the local agencies to collaborate on this so that there would be a simple and consistent process for Vermont's small businesses, and to make it more likely for the program to receive additional state and federal funding in the future. One of the things that's unique to the work we do in Vermont compared to the rest of the country when we're involved in a situation like this one is, where there's national impact or national programs that are applying, is we operate at such a human scale. It's one of the wonderful things about living where we live and being in the community we're in, that, our program income fund having, a bit over $300,000 available for this effort is an amount of money that federal employees can't really understand in terms of realizing that there's real meaningful impact that comes from the expense of those kinds of funds. They tend to deal with millions, tens of millions, even greater in the programs that they administer. And so sometimes it is better for Vermont communities to be pooled when we're dealing with demonstrating to the federal government the effectiveness of our work and being able to draw additional federal funding, because it comes to a scale where it's serving 650,000 people instead of 12,000, and where the money involved is, in this case, approximately $10 million statewide instead of $300,000. Those are, that's a scale that the federal government can relate better to, and it's one of the reasons why this approach is deemed in everybody's collective better interests instead of each of us doing our own thing. The details of this are not clear yet. We're working on developing that. It'll take a few weeks to put it in place. I expect there'll be at least an update and possibly an action item related to this for the May 5th select board meeting. FEMA has released its initial guidance to municipalities and to other agencies who may be eligible for reimbursement of COVID-19 expenses. And for the reason I described a few minutes ago, the town is not likely at this point to be eligible for any reimbursement. It's just not that kind of an emergency. You know, after something like Irene, where there were a lot of overtime hours and a lot of expense related to the restoration of facilities, the town was eligible to receive a lot of reimbursement. In this case, the expenses we've been incurring have been the expenses related to the basic operations of town government. And even though many of those have been very COVID specific in these past 4 to 6 weeks, they aren't outside of, for instance, employees who have been doing work that is, nearly or entirely COVID related aren't eligible. Their costs for those employees aren't eligible for reimbursement because they're not working extra hours in order to provide those services. If they had to work extra hours and we were paying COVID related overtime, which we have in a few cases, we track that separately so that if there was enough of that over the entire period of this emergency, we might become eligible to receive some reimbursement. At this point, there's been very little of that kind of overtime and virtually no expenses related to facilities. And so our costs have been basic town operating costs and unreimbursable. We are, as town officials, continuing to communicate frequently with our colleagues around the state, both in municipal governments and in state agencies, so that we keep learning from each other. One of the things also about this emergency, those of us who have dealt with natural disasters and other kinds of emergencies in municipal operations, there's plans and experience that we have that make those sort of more familiar, even though they're thankfully rare. And when they happen, you can mobilize into your emergency management mode and take the set of actions that's appropriate to the occasion. None of us had that as experience or as robust plans related to this scale of a public health emergency. And so we've been learning a lot as we've been going along. And one of the ways in which we're trying to make sure we're all better prepared for a next time, if there is one, is to make sure that we learn from each other. We're not just learning from our own experiences in Brattleboro, but we're also learning from other communities around the state and from state agencies that are involved in this effort. And finally, because there is a variety of different ways in which the Vermont State Legislature is considering emergency action, they've taken some and they're considering more in ways that will impact the recovery period for the broader general public and for businesses, but also specifically related to the continuity of the provision of municipal government services. We are in continuous communication with our local legislative delegation and with other legislators around the actions that they're considering and the ways in which they would positively affect town government or not, to try to help make sure that Brattleboro's particular municipal interests are considered and broad municipal interests across the state are considered as the legislature continues to take emergency actions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to just underline two things that Peter just spoke about. Thanks for all that, Peter, by the way. Which is, there's two major things going on that people may have heard about in the news, and both of which are sort of in such an ongoing gathering information mode, I would call it. The ACCD is a moving target that we're keeping our eye on. It's a possible way to pool resources, as Peter said, and possibly help our local businesses greatly. However, we have to know what it is first, and then we have to move to the time where we will deliberate whether it's the right thing for Brattleboro to do. And similarly, what's going on in the legislature right now with what is possibly going to be available to towns to alter tax payments or to alter fees anything like that. We are a Dillon rule state. We don't currently have the ability to change any of that. And before we can even deliberate whether that would be a good idea, we need the legislature to decide on that. And VLCT, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, has been very helpful in coordinating some legislation that's moving its way through so that towns do have the option of doing that. But we're a little bit away from being able to decide if that's the right choice for Brattleboro. Anybody keeping their eye on that, I want to make very clear, and I'll be pushing this out however else we can. I think we should be doing this. To be clear that we have a very solid and useful abatement appeal process for taxes. So on an individual basis, there will be opportunities for people to present their case, regardless of what happens with any decisions from the legislature and from this select board going forward. Hope you don't mind me just kind of throwing that out there and kind of framing that a little bit, Peter, but I think that's important for people to understand that this board is very much aware of these developments, and we just have to wait a little bit to see what kind of abilities we'll have if we choose to take them.
Thank you.
Yeah. Does anybody have any comments or questions for Peter concerning, well, generally COVID-19 developments or that last batch of things that he spoke about? No. Oh, Liz has, go ahead and say that, Liz. I just saw that
what were those initials that you talked about for the
ACCD is the State of Vermont's Agency of Commerce and Community Development.
Thank you.
And you'll see that if you, Brandy mentioned the new guidelines as far as shop owners and stuff with the masks, that actually comes from ACCD via the governor, obviously, but I mean, it goes through that department. So they are the ones that are proposing a pooling of what in our case would be that program income pot of money that we have that traditionally we do direct lending on. So that's what Peter was referring to. It's a Vermont agency that's, I would, it's kind of stepping to the forefront in this situation. Would that be an accurate way to describe it, Peter?
Yeah. Yes, they are the Economic Development Agency and Community Development Agency for the state in normal times. And in addition to addressing business recovery needs, they have become the agency through which state government is defining, which businesses are essential and therefore are continuing to operate in a relatively more normal manner. And where the boundaries are between what activities are okay and what are not okay in the conduct of, business and organizational business, not just commercial free enterprise business, but also the business of government and the business of nonprofit organizations.
Thank you. And Liz, that was a good suggestion to explain that.
Yeah, it just gets to be such an alphabet stew, so.
Absolutely. Daniel.
I just wanted to kind of talk about unemployment, unemployment insurance a little bit. And I guess in some ways, I would imagine if you were somebody that was seeking unemployment insurance, you would have sought some of this information out. But I also know that there's been a great deal of angst in the community, especially from folks who have been waiting on the rollout of the unemployment insurance for self-employed people. And I share that angst as well, because the way in which the Department of Labor has rolled it out and rolled out the information has been kind of haphazard at times, and there has been several false starts with this. On the Vermont Department of Labor's Facebook page, there is a frequently asked questions link that is like updated daily. I cannot find on the Department of Labor's actual website an equivalent document But it's a really helpful, like straightforward place. So if you are a Facebook user or have a family member who is, and you're seeking information about unemployment, particularly like the kind of what to do when you get this thing that went wrong and how to fix that, it's a good place for folks to go. I definitely talked with a number of people in town over the last few days, and gave some pointers on where to look for that information. And I know that they've also been doing little kind of town halls where you can watch a video of somebody explaining how it all is supposed to work. And I believe, like, fingers crossed, touch wood, that tomorrow will be the first day that the I forget the name of the program, the pandemic unemployment will be available. Well, we'll be rolling out officially tomorrow, and claims will be able to be made this week. So
For self-employed people.
for self-employed people, contractors, sole proprietors, and people not traditionally, able to claim unemployment insurance. And so I applaud the workers at the Department of Labor, and I actually applaud the governor a little bit for what he did this weekend. And there's a lot of room for progress, but hopefully people will start to get some relief.
Agreed. Yeah, there's a lot of people waiting. I know that. All right, well, I don't see anybody chiming in on chat, and I also don't believe there's anybody hanging on the phone currently. So I'm going to move on, if that's all right with everybody, to Water and Sewer Commissioners. So I would entertain a motion to convene as Water and Sewer Commissioners.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0. So we are now Water and Sewer Commissioners. And I think I would invite Dan Tyler and or Steve Barrett. Perhaps if you're both on, you could both come online. It would be great. Hi, Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Oh. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Steve.
Hello.
Did you guys fight it out as to who's going to give us a little briefing here concerning Old Guilford Road?
I'll just start off by saying Dan Tyler, he's the Utilities Highway Superintendent, Assistant Director. He's taken on this project. It's been a project that we've been working on for some time. The project was bid out and it came in real high, so we revisited the project and went back and rebid it. And Dan has pretty much sheltered this project from here on out. So from there, he'll take it.
Great. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, so we've got a series of manholes on Old Guilford Road, and they collect all the waste from Algiers Village, the Welcome Center, and Commonwealth Dairy. Everything flows to a pump station on Broad Brook Road, and it's pumped up over the hill to the top of Old Guilford Road, and that's where these 19 manholes begin and run down Old Guilford Road. The concrete on the manholes is deteriorating. Couple factors to that: age. This system was installed in 1998, so they're aging manholes. The concrete manholes traditionally don't hold up as well as some of the old brick manholes. The old bricks were actually harder and resisted the sewer gas better. Additionally, when you have a pump station, you get surges of flow, which tend to generate more sewer gases. And that also has contributed to some of the odor issues we've had on Old Guilford Road. With that, the pump station flow sits in the tank, and the potency of the waste increases, which just contributes to the amount of sewer gas that's there. And then when Commonwealth came online, the flows increased, but their dairy waste, they pre-treat their waste and remove a lot of the really high BOD and TSS material. But the material that we receive from them is still stronger than average household waste. which contributes to the sewer gases. The sewer gases react with the bacteria which builds on the concrete, and it's a chemical reaction that becomes corrosive and deteriorates the concrete. So what we're hoping to do is contract with Green Mountain Pipeline to come in, and they'll clean the manholes, clean all the debris, the loose material, and then they'll put an epoxy lining on there, which is resistant to the sewer gas. It's structural, and it'll seal those manholes up, so it'll help the odor issue as well. As Steve mentioned, we put this out to bid last fall. We received one bid, and the unit cost for that was high. It was $1,528 a vertical foot of manhole. This time we bid it out, and we had 3 bidders, and the low bidder came in at $500 a vertical foot. Because the cost was so high, we put it out with an alternate. We put 5 manholes out with an alternate to do 5 more. And because the price is favorable, we'd like to do all 10, and then we'll do the other 9 hopefully next year if everything works out all right. I think that's what I've got.
Great.
Yeah.
Do you want to just give us, because Liz properly asked us earlier to explain ACCD. You mentioned BOD, and I think this board, with the possible exception of Ian, has run into that term a couple times. There was BOD, and then there was one other that you mentioned. Can you just give us those definitions real quick?
Basically, what they account for is the strength of the waste. The BOD is the biological oxygen demand. So it's basically how much oxygen is necessary to break down that waste. And the TSS is the total suspended solids in the waste. And when that's high, it's a stronger waste, essentially.
Great, okay. TSS was the one I was less familiar with. Anybody have any other questions?
No, I think that makes sense. Makes
Yeah, I've
sense
got
to do
one.
them.
I got a question as well.
Oh, good. I think I saw Liz's hand up actually first, but.
Oh, no, I was thumbs up.
Okay. And then it's Ian, and then Daniel. So.
Daniel, quick question. How are you determining which of the manholes are being repaired or upgraded first? Is it just location or by level of degradation or degradation?
They're all pretty similar, so we're more or less starting at one end and working down through. We did evaluate all of them when we put it out to bid, and there wasn't any reason to jump around. We're just going to work right down through the line.
Okay.
Daniel?
So it seemed in the memo that the reason for this is increased load from Commonwealth. Have we talked with Commonwealth about that? Like, is there any possibility that they could partner with us in this project?
I mean, I think we're well aware of what Commonwealth is producing for waste. They pre-treat their waste and take the worst of it out of it, which they haul to the plant and we accept from them. They pay a premium for that. The waste that we accept, they pay normal rates for, but we know what it is, and in all they pay a lot of money for their utilities. Their sewer bill for the year is about $250,000. And then additionally, that higher strength waste that they bring to us, they spend about $5,000 a month on average to bring that to us. So, and I kind of pinned it on Commonwealth, I think, in the memo, but it's kind of the nature of the system too, with the pump station, and It's not all their fault.
May I add something?
Yeah, please.
Thanks. So we actually have had some communication. First of all, Dan's right to put this in a broader perspective, that this isn't Commonwealth's fault, but the waste that comes from Commonwealth does contribute to this condition. And we've had some communication with Commonwealth, and they actually have made a voluntary contribution towards some additional costs for maintenance at the pump station that we've incurred, as a result that is more directly linkable to the higher strength waste. So, you know, we have an ongoing communication with them specific to their situation. And more broadly, when we have a variety of different issues related to the utilities system, both water and sewer, that we're going to be discussing at future select board meetings over the next few months. One of the things that we look forward to addressing with the board is research that we've been doing and some thoughts we have about town's rate ordinance and some choices that ultimately you will make regarding ways in which that might be modified to address this and other issues about how different users, you know, benefit differently and affect the system differently than each other.
Thank you, Peter. Did that do it for the board's questions? If so,
Yes.
I would entertain a motion. I think we do need one.
I'll make a motion. I move to award the Old Guilford Road Manhole Rehabilitation Project to Green Mountain Pipeline LLC in the amount of $22,500 for the base bid and $25,000 for the alternative bid, totaling $47,500 for the entire project.
Thanks, Brandy. Brandy's made a motion to award the Old Guilford Road Manhole Project to Green Mountain Pipeline LLC for the total project price of $47,500. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that looks to be 5-0. Thank you to Daniel and Steve for the work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would entertain a motion to adjourn as Water and Sewer Commissioners.
So moved.
So moved.
So moved by, it was either Ian or Daniel, I'm not sure.
Daniel.
Daniel.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 5-0 on adjourning as Water and Sewer Commissioners. So next up, we have some unfinished business, and we have an ordinance amendment, and I think I would invite Len Howard to come before us, unless Peter would like to frame it for us while we wait for Len to come up.
While Lenny's coming on, I'll just say he wrote a really good, clear, complete memo in response to a variety of good questions that came up last time. So here's Len now to speak to those details. But you did review this 2 weeks ago. You allowed it to move forward to this evening when it will be a public hearing. In fact, it's appropriate for Lenny speaks, Tim, for you to open the public hearing, but his remarks are part of that as well. But tonight is the second reading of the ordinance and the public hearing on the ordinance. And if you are satisfied with the answers and the further discussion you're going to have this evening and are ready to adopt this ordinance, then it would be appropriate for you to do that tonight. Then there's the 60-day period of the publication of it and the opportunity for the public to speak up about it. And after that 60 days, it would become effective.
Thank you, and thank you for that gentle reminder that I should open a public hearing. Does that require a vote? Please remind me.
No, it does not.
Okay, so we will now open a public hearing for this ordinance amendment. And Len, hi Len. Oh, you're on mute.
Len, you're muted. Oh, there you go.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
I'll answer the questions. I'm not sure how much of the public saw the memo, but some of your questions were how many 1 and 2 family rent units are in Brattleboro, and there are 432 2 units and 55 single units. You inquired about what other towns have the same requirement in Burlington, South Burlington, and Berry City. Have what is exactly like we're putting before you. St. Albans, Putney, and Hartford, they require it, but they only, St. Albans requires an electrician must sign off on the work, as well as pull an electrical permit with the state. Putney's very similar, and Hartford requires a permit, which requires a state electrical inspector to improve the work. I did reach out to Michael DeRosa, the executive director for the Division of Fire and Safety, and he did suggest that we add Vermont licensed journeyman and Vermont licensed electrician. He feels comfortable, and so doesn't the electrical inspectors, that a Vermont licensed journeyman is very capable of wiring a 1 and 2 family residential. And I also did include a photo of the most recent electrical fire in a 1 and 2 family residence that we had in 2018. That's all I have, unless you have further questions.
No.
Tim? Yeah. Before we go to questions, may I just make clear for the public that the subject of the ordinance is the modification of Chapter 8, Article 3, Section 8-32 of the town's Code of Ordinances, which specifically to the requirements for performance of electrical maintenance work or repairs at rental properties. And right now, what is being proposed is already required under state statute for 3 and more, for rental properties where there are 3 or more units. And what we're asking is that also apply to rental properties with either just 1 unit or 2 units. And the requirement would be that a Vermont licensed electrician or journeyman perform the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I know that I was the one, Len, who asked the question about the scope of work. And I know that you were kind enough to give me the paragraph from the state code on that. And the way I'm interpreting it, just so everybody knows, I had asked if things like repairing one wire or repairing a what do you call it, a wall unit,
light switch, or a fixture. That was the word I was trying to come up with. Would require a licensed electrician, and according to the state code, from what you have here, it doesn't look like it. Is that correct? That's correct. Yeah.
Minor things. It says installation or replacement of equipment such as lamps, electric utilization equipment approved for connection to suitable permanently installed receptacles, replacement of fuses, other minor maintenance and repair work such as replacing worn cords and tightening connections on a wiring device do not require a work notice, which would cover things like changing a light bulb and changing out a fixture in a hallway or something like that. That's correct. So I have that right there, Ben?
Yes. Yep.
Thanks. I just thought that was good to clarify because I saw some chatter out there among some landlords that it was kind of an overreach and overly burdensome to landlords, and I don't think so. That's my personal opinion. And Brandy would like to make a comment.
Thanks for that, Tim, and thanks, Len. As far as I'm concerned, this follows the same vein as our rental inspection program in the sense that it offers some of our more vulnerable community members protections that they don't already have in some sense as being renters versus homeowners. And while I'm sure there probably are landlords that can do more electrically than others, that's not the way that we can govern. We need to govern kind of from the lowest end and make it a blanket. And so I'm very much in favor of us doing this and adding it as an extra protection. And I think it falls in line with what we've already been doing.
Thank you, Brandy. Anyone else want to chime in? Ian?
Yeah, Len, I just wanted to thank you. I was the one who asked for just the actual number of units. And I really found that information very helpful. And just seeing that this would affect over almost 500 buildings, it just so clearly is, I would really encourage the board to vote in favor of this.
Yeah, Liz?
Well, as I said in the last reading, I think our most important duty is health, safety, and welfare. And if you haven't seen that picture, that says it all. And maybe is it on the town website, that
It
photograph?
Is.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm going to share it out to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lenny, for the picture that speaks a thousand words.
And I should say that if you, after seeing the picture, which we'll share around in various ways maybe, if you go downstairs and your panel looks like that, please call an electrician immediately.
Seriously.
Yeah, we laugh, but that's scary looking, and that's from an actual fire in 2008, right?
2018.
2018. Oh, sorry.
Terrifying.
Yeah, and again, we're protecting people that don't, renters don't have the ability to let things go like that. They are, relying on their landlords to be good landlords and stewards of their own safety. So it was an unfortunate hole that 3 units and above would have to have an electrician, and 2 or 1 do not, and that's just something that we need to correct, in my opinion. So I'll shut up because I'm the chair. Anybody else have any other comments? I don't see any chat, and I assume that if there was anybody on the phone, Peter Patrick would have let us know maybe.
So it would be appropriate, if there isn't any other discussion under this one, to close the public hearing and then take a motion on the ordinance, please.
Okay, yeah, I was just kind of talking it through to kind of stall so that people could have a chance to raise their hands, so to speak. So I will close the public hearing and then accept a motion.
I can make a motion. I move to approve the amendment to Chapter 8 of the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances as presented.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel has moved to approve the amendment to Chapter 8 of the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And none opposed. That is 5-0. Thank you, Len, for all the work and your team. And thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Len.
All right, so that does it for unfinished business at this time. So we move into new business, and we have a few things that we're going to let Peter talk again on.
Thank you. So the first is the monthly financial report. I alluded to this during the COVID discussion that the expenditure numbers are good. So after 3 quarters of the year, 75% of the year has been completed. Our prorated rate of expenditure in the general fund is at 71.6%, and that rate has reduced since last monthly report. And the reason for that is, again, because our altered operations, have actually reduced the cost of daily operations in the general fund. The same is true in the utility fund, not for all the same reasons, but it is true that the rate of expenditure is slightly lower than it was last month, and that 75% of the way through the year, our prorated rate of expenditure is at 70.8% there. So we're in good, solid condition. Of course, over in the parking fund, it's an entirely different circumstance. The revenue there has gone to zero, and so we will, when we in May are dealing with the utility fund budget and the parking fund budget, give a good full report about the status of the parking fund and how that affects decisions you might make about the FY21 budget for the parking fund. But the numbers in the parking fund are not especially relevant for this evening because of the fact that we've closed that operation down for now. In the utilities fund, on the other hand, with the continuing operation, this is good, solid position that we're in from the expenditure side, and the utility payments that are due on May 15th have already begun to arrive, and so we'll see how that comes in. Obviously, in these times, there may be some reduced level of collection compared to usual, and we'll have more to say about that as we get into the middle of May. But on the general fund side as well, there are, of course, a variety of different revenues. We are largely dependent on the property tax, but there are a variety of other revenues that the general fund receives. And staff is in the process of doing a very thorough and careful analysis of both the revenue streams and the expenditure line items so that we can provide to you, most likely actually at the next meeting, rather than waiting until May 19th, when there'll be a monthly financial report again on the agenda, as always. Likely on May 5th, we'll have some additional information that we're going to want to share with you and with the community about the analysis, both for the budget impacts and the cash flow of the town related to COVID-19 impacts, and just looking out into the future. Because even though our expenditures are really stable and nothing abnormal at this time, the revenue streams may be low enough that there's some things there that are worth calling out and some adjustments that we may need to make. So we want you to know that we're in the midst of working on that, and we will have good detailed information at future meetings.
Thank you. Great. Anybody have any questions? I have to say that I'm still trying to get used to the PDF thing, and some of them are sideways. So but you can turn it. I know that you can turn it. I'm old. So I saw a hand up, but I think it was Daniel.
Yeah, I want to thank Peter for what you just said about the analysis of our situation, because at least in my experience on the board thus far, the financial report is something that we go, yes, very good, everything seems fine, and then we move on, or I ask an annoying question about a line item. And looking at the financial report this time, I had a lot of questions about what ifs, and I know that we don't really know the answer to those questions right now. I noticed some of the expenditures were significantly reduced, in particular, facilities where we're not really operating in the same way. It looks like the electric expenditure is down significantly. Mm-hmm. And so I guess in the analysis, I would love to see, where we're seeing, significant drops and what that saves us, and then how that's offset by, losses of revenue and whatnot. And I mean, I guess that's what you'll do. I just wanted to acknowledge that, this is a financial report that gives me pause right now. So fingers crossed.
It should. So first of all, there are no annoying questions about line items. Questions are good. Flesh out sometimes things that we didn't see and should have seen, and then we talk them through and we go and we do more work around that. Other times there's a good, easy, quick explanation to something, but it's important for you and for others to know it. So, so don't ever stop asking questions. And as it relates to the situation that we're in, we've been fortunate that town finances have been, well managed, and our experience has been stable now for such a long time. It hasn't always been true in Brattleboro. It isn't always true everywhere. So, we've been really on a nice, stable run. And this has thrown all of that out of kilter. We're still in solid shape. We're going to have more specific things to say about the ways in which that's true and the ways in which it's less true, and what we should be, doing around all that in the May meetings. But the greatest difference for us at this moment is the uncertainty related to COVID. How long will it last, and will some impacts that we see so far as not being significant start showing up as more significant over time, and for reasons that we maybe can predict when we think it through, or maybe can't even predict right now, because so much of this we couldn't possibly have predicted a couple of months ago. So it's right to pause. It's right to think that this needs more attention than it normally has been getting from us from month to month.
Great, thanks, Peter. Does that do it for comments from board members?
Yes.
Thanks, Liz. I don't see any. I see you're getting more comfortable. That's good. All right, just trying to break it up with the monotony of the Hollywood Squares thing. I don't see any comments or questions from our audience, so I think we can move on to item B, which is the local emergency management plan update from Peter.
Thank you. So Mike Bacassi is in the meeting and can join us if you have detailed questions you want to ask Chief Bacassi. But this item I can summarize by saying it is an annual requirement that we update our local emergency management plan, and that you approve it, and that I sign it, and we send it off to Montpelier. Most years that involves a little bit more of a substantive discussion at this moment in time about what we have updated, changes that we might have made because we've learned something, or changes we've made because we experienced something this past year. And this year it doesn't have that, and it's pretty ironic to be experiencing this in the middle of COVID, right? So we're learning a tremendous amount about an entirely different kind of emergency, and a year from now that's going to show up in the LEMP update. There was a very active conversation within the emergency management community about whether this deadline for a May 1st readoption ought to be pushed back so that that process could occur this year. The answer is, sadly, that this is a state requirement. In order for the state to comply, we need to comply with this requirement to the state, so the state can comply with updrift requirements the state has to the federal government. And the upshot of all of it is, the failure to check the right box in the annual updating of these plans actually makes places ineligible to receive FEMA reimbursement when a disaster happens. So the decision was made, and I don't judge it. It feels awkward at this moment. But I think it was the necessary decision given the federal rules that apply to this process. The decision was made at the state level that all of us as local governments would need to meet this deadline in the normal manner and send our plans up to them so they can send them off to Washington and keep Vermont communities eligible to receive FEMA reimbursement from during disaster situations. And so the plan that is before you this evening for approval, first of all, as you know, but I want to make clear for the record and for the public, the plan is always available to the board at this time. It's a thick, detailed plan. And so what's in the backup materials for the public is just a couple of sheets of paper that give a summary and then give the signature page showing, the process that has to be officially done and sent off to Montpelier. But the plan is available for public review or for the select board. And this year it is unchanged from last year. There's just too much going on in the world of emergency management right now to have made any changes to it that would be, appropriate and reasonable under the circumstances. What everyone is doing, virtually everyone is doing, is taking last year's plan and approving it again this year so that we can comply with the requirements for the federal government and know that we're going to do a pretty thorough update, much more even than usual. And this is a plan that actually gets, every page gets attention each year in a normal circumstance to see what might need updating. This year, we know it's going to be substantially updated. There'll be a whole new section added for public health emergencies and other aspects of it like change as well. So that's the overview. If you need to take a deeper dive into some particular aspect of the plan, it would be appropriate to ask that of Chief Pekoski.
Thank you, Peter. I'm sorry, I was looking away. Liz, did you raise your hand or?
No, but I'll be happy to make a motion when you're ready.
Anybody have any comments or questions? I think my comment was would be philosophical. I mean, I did sit through a LEMP day with you a couple years ago, if I recall, Peter, and I got a nice certificate and everything. But those are all sort of like punctuated emergency, or yeah, just punchy, I guess. Punctuated emergency, events, like fires and active shooter situations and all kinds of horrible things that we prepare for and our fire department and police prepare for all the time on an ongoing basis. But now we're in a situation where we have an emergency, a public health emergency, and we could very well, as we've seen in the Midwest and the South, have emergencies that we understand better on top of our current emergency. So the multi-layer aspect, or at least the ongoing new norm for public health concerns, could be added to very easily with another, act of nature. So I don't know. I just think it's sort of interesting to consider the new norm going forward on the LEMP for the next iteration. So now I will, I don't see any comments or questions from the public, so I'll go ahead and take a motion, Liz.
Okay. I move to adopt the 2020 Brattleboro Local Emergency Management Plan and authorize Town Manager Peter Elwell to sign the Local Emergency Management Plan municipal adoption form to certify that the plan meets certain requirements.
Thank you. Liz has made a motion to adopt the 2020 Brattleboro Local Emergency Management Plan, aka the LEMP, and authorize Peter Elwell to sign the Local Emergency Management Plan municipal adoption form to certify the plan meets requirements. All those in favor, say aye.
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 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we're going to move on now to item C. It's a certification of V-Trans road and bridge standards. Peter?
So this one also is an annual requirement. It keeps us eligible to receive substantial funding assistance through the state road maintenance program. And so we have to follow certain, adhere to certain standards in our road maintenance work that are established statewide. And by adhering to those standards and certifying that we do continue to adhere to those standards, we keep ourselves eligible to receive that funding assistance from the state. Here again, just exactly like the last one, if you need any kind of more detailed explanation of how we actually maintain our roads, we have Steve and Dan still both in the meeting and able to come back in and answer the detailed questions. But our ask to you this evening, and well, our assurance is we do continue to comply with all the road and bridge standards, and the standards are unchanged from last year. And so we're asking just that you certify that the town does continue to be in compliance with that.
Great.
Thank you. Does anybody have any more detail or any questions about this action?
No.
If not,
I think Ian's got a question.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Did you have?
No, I'm preparing to make the motion.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Please do.
You saw that inquisitive look on my face.
I did. Know it well.
Go right ahead.
Oh, great. All right. I move to approve the annual certification of compliance with town, road, and bridge standards as presented.
Thank you. Ian has moved to approve the annual certification of compliance with town, road, and bridge standards as presented. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thanks, by the way, for the raising of the hand too. It kind of helps that I make sure that I'm not going to
I was
get it.
raising my hand before, but I couldn't figure out how to get it in the screen.
Oh, right.
So I've been raising it way over here. This is not right.
Okay, so moving through it.
That's funny, Daniel.
Nice.
I didn't see that. Did you do the
It's
hand?
just foolishness.
Doing hand things.
You know, life is hard right now.
Good to have flash.
Yeah.
Try to do a wave, but I've never figured out if we all have the same grid layout as each other.
Oh, yeah.
No, because it seems to be different on different devices.
We can work that out in executive session next time.
I don't think that's an appropriate topic.
No.
Our last, I believe, item in new business tonight is appointments for Brooks Memorial Library Board of Trustees.
Woo!
Yeah.
So you have a memorandum from Star, and Star is on the line if you'd like to hear from her. The short summary of this is that there are 2 seats vacant on the board, the Brooks Memorial Library Board of Trustees. And just as the select board was able to go through a relatively normal, timely transition, where some of the details were different because of our unusual circumstances this year, but through Dave Skoll's resignation and Ian being sworn in, you were able to move on into the sort of the new select board year, even though an official transition will occur after town meeting. Likewise, the Library Board of Trustees would like to have the opportunity to fill these seats and move forward with its work with a full complement of members. And so has asked that the select board follow the procedure, even though at this time of year, normally what would have happened is the town meeting would have elected the new members of the Library Board of Trustees, and they would have been seated in the reorganization for the year. Instead, we're following the procedure for the filling of vacancies, which is a straightforward appointment by the select board without any confirmation at this time. And then when town meeting can be held, this question will be put before town meeting for the formal election of library trustee members or trustees. So the particular proposals from the library trustees, the request is that you appoint Karen Tyler, serve a 3-year term that is vacant, and Gabriel Sestar to complete the final year of an incomplete term. And if someone knows Gabriel, I'm sorry, I don't. If I've just butchered Gabriel's last name, I apologize.
Yeah, actually, I was going to exercise our select board power and ask Star to come on just so we didn't mispronounce that last name.
I should have deferred.
I just always like talking to Star anyway.
Yeah, really.
Are you able to magically make
she is now?
I think so.
Aha.
Hi, Star.
Hey. Thank you so much for inviting me in, because it gives me the chance to say Happy National Library Week. Thank you.
Hey, Star.
Yay.
And also today is National Library Workers Day. So it couldn't be more appropriate because our trustees worked so hard for the library and they don't get paid. So this is a great way to honor them. So I thank you. And it's Gabriel Sestare.
All right.
Yeah.
Sestare?
Yeah.
A book from the library, relevant
trying to
to
read
our
it.
work.
Is it back to front? Anyway, I'm sorry. I got excited about books. I was like, oh, this book's important.
Where did you get a
I like
book?
seeing the books in the background of Liz's frame, I have to say. I'm just watching everybody, so.
I got books.
I know you all have books.
Also, Star, that's not a pipe, just so you know.
Thank you. But can you say it in French?
Not at all.
So where were
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Liz is all business tonight.
I know. I haven't had dinner yet.
Oh, okay. I don't have either, so I'm just enjoying myself. Liz, please make a motion if you'd like.
I would be happy to. I move to appoint 2 interim trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library Board of Trustees as follows. Karen Tyler for a 3-year term and Gabriel Sestare, did I say it right? For the final year of an unexpired term.
Great. Thank you. Liz has made a motion to appoint 2 interim trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library Board of Trustees. Karen Tyler for a 3-year term and Gabriel Sestare for the final year of an unexpired term. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And none opposed. That's 5-0 for Jan, who's keeping track. Thank you, Jan.
Thank you.
Bye,
Thank you, Star.
Bye, Star.
I like how Star is just one name, you know.
Like Prince.
That's right.
Or Cher.
Or Brandy.
Madonna.
Or Brandy, yeah.
Oh, Brandy, yeah.
I thought about adding my last name and then I didn't.
So we can see.
Well,
know by now.
I think we're getting this down. How does everybody else feel?
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't have an agenda item for personal feelings, but I think we're done with. Thanks for everybody for watching. And I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Brandy has made a motion to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Thank
Good
you,
night.
Peter, Patrick,
Bye, friends.
Dan, everybody, BCTV. Bye, Brattleboro.
Brattleboro.
We'll call the meeting to order at 6:30. Present at this Zoom virtual meeting is Rich Melanson from BCTV, Will Bissonette, myself, Crystal Mansfield, Rob Wright, Carla Lumbra, Helen Holt, Irv Stoll, and Steve Frisk. So first we'll do approval of minutes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the EMD briefing minutes from April 10th.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from the EMD briefing from April 10th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the select board virtual meeting from our regular meeting, April 14th.
So moved.
Second. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the select board regular virtual meeting of April 14th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the EMD briefing minutes from April 17th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the EMD briefing minutes from April 17th, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. One more. I'll entertain a motion to approve the special select board virtual meeting from April 15th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the special select board meeting minutes from April 15th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I do have a couple of additions. We got some correspondence. We got a letter from Pam and Brad Horn about a real estate transfer. And then we got a email about a tire replacement due to trap rock, which Steve is aware of. And then also under new business, I just want to make everyone aware that there's a VOSHA training that everyone has to go through who's a town employee. And there will be, Sherwood Lake will join us in a little while to go over the COVID-19 town policy that he put together. So moving on, we'll do the warrants. Who wants to read warrants?
I don't have it.
Okay, I have one. I don't know what I have. I have a couple in front of me, hard copies.
Did you guys receive a
warrant number 3 though?
Did you guys get a?
I can read them if you want. It's not a big
Did
deal.
anybody receive an email packet with a whole bunch of things?
I did,
I got
Carla.
some
I
things.
just
I'm
didn't
going
get
through
the
how many
complete.
warrants I have here.
Okay, yeah,
I don't think I got the.
I sent the cover sheets out for the warrants at like 2 o'clock. And I think, Steve, you went into the office and went through them, right?
I did, and I signed off on them.
Yeah, and Irv, you did too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Gigi, I'm on a meeting, Gigi.
So I'll just make the motions, I guess, since I have them in front of me.
Okay.
Great.
So,
Thank you.
all right, so I'll make a motion to pay check warrant number 1 out of payroll in the amount of, everybody, okay. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1 out of payroll in the amount of $10,045.60.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying the check warrant number 1 out of payroll in the amount of $10,045.60 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll taxes in the amount of $4,274.28.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 2 out of the payroll taxes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $19,557.23.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 3 of the general fund in the amount of $19,557.23 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the general fund in the amount of $867.61.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of, oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, the hand sanitizer is for all of the town buildings?
Yes. Yeah, it'll be for the town hall, the garage, the library, and the fire department.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 4 of the general fund in the amount of $867.61 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the highway fund.
I'm on a meeting, honey.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the highway fund in the amount of $5,626.92. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the highway department in the amount of $5,626.92 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,499.30. Any discussion? Hearing none.
I have a question.
Yeah,
I have a question.
Go ahead, Crystal.
I'm sorry, because I didn't get to see them. I'm just asking about this program, mobiles and portables. Are those phones for $375? What is that line item?
It's the radios, the new radios that Sherwood had gotten.
For emergency preparedness?
It's to allow the fire department, the highway, and the town hall all to be on the same radios, so that they can all talk to each other in the event of emergency.
So are we anticipating this money will be reimbursed by the feds or the state or something at some point? It's not a huge line item, it's just a question.
I think some of it was, we got grants for some of it, but I'm not positive about that.
Okay.
It's my understanding that this has been a project that's been going on for a little while.
Yeah, but the radios in the past, they've been able to mutual aid. They've been able to talk to the highway department from the fire department.
The radios that we now have increased from 25 watts to 50 watts in an effort for me to be able to talk when I'm on Jordan Hill, to be able to talk to Billy, who's on Buck Hill, or Jeremy, who's on Hazel Hill, in the past where we could not communicate with each other. So if someone got stuck, they were stuck there until someone got into range that could pick them up with a distress call.
So my question is, has nothing to do with COVID. This has to do with just upgrading our radio systems that are currently in place.
That's correct.
Yeah, because I'm going to say the radios the radios that were in the highway department, I could talk to Acton Hill, I could talk to Townsend Acres, and I could talk to West Townsend with the radios we did have.
Well, that wasn't the case a month ago or this past winter.
I don't know, maybe they haven't kept them up or whatever's going on.
I don't know. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 6 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,499.30 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, we can go now to reports. Steve, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll start. This Saturday was supposed to be Green Up Day, which has been pushed out for at least a month. So my question is, we now have 3 couches laying on the side of our town highways, and I would like to know what the board would like me to do about that. If I pick them up and dispose of them at Wyndham Regional, that's going to cost us $60. Bob Spencer did not get back to us on whether Green Up Day was going to be free or not. At least maybe Irv, you heard. I haven't heard.
It's not free.
Okay, so it's no longer free. So
no.
If the board wants to approve spending $60 to dispose of 3 couches, I'll be more than happy to do that.
Can we put them in the lunchroom?
I would have to expand the lunchroom. And by the time I got done spraying them with bleach and water, there'd probably be nothing left to them.
Right. So somebody want to make a motion around this?
I make a motion we get rid of them couches.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of allowing Steve to go pick up the couches and bring them to Wyndham Solid Waste signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Go get the couches.
It'll be taken care of. Next on my item, the weather, although it's been crazy above 1,000 feet, I want to ask the board about the park benches. Do we put the park benches out like we normally do, or in an effort of social distancing, do we not put the park benches out? I'd like the board's opinion on that.
That's a very good question. Yeah, I think you have a good thought, and then if we put them out there, it's going to encourage people to be on the commons and probably not follow social distancing.
That was my thought. That's why I brought up the question.
Yeah. What does everybody else think?
I think leave them right where they are.
I say, my opinion is I'd hold up on them for a while.
Now?
Okay, so we could revisit this in the 1st of June or 1st of July. Let's see what happens.
That makes sense.
But
yeah.
because we got 2 more meetings in May, so things may change.
Yep, I agree.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I guess we'll just leave them in the shed for now.
Okay. Do you want to cover the email on the tires?
Sure, we can do that.
So let me get my copy.
Let me get my copy.
So I received an email from a person who lives in Townsend, rents a house up here on Acton Hill. And do I need to read it? Did everybody get a copy?
No.
So I received a copy. Thank you.
I can read it if you want.
The email says, "Hello, Steve. Today, I contacted the town hall and spoke to Anita, town clerk in parenthesis, about my issue with my tires leaking due to trap rocks getting stuck into 2 of my tires. She advised me to contact you. I had one tire repaired and the other replaced because I was told the one had a hole puncture in the sidewall of the tire, cannot be repaired, so I had to buy a used tire. I would like to be reimbursed for the damage of my 2 tires due to trap rock. The rear driver's side tire was reported by Riverside Auto Mechanic to have had a broken belt due to the trap rock embedded into the tire. So I think that tire should be replaced as well, which would be an additional $50. I don't feel safe driving my car with my tire in this condition. I have receipts which I have attached to this email." And she has a photo of a Pete's Tire Barn receipt and a picture of the puncture mark in the sidewall of her tire. So it doesn't say when this happened. It doesn't say where this happened. I can assure you we do not use trap rock on the roads. And I don't know if the town historically has ever reimbursed anybody for what they consider to be road hazard damage on our dirt roads. I'm certainly not in favor of doing that. I'm open to anybody's input.
No, I think
that was my big question. You don't use trap rock. I mean, what the heck?
No, we do not.
What's the size of the stone that you are using?
So we use a 2-inch minus when we're filling in ruts during mud season. And then our gravel is 1.25 inches minus for the crushed gravel that comes out of the pit. And even the 2-inch minus is what comes out of the pit in the gravel making process.
I realize that, but 2 inches pretty damn coarse for a road. When you scrape it, it's going to be right out in the ditch like a lot of your places are.
Well, no,
you got gravel and leaves and everything mixed right into and plugging up some of the ditches.
You know that we put gravel down during mud season to fill in the ruts, and then we cover it with gravel.
But you still, when you scrape, you're going to roll them rocks out. But not only that, you're wasting your gravel, because I can show you places where there's leaves and dirt and everything, gravel all mixed together, and that pit ain't going to last you long if you keep going the way you're going.
Well, I'm sure you know that the ditches
because you've got ledge right there where you're crushing right now. And I can show you at the end of the dam, where the dam road comes in. Between you and the foreman before, they've raised that dirt road is a foot higher than the blacktop, and the blacktop was the same height when that washed out in the flood. But a lot of your trouble is why you have to keep putting gravel down is you don't cut the bottom of your, get down below the bottom of your potholes, and they keep coming back.
Crystal, you had a question?
Can I just ask you?
I thought we were talking about tires.
I have a question. Thank you. Yeah. I'd like to ask Steve, the highway foreman currently, if he thinks that this is a legitimate complaint. And if, I don't even know what track, I actually don't even know what she's talking about, but I'm just wondering if she has a legitimate complaint.
In my opinion, she does not.
So then I would say, as your colleague on the select board, that I would support your opinion, and I would like to move a motion.
Can I just say something as a consumer? In that the fact that it's on the sidewall, it seems like she was a little too close to something that she shouldn't have been close to. And I don't feel like the town should be held liable for that, because I've been there before.
Thank you for that, Carla.
What was that?
All right, so somebody want to make a motion to either approve or deny this?
We can't make a negative motion, so I would
So I would make a motion. Go, Rob.
Fire away, Crystal.
No, I don't have the letter in front of me at the moment, so, but I would make a motion that we deny this appeal to have the town replace injured tires on this particular taxpayer's vehicle.
Right, I think Rob's right. We can't make a negative motion, so we'd have to vote to replace the tires and then fail, move to replace the tires and then fail that motion.
Correct.
So somebody want to have at it?
So I would make a motion then that we move to replace the tires on this particular taxpayer's vehicle due to her complaint.
So second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of replacing the tires on the from the letter that, or the email that Steve got for this, Kathy, I believe her name is, signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion fails. So Steve, do you want to contact her? Do you want to have Carla respond?
I can respond. I don't mind.
Yeah, have Carla respond, please.
Yep, if you could just email her back that the board voted against replacing her tires.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Steve, what else? Do you have anything?
No, that's it.
Okay. This is not a counter money week. So we'll move on to treasurer's report. Let's see. Excuse me. In the sweep account is $772,636.13, and the checking account is $30,000 even. So that's that. All right. Let's go. No, Sherwood's not here yet, right? Okay. Let's move on to the correspondence that we got from Pam and Brad Horn. I'm just going to read the whole thing. So we, Pam and Brad Horn, sorry, it's dated April 26, 2020 and addressed to the select board. We, Pam and Brad Horn, currently have a contract to sell our property located at 993 Buck Hill Road to farmers from the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area. We have worked very diligently to try to sell it since we lost our beautiful son Taylor last year, as there are just too many memories of raising our boys in Townsend. We have followed our other son Colby up to Burlington so that we can be close at times like these. We, our buyers, last names Pritz and Wrong, and their attorney have all contacted the town clerk a number of times over the last 2 months to try to schedule a title search. Anita has informed us that she is, quote, is not letting anyone in, end quote, due to the governor's order. Although the governor has adjusted this order and currently specifically allows appraisers, realtors, lawyers, and others in real estate to do their work in the house selling process. He has said that work in a town office can go on if it can be done safely. I believe a title search can be done in a safe manner, more than 6 feet from Anita, with mask and gloves, by appointment only, so that only one searcher is present at a time, if necessary. Excuse me. I will come down personally and wipe everything down before and after a title search if necessary. I would also be willing to, quote, substitute, end quote, town clerk. Another alternative is to have these done on Thursdays when Anita is not in. Selling this property and paying off the associated mortgage is an economic must for us now that we have, now that we are renting a home near Burlington as well, or sorry, 2. Our buyers are trying to get a mortgage and only have until June 1st for their rate lock to hold and would require a title search by May 15th. With the governor specifically allowing real estate to move forward as long as social distancing is adhered to, the next step that has to happen to sell the house is a title search. A way to make these safe soon must be designed. The town clerk should not be able to make this decision without other town officials' input. By the way, I have heard some towns have been allowing the searches by appointment all along. Please move towns in this direction now. Thank you for your consideration, Pam and Brad Horn. So, I forwarded a copy of that letter to Anita today. I went down to the town hall and talked to her. She and I discussed the fact that there is, by the VLCT guidance and the governor's guidance, it is entirely up to her whether or not she closes her office completely and ceases all transactions. But she said that she would contact the Horns, and what she told me is she would try to figure out a way to get it happen, make it happen. She had dealt with other attorneys from different transactions. I don't know if she's specifically done title searches, but she has done via fax and email and scanning other document related things. So that's what I have heard from her.
I was going to say there's a time limit on when they can get that done, and you can't stop the whole world. I mean, I realize it, but you still got to carry business on somehow.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it is, according to the language of what I read from the VLCT, it is up to elected officials to decide whether or not to close their functions. The only thing that I did read that I found interesting is that we as the select board, because we control the buildings, could close the town hall despite whether or not the other elected officials wanted to keep working, which I don't see any reason to do.
Well, if you can't do business there, then why have it open?
That's a totally valid point.
Well, what good is it to be open if you can't get a fishing license, if you can't get a deed search, if you can't get anything? They might as well close it up, send her home.
Save the money.
We're not going to save any money because she's not going to take any discount in any sort of salary. So we're not saving any money except for on electric. I mean, I think it's completely ridiculous. Somebody's trying to sell.
If I got told to stay home, they wouldn't pay me.
Does everybody remember Putney?
Yep.
No, we tried to forget.
I think that people are still paying taxes, and taxes are coming in, and Elaine's still learning the tax, portion of the piece, because she'll go into the office, every now and then with Anita and do some trainings. So there are things being done, and I think the listers are trying to get the grand list stuff out, which is why they've been in the office.
So
I would have to ask, what is the barrier? Anita could do this title search on behalf of these property owners with no one else in the office, and she's there all day on the days that she's working.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the process to know if the title searchers have to actually physically view the records or if they can be scanned and emailed or how that process works.
Well, isn't the title search done by a law company?
Those are questions that could, excuse me, Carla, those are questions that could be asked of Anita, and if she's capable of figuring out how to do it electronically, we shouldn't hold up a real estate transaction in this town because you know, people want to keep the doors locked. The governor has said that there is entry into public places now if you observe physical distancing and everybody wears a mask. I know for a fact that people in that office are not wearing a mask.
I am.
So not all people. I'm just saying, I was in there recently and I found several people in that office, first of all together, and secondly, not everyone wearing a mask, which is the governor's edict. So I'm not sure this is carved into like law. I think this is suggestions from the state of Vermont, and I would not support holding up a real estate transaction just because we can't do a title search. I think that's ridiculous.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. Well, I can talk to Anita again over the next couple of days, see if I can figure out a way to get this to happen. The unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm also happy to talk to her, Will. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that there needs to be some you know, accommodations made for people that are trying to still move their life ahead, and I think that not, you know, there's opportunity to be helpful.
Right, I agree. So I will talk to her, Crystal, if you want to also talk to her, and we can see what we can do.
I'd be happy
to. Hey, Steve,
excuse me for interjecting. I think once Sherwood comes on and we talk about some of our policies moving forward, specifically to town hall, with some new guidelines that are going to be, I think, put into place, we will be able to manage these individual interactions as they come up.
Exactly. Yep. Agreed. Okay.
Agreed.
So I guess we can move on now. We did the letter. We can go to composting bags. So Carla did a little research into the organic solutions and got prices for the composting bags. The ones we originally looked at were 13 gallons, which are like tall kitchen garbage bag size. They also have a 5-gallon size, which I think people would be less likely to try to use as regular garbage bags if they're small enough that they won't hold enough to make it worth it. But we do also have to figure out how we're going to process them, where we're going to put them until they get loaded into the compactor. Irv, had you looked at, you had mentioned used shipping containers?
Yes, I have. Near a couple of places I've found them, they're right around $2,000 for a shipping container, which is a 20-footer. That's about the smallest they have.
Oh, wow. Steve, is there any way we could section it off so we could use part of it for something and part of it for storage?
Well, there's only doors in one end of it.
Oh.
Right.
But there's nothing saying you couldn't put a partition in on one side of it and keep the stuff on one side and use the rest of it for storage or whatever.
Right. Oh, do we think this is, I mean, we're going to have to either do this or shut down the dump, right? We don't really have any choice.
Right. I do think we have to do something. I think we have to do something. Agreed.
Okay. So I guess the other thing is, if we go with the 5-gallon bags, they're $25 per case of 100, which makes them what, a quarter a bag, right? Is that right? No, they can't.
Yes. Do you think there's any interest in like somebody local doing a compost pickup? You know, like organic farmers or something?
Well, the problem is that we have to collect it. Yeah, we're going to pay for it. And I don't think the other thing is with what Triple D and Wyndham Solid Waste is doing is they're taking things like bones, pizza box cardboard, so they can take a lot more stuff than like a local farmer.
Okay.
You take your paper plates and your paper cups and stuff can go in with it.
Yeah, anything that's compostable can go in it, including pretty heavy duty stuff because they generate enough heat to break it down.
Okay.
So do we want to pursue this, I guess is the question.
Well, we've got to close down on the other. Because that as the 1st of July, that's going to be a requirement.
Yep. Steve, do you have ample room in the yard for a container?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
But it'll want to be somewhere near where you can get back to it with a rubbish truck whenever before they go with it.
Yeah. Yeah. What if instead of doing that, what if we just bought a, smallish dumpster that with a lid on it? Because the compactor
It's not going to be bear proof.
Yeah, the lid's not going to keep the bears out.
It's not.
You don't think we can build a lock for it?
We had that experience at the hospital where we were trying to compost
and
and
fire across the top,
didn't work
hold the
well
flaps down.
at all.
I don't know if I'm talking over Crystal or she's talking over me. I'm not sure.
Go ahead, Steve.
I mean, it's possible, yes. We can fabricate a dumpster where we can put a metal bar that goes through 2 hoops to hold the flaps down and put a lock on it. That's a possibility, yes.
I can show you pictures of a goddamn bear got right into a bucket loader that was holding the cover down and reached right around and pulled the cover.
Started the loader and pulled the lever back?
Oh, he got right up into the bucket of the loader. The loader had the bucket set right on top of the dumpster.
Wow.
And he
we can
got
shoot.
right into the bucket and reached right down around and ripped the cover and reached right into the garbage.
So here's my other question. If we decided to do the used shipping container, spend the $2,000 or whatever it is, the bags are going to cost us $0.25 a piece. What would we charge for? What would we want to charge for the bags? Like $1.50 a bag?
I would suggest that they would be free. I would think that they would be free if people wanted to participate. We're trying to encourage people to compost. If it's 25 cents for a 5-pound bag, I don't see the need to charge that back to, I mean, we're trying to incentivize people to do the right thing in town. We already charge for the trash bags. I don't know. I think you're going to get a lot of non-compliance if you also charge for the composting bags. Maybe we charge more for the trash bags, which is a whole other discussion, and we give the composting bags free. But
well, that's what we did when we did it briefly. My concern with not charging for the compost bags is that people are going to try to take the free bags and just put garbage in them.
Yeah,
which we did
problem.
see. Yeah.
Yep.
Which we did see in the last go round.
But if you stay with the smaller, the
Well, so
five gallon bag,
the state is mandating that we compost, and you're going to ask the taxpayers to buy a trash bag. So you have to pay to throw the trash away. Now we have to pay to throw the compost away. People are either going to hide the compost in the trash bag, or they're going to hide the trash in the compost bag if you charge them. So I don't know. To my mind, maybe the trash bags become 25 cents more expensive and the compost bags go away for free. And that's an incentive to taxpayers to put their compost in a compost bag because they think it's free, if you will.
Okay.
Is my opinion.
Well, then they save money on trash bags, though, if they're not using as much trash, too. That's a very good incentive.
That's exactly the point, is right. They're paying maybe a quarter more for the trash bag, the purple trash bag, but they're not paying anything for the composting bag. So people think they're getting a deal. It's a wash for us, but anyway.
All right, so
I think this entire program is going to be incredibly hard for the state to mandate, but
yeah, I agree. So I guess what we're looking for is, do we want to order a shipping container and say, I don't know, 500 of the 5 gallon bags to get us started? Irv, do you know how long it would take us to get the container?
no, a lot of them is a lot of places have them right in stock. They're used, they're not brand new.
Right.
But you can get a good, decent one.
Are we really gonna buy a $2,000 20-foot container to put our compost in?
How is Waste Management supposed to pick that up?
how long is it going to take? How long is it going to take to fill up that shipping container?
Well, no, the idea
is there another option?
The idea is we have an agreement currently with Triple T where they will take the bags. We just don't have anywhere, because we don't run the truck down I guess we do it like once a week in the summer, but it's like every 2 weeks in the winter, and they can't get mixed in with the compacted garbage. They have to be put on at the end. So we need somewhere to store them, really just for a couple days a week, maybe 2, until we run the compactor down.
You gotta store them bags from all week on, and then after you close down on Saturday or Monday morning, that's when you put them in the truck.
Yeah.
You can't put them right in with the garbage.
You don't think it'd be easier to get a dumpster and just put them into a dumpster? I mean, we can chain equipment and drive across the country, but we can't keep a bear out of a container. I mean, let's think about this for 5 seconds.
I have to agree with Rob.
I mean, let's stop and think about this for 5 seconds. A 20-foot container for $2,000 is way overdone. It's going to stink to high heaven. Who the hell is going to want to handle it? Get it in a dumpster. You can chain it to the bucket of something and go dump it. Come on. It's going to cost $500 for a brand new dumpster thereabout. Modify it up to keep a bear out of it. If we don't have the technology to keep a bear out of a dumpster, then we need to stop and resurrect our situation. I mean, we've landed people on the moon, so to speak.
Okay.
We're going to start mining the moon. Come on.
All right. So let's start with this. Do we want to order the bags? We can order the bags now.
Yes,
we'll have them, and then we can figure out what to do about the dumpster thing. Maybe Steve, you and Irv and Rob could research that and figure out a way to modify it so that we can keep the bears out for a couple of days.
Yeah, I'll talk to Triple T about getting a container, a dumpster, whether it's 8-yard or whatever it is, and I'll start that conversation.
All right, so then I guess I would entertain a motion to order 500 5-gallon organics compostable bags from Organic Solutions at a price of
So moved.
Be 5 times 25, be $125 plus shipping. Is there a second?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of ordering compostable bags from Organic Solutions signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carla, if you could put that in the works tomorrow,
Yep.
That would be great. Okay, and I see that Sherwood is now here. So I'd entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and go back up to members of the public / COVID-19 town updates.
So moved.
There's a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Mr. Lake, welcome, sir.
Hello, how are you this evening?
Doing all right. We got the bills paid this time. That was good.
Oh, that's cool. I heard the debate about the bear proofing. That was pretty interesting.
So we have, Sherwood has put together a policy in response to COVID-19 pandemic for the town and its employees and buildings. So you guys all got a copy of this, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, so Sherwood, you want to lay out what's going on?
Well, basically what this thing is because everything is changing at an incredible rate. All of the information that's out there is either old, is incorrect, or is just not valid. So in order to create a kind of a platform so everybody is on the same page, and to help secure town employees and the general public from potential infection from this thing. And no matter what anybody tells you, we're not out of the woods by a long shot. I put together, based on the meetings that I've been going through for the last month, what the current information is that has been substantiated through the Department of Health, through Department of Labor, the Emergency Management, Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns. And it is an evolving document in the sense that most policies have a longer term of validity. This one can change every week. Matter of fact, the governor has made it known that he intends to make changes to this thing by every Friday. So this is in a sense a living document, and it just spells out how to secure, or what to secure as far as the building goes, the employees' safety and security, and the general public that's building. It also sets down some rules as to who can be in the buildings that the town owns, and this is not just the town hall. It involves the town highway, garage, and the fire department as well. Do you want me to go through this thing top to bottom?
Well, I've had a chance to read it through. It all looks, reasonable is the wrong word, but it seems to take into account all the policies and procedures that I think would give us a better shot at keeping our employees safe and healthy. Does anybody have any changes that they think it might need? No? Okay.
So Will, I had sent an email out earlier this today, I guess, was today Tuesday? Today, asking about multiple people in the building of the town hall, and Sherwood actually answered that for me, or for all of us, I guess. So
right.
I'm just a little bit concerned about, I'm a little bit concerned about multiple listers being in the building at the same time with the town clerk, with Carla, even though Carla's, in another section of the building. I think we need to really think through that as a governing body of the town, I guess, and make a decision around how many listers should be in that office altogether with a potential service animal. I'm not sure what Rose's role is with Mike, but I think we need to talk about that tonight. With Sherwood.
I agree. Yeah,
I'm sorry. Well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Now, one thing to consider is that the regulations say 6 feet of space. All right. So if you talk about 6 feet of space, that's not just 6 feet between one person to the other, but if you imagine putting a person in the center of basically a 12-foot circle, because you got 6 foot forward, back. Once you start talking about those kind of circles merging, you're taking up space really fast, really quickly. And if you are talking about a room, well, if we brought up the size of the listers, you can't really conceivably put more than one person and comply with the regulation or the addendum in that office. So, and then once you add in the complexity of the service dog into the mix, however you want to characterize or count that, because shed of the virus can end up on that dog's coat and somebody could contract it, that dog is just as liable to shed disease as is any person. Understand that the CDC has identified cases where animal-human transmission, and we're talking through to viral contagions, not just on surfaces. It has occurred, but it is very rarely. But once you put that element on top of a coat, on top of a table surface or whatever, now you have another pathway to the contagion. So it's not just numbers, but distance.
Ellen, did you have something you wanted to add? Helen, are you there? Oh, no, she says, no thanks, listening and thinking. Okay. Yeah, so as far as the listers go, I imagine that Sherwood, you and I will probably have a conversation with Mike and Helen and Jean, as well as Anita, about how we work out scheduling and, it may be the listers work off hours. We may open up like a Thursday so that they can be the only two in the building to do what they have to do in a single day. The other thing is, I wanted to ask Steve, we had talked a little while ago about building a plexiglass divider for the clerk's office.
Yes.
Have you gotten anywhere with that?
It will be done by Friday.
Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I guess, does anybody have any other questions on the policy itself?
I've got a question about the listers. I was wondering, did Gene Cook get an exemption for smoking on the front steps?
No.
Oh, okay.
Has he been?
Yep.
I witnessed it myself 2 Fridays in a row. I brought it up to Helen. She was going to mention it to Jean, but since that time, he is still out there smoking.
I've got pictures of him today smoking out there.
Yep. No, it doesn't pertain to him. He just doesn't care.
Okay. Something else. Any other questions on the policy? All right, then the one other thing I wanted to mention about the policy is the last paragraph, in which we, the board, would allow Sherwood to make changes in this policy as they can come up. For instance, something comes out this Friday, we don't have a meeting for another 2 weeks. This would allow Sherwood to make changes to the policy, and then we could approve, ratify. Obviously, he and I have discussed it. Whenever possible, he would make us aware before he had to implement anything. But in the case of a change in either the governor's edicts or addendums, something that has to be added or can be removed, we would give him the authority to make those changes on our behalf. So that's one piece of it that I wanted to make sure that everybody was clear on before we decided to approve this or not. So any other questions? Okay, I guess I'd entertain a motion to adopt the policy in response to the COVID-19 pandemic for the town of Townsend.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of adopting the policy in response to the COVID-19 pandemic for the town of Townsend signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carla, tomorrow I will email this to the listers and to Anita and Elaine. And then Steve, if you want to take a copy and post it in the garage or give it to your guys, that's probably a good idea. We should also send it to the library, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Will, one more thing if I could.
Yeah, of course.
Just on a related note, the state of Vermont has put out requirements via VOSHA for anybody working. I sent out links today in an email to access that training material. It has to be completed by everybody involved by the 4th of May. One of the things that the state has taken this to the very seriously in that they've been mandated, even their highway and all actually state employees have to do this same training.
Mm-hmm.
Considering that they've all had this infectious disease training anyways as part of their normal course of business, they really are pushing it out to people to get done. So those links are at the VOSHA website for people that want to see it. If there's just people in the general public that want to see the information, go to the VOSHA website. I took the training today. It takes 20 minutes to finish, and there is a lot of information in there for people just in general to absorb that would be very helpful in understanding this thing.
Yep. Yeah, actually, that was next on my agenda, Sherwood. We'll play.
Okay.
I'd like to say thank you very much to Karen at the library because she has opened up again and is doing curbside pickup, and it has made my children very happy to be able to get books out.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, so we all have to do it. Steve, all your guys have to do it.
Yep.
Anita, the listers, like everyone who, Kurt will have to do it. Everyone who has anything with Town Hall. So Carla, maybe tomorrow you could inform everybody. Irv, there is a printable copy of it, which Carla, if you could print one and throw it in Irv's box so that he can do it. And then once the trainings are done, there's a certificate. All the certificates will go to Sherwood. He will compile them and then make copies for Carla to put in the town files, and then keep copies for his role as emergency management director. So everything can go, once you've done the training, go to Sherwood. Okay. Thank you, Sherwood. I appreciate it.
No problem. Take care. Have a good night.
You too.
Night, Sherwood. Thank you.
Okay, moving back up to old business. We have the listers form 4155, right? Yes, 4155. That was the certificate of no appeal or suit pending. I did finally get some answers from VLCT, and I was able to talk to the listers and to Anita. So after the Board of Abatement ruling, they had 30 days to file a further appeal. They did not, and then they also have paid the taxes. So according to VLCT, they can no longer come back on this property for this tax year. So with that said, I would entertain a motion, or anybody have any questions on that? Okay. I would entertain a motion to sign the certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grand list, listers form 4155.
So moved.
Okay, next month.
Okay.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of signing the form 4155 certificate of no appeal or suit pending signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Crystal, I think you and I have already signed it. So Steve, Irv, and Rob, if you could swing by the town hall, and whoever puts the last signature on it, it needs to go to Anita after that.
Okay.
Good. Thank you. All right. John Evans sent an email to Anita. His planning commission term is up in 2020, so he would like to be reappointed. So I would entertain a motion to appoint John Evans to the Planning Commission for a 5-year term.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of appointing John Evans to the Planning Commission for a 5-year term signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
It's plugged in now, and it's fine until
So-
tomorrow when we think I'll use in time.
Carla, if you could just let John know that he can continue his reign. Okay, next thing was we had when we did the first class license for Beboro Corp, Wyndham Hill Inn, they had a third class liquor license application that got separated from it. So we had formed a quorum. We got 3 signatures on that. So I would just, to ratify this, all those in favor of approving the renewal of the third class liquor license for Beboro Corp, which is Wyndham Hill Inn. Sorry. Second?
Second.
Second. Oh.
Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of renewing the third class liquor license for Beboro Corp, Wyndham Hill Inn, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay. Does anyone have any need for an executive session? Okay. The next regular meeting. The next regular meeting is May 12th.
My dog just threw up, sorry.
Oh, God. Next regular meeting is May 12th at 6:30.
Yeah,
will be a Zoom meeting. Also, in talking to Anita today, I am going to set up the town Zoom account this week. So the meeting information will change by our next meeting. And if nobody else has anything else, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
But I have
Good
a
job,
quick
Will.
question
Thank
first.
you.
Thanks, everybody.
Wait, Steve, hold on. Steve, hold on.
Carla?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, this is not meeting related. It's just more along the lines of, I sent you an email this afternoon. Riverbend needs 2 boxes of bags.
Okay.
And if you wanted to do that, there, I have the invoice pad on top of my desk. It's already filled out. So if you could
Okay,
just
I'll
get their
pick it up.
signature and leave them the yellow copy, that'd be awesome.
All right, I'll pick it up in the morning and bring it down.
All right, fantastic. Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, good night, everybody.
Thank you. Good night, Will. Good job.
Good night.
Okay, 7:35.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Nice work.
I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. And our first item of business are the minutes from April 8th.
I would move that we approve the select board minutes from our meeting of April 8th.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Moving on, we have warrants 22 and 22P.
I'll make a motion to approve bills for payment warrant 22 and 22P.
I second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? Warrant 22 is for a total of $10,351.20. And that covers some payroll transfers, health insurance premiums, the sheriff's monthly cost, and supplies for the highway department, parts and fuel. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right.
Aye.
Doesn't look like we have any visitors. Moving on, the road foreman's report, we have some curb cuts. One for Kipling Road, the Bacon residence, and one for East West Road, the Beach residence. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to approve curb cuts for Bill and Pat Bacon on Kipling Road and Richard and Rosemary Beach on East West Road.
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion?
So the one on the East-West Road is set for driveway with culvert, but the one on Kipling Road, as noted on our application, is for just access into the field for mowing or any logging. That's it. It's not for driveway use.
Okay, and Lee's given his okay.
Lee has given the okay for both of them.
Yep. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Is there anything under correspondence for information that you'd like to discuss? Most of it's reports on the COVID-19 virus.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to just thank Terry for joining certain calls and providing us with summaries. I find that really helpful. I feel a little inundated by, you know, I'm not quite sure all the emails that I'm getting, who they're from, and, you know, what I should be looking for. So Terry, your summaries are really, really useful for me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Thanks. There wasn't a Tuesday. There wasn't a regional one yesterday. They had the training that I didn't need to do this year. So there wasn't one to do, but there'll be a Friday one again too. But really the two reports we get in the evening, especially the situation report, that really gives you the best ballpark of what's really going on.
Yeah.
And who does that come from?
That one comes down from the, I think it says DOS when it comes down.
Okay.
And it'll say situation report on it.
Great. And they highlight all the new information in red. So.
In red, yes. I think I get that twice, yeah.
Right.
There too.
Yeah, so it is helpful.
It is very helpful.
Right. Yeah, and so thank you, Terry, for
You're welcome.
On top of that. Under discussion, correspondence for discussion and or action, there's just quite a few emails from the Wyndham Regional Commission, just keeping us up to date, providing information should we want or need to apply to FEMA for reimbursements for costs that are associated with the virus in town. Anything you want to add to that?
So you'd have to have a cost of $3,300 to get any reimbursement. We don't have any at this time. So the Wyndham region was just looking to see what towns would be applying to give them a one-up on it. So it's so the reason I put this put on is just so that we could say to Alyssa, we don't have any costs right now. So at this point, we are not going through the process of doing all the application to go forth with it, but it leaves it open should something happen and we do go up over 3,300 weekend in the future. But the time, I think I put it in one of my notes. This is a far-reaching thing, but once the head of the emergency management up there goes from a pause or whatever, they stop at what they're doing now, then the 30-day clock will click where you've got to have all your stuff in. But we, at this point, we're not there.
Okay.
And so is there an example of something where the town would be incurring cost that would be related to COVID-19?
Well, if we had like a, well, we're all the emergency management, so therefore our costs are here. I mean, we're it, and we're already getting paid our stipend for the select board. So that would be probably time-wise, especially if you had a nursing home or assisted living or a hospital in there where they're trying to deal with the emergency management, trying to deal with that. And I'm assuming Brattleboro is going to get on some of that with their revenues and their. We just don't have it.
Yeah. Okay.
We've kept everything going along the way it is, and you know, we're working it as our own group.
Right. We have no loss of revenue from the parking meters.
Right. That's a good one.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion about that?
So I'll just let Alyssa know we're just we're not there.
Right. Great.
Okay.
Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
And I saw the list of towns that don't have their local emergency management plan completed. You know, we were not on that list of late comers. So thank you, Terry, for.
You're welcome. We were the first one to have it done, actually.
Okay, great.
We got that distinction.
There's nothing under new business. There was an email. There's a resident, well, not a resident that's going into a hospital in Connecticut, and his daughter is trying to get a cat down to the Wyndham Humane Society. And I don't know what the current status is in the last couple of days, but if someone wants to check in with her, it's a little, not quite what we usually deal with as animal control, going to catch a cat for someone, but
Yeah, so Zeke, I'd like to share something relative to the email that we got about that incident, that situation. It seemed to me that a lot of the response and activity fell on Lori's shoulders because we didn't really take responsibility for it as the select board. And so I would just like to be clear about how we as a select board, as a group, are going to deal with being the animal control officers. And then a side question is, so we have a pound keeper, and I didn't know, I mean, David's probably in the same boat. What's the difference between a pound keeper and the animal control officer?
It's sort of like, the difference is the pound keeper is sort of an honorific position with no, since we don't have a pound, the duties are pretty light. And so it's almost like the weigher of coal.
Okay.
That's essentially what it is. And so the animal control is the one, it's the person or persons who are appointed to carry out the, to enforce the animal control ordinance that we have in Boston. Which says nothing about going and catching a cat for someone. So it's a little outside our usual.
It wasn't catching a cat. They were looking for a place to.
No, well, she couldn't catch it, actually. She was having trouble catching it. And, you know, neither Lori, so I was the only one that responded from the select board that I know of. And both Lori and I decided neither of us were interested in going and helping her catch the cat. Neither of us felt, you know, like we would be very good at that. And Zeke, I called you more to just see, so as an animal control officer, what would your response be?
Let's see, she had spoken with me, you know, and I had told her I was in, I simply wasn't in town. And so,
I didn't know that she had spoken with you.
And that she should send a email to selectboard@dummerston.org so it would go out. I guess in the future we should just, if we have something come up, you know, if I am around, then you know, most likely I'll be happy to take care of it, or willing to take care of it, I should say. Or if I'm not available, then you know, we can chat among ourselves and see who's available. Or
but we just need to know what to do. Like, I was just looking for instruction. Like, as the animal control officer, I wouldn't go and catch a cat. I would put her in touch with the Wyndham Humane Society.
Yes, because our contract with Wyndham Humane Society allows residents to take animals there directly. It doesn't have to go through the animal control. And you know, if there's a dog roaming around the center of town or the gas stations on the highways, you know, then in the past, Wayne or I have gone and tried to catch that animal, or someone has a, that's the sort of thing. We generally haven't gone into people's houses to catch an animal for them, or to, and we don't deal with skunks in the basement or bats in the bedroom or anything like that. Mostly dogs. There are occasional cat problems that fit a little bit more with, you know, the ordinance. But if this person
plus wasn't she was only looking to have, I mean, she basically wants the Humane Society to board it for her until her father comes home.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either, and apparently they're willing to do that, or the situation is they're going to put the cat up for adoption or whatever. But
Right.
so it's pretty much if let's see. I guess
I guess my thought was it really didn't fall under animal control.
yeah, I thought it was more if someone felt like helping this person out, but that'd be fine. But it
Right.
wasn't technically.
Right, which I didn't know. Like I'm just getting familiar with what it means to be the animal control officer, and I would have contacted her and put her in touch with the Wyndham Humane Society, but I wasn't confident to say, and it's not, our role to come and catch the cat for you. I don't know. If I had been more confident, I would have given her a call directly.
Right. And I sometimes in the past have thought, well, I've gotten these calls where, they can't catch this animal. I don't know why they think I would be able to catch it. We don't, have a lot of equipment in the animal control locker room. So.
Should I call Ron Speck, who is our pound keeper, and since he is a vet in Dummerston, ask him for suggestions of who might be a good person to contact about being an animal control officer?
I think that'd be a great idea. There's in fact someone I've been meaning to call who works as a technician there.
That's perfect.
I thought this person might be interested and certainly has some, good training. And we do have that $500 stipend now.
Right. Well, would you call that person? And if that person says no, then I will call Ron.
Okay, and I'll let you know.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I'd like to take it off our shoulders. I mean, I appreciate, Zeke, you wanting to shed this responsibility, and you're trying really hard to do that. But I don't think having the select board as a whole shoulder it is really taking it off your shoulders, and it ends up being on Lori's shoulders, which is not a good thing.
Right. Okay, so I'll make a call and I'll get back in touch with you. Anything else under new business?
So at our last
right, there is.
What?
Go ahead, Maria.
Go ahead.
Okay, so at our last meeting, we did some appointments, and then I had sent a list of the still open seats to be published in the views. And now talking about animal control officer, would you like me to send that list also to Lori to list on the website and maybe in her weekly newsletter that she sends out?
I think that'd be great.
Yep.
That'd be perfect.
I didn't see that list. Did you send? I'm sure you sent it to everybody though, right?
No, I sent it to Roger Turner to publish in the views, just the open seats.
Okay.
Yep.
The other thing was when I was talking to Lee about the curb cuts, he mentioned about the town office painting. So I got a hold of Jeff Dixon. He'll be starting in probably about a few weeks. He said it'll be done before the deadline there. And if he'll let Lee know when he starts in case there's any questions or anything, because Lee seems to be the one that's out and about more than all of us now. So, but that will be commencing here very shortly.
Great.
And it seems like they should let Lori know too.
Yes, if he calls Lee, I'm sure Lee will let Lori know that it'll be coming along. Yeah.
Okay.
But it'll be a few weeks, but he knows the time frame.
Great. Good. Okay. All right. Anything else under new business?
Oh, By the way, I sent you an email around that Harold sent me, but disregard that one. He's going to bring me over the correct one. It's regarding Rescue Inc. for our next meeting. I guess it's a letter from Drew that wants to go to the select board. He just sent me the wrong one, so he's got to actually print this one off and bring it over so I can scan it in. But I believe our contract's up this year with Rescue Inc. for the end of it's a 2-year, and I think this is it.
Okay. I thought
So I haven't seen the letter yet, but when I do, I'll scan it around and he'd be available at our next meeting if we had any questions.
Okay, great. Okay, anything else? All right, guess we're done. I think.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
There we go. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you all. Good to see you
Bye-bye.
all. Glad everybody looks
Bye.
healthy.
Yep.
Yes.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
No.
Well,
great.
I'm showing about 7, but I'll wait.
Let me get this started to. Okay, it's recording.
Okay, it's close.
Everyone,
I'll wait a few more minutes. I see Chris just joined in, and
yeah, it is 7 though. Everyone, just again, mute your mics if you're not talking, so it keeps the noise levels down. That's all. And raise your hand or.
yeah, I'll try to watch everybody for physical hand raising if they're not electronic. Well, I guess we can start. If I don't know if anybody knows of anybody else joining in. I don't know of anybody else. Thank you, everyone. I will officially call the meeting to order. I guess it's 7:01. And we'll start by the first item to call for any other additions to the agenda. Anybody? No? All right, so don't hear any. So we'll move on to approve the minutes from the April 13th Select Board meeting. Motion to approve those, or?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from the April 13th Select Board meeting.
Thank you, Tom.
And I will second that.
All right, thank you, Paul. Any comments or any changes, suggestions? For our first Zoom meeting, I think it went pretty smoothly.
Yep, Terry's joining the meeting now.
Okay. So we'll hold off for just a second. I guess I can go ahead and any further comments? All in favor of approving the minutes?
Aye.
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 And I see.
Damn, boy, don't.
Abstentions or any nays?
Chris, we can hear you.
All right, so I have all in favor for approving the minutes. Next two items are kind of lumped together for approving the timesheets and the pay orders. Terry had posted those up on the shared drive this afternoon, and I will plan to go into the office tomorrow to sign them. So I'll look for any comments or any anything that anybody saw in those or anything to point out.
I have a couple. I have a question. I have a question and a comment about the pay orders.
Sure.
First thing I want to do is I want to thank Sarah and Terry for they're doing these logs of what they're doing at home, and I think they're doing it really good, really helpful. Thanks for that. The other one is we talked about the bottle deposit, and it's like $5 a bottle for the water. We talked about that 2 weeks ago. That they're charging us for them. Oh, there's Sarah's hand up.
The reason we didn't get deposits back the last couple of times because 2 months ago it was town meeting, and then this time we didn't leave them out because of the COVID. We have to leave them out for them to take them. So they haven't taken any bottles in the last 2 pickups. So that's why you're not getting a deposit. And I tried to say that last time, but I couldn't.
Well, it came out good this time.
Yeah, perfectly.
The other question on that same topic is we're paying for 2 cooler rentals. Where's the other cooler?
At the town garage.
They have a cooler at the garage? Okay.
Yeah, they take water, the guys do, and they have their own cooler up there. So
I
we're
got
paying
you.
for the one in the office and the one in the garage.
Good, thank you. See how good it is to have you here?
Yeah, thank you. That's awesome. And back to the point, just real quick, when Paul and I and Terry and Sarah kind of discussed the office operations, we weren't trying to be big brother or anything like that to say monitor every minute of what they do, but just this kind of a new process, see where some of the stresses might be on the office, how many people are calling in, if, are we addressing everything, those types of things. So it's been super helpful just to kind of get a top line overview of what's going on and phone calls coming into the office and things like that. So So super. Not hearing anything else, I will plan to go into the office tomorrow and sign off on those as we set up a few weeks back, and hopefully this will be over soon and we'll be able to approve them normally. So next item, kind of an open topic, I guess, just an update on and discussion on regarding the COVID-19 situation and office operations and town operations and feedback going on in town. And I'll kind of leave that open. I think there's obviously a lot going on, but I don't know of any red flags out there. Any other feedback? I know Chris, it looks like he kind of maybe bopped off the meeting, but he had provided, and as Andy alluded to now too, I mean, we're still kind of in the thick of it. I mean, Southern Vermont's still seeing some stuff going on. I think Vermont in general and us, I mean, we're getting through it and doing a good job distancing and things like that. There hasn't been, as far as Chris was aware of, there hadn't been any calls to Neighborhood Connection for volunteer needs in Jamaica. There's, I think at last counted, maybe somebody else knows for sure, but I mean, it was close to 30 people that had volunteered to help out if needed. And I know a number of them are, driving lunches and things like that. So there's quite a few people stepped up, and we thank everybody for that. And so far we haven't had too many stresses of needs. So that's all good.
Yeah, that's happening. I delivered a meal today. It's happening.
Super.
It's still going
yeah.
on. Yeah.
Thank you. Yep.
No,
yeah. Anybody else there?
There's a small part of it. There's a lot of other people doing a lot more. It's just
right. Yeah.
Going on.
Yeah. There's so many people doing a lot of things that's unreal. And I probably will have that as just an agenda item going forward, even with no specifics around it. So if anybody has things or there's any concerns, raise those up.
So Greg, is this in the topic of sort of the most recent addendum 11 kind of discussion? I was just curious whether Sarah or Terry had gotten any calls for appointments that are now allowed under addendum 10 and 11, or has it been quiet?
Yeah, let them answer that. Sarah, you're on mute. But two so
we've had two. I had a guy come in last Thursday, and then I have another appointment this coming Thursday.
Okay.
So, and it's been fine. He wore a mask, and I just went in the other room while he made copies, and then I told him just to work in the vault, and it was fine. So, perfect. Yeah.
And people are, I would hope they're understanding of all that. Seems like they were.
Did
yeah.
he ask any questions about washing his hands? Did you mind?
Nope, I left the door open, so he just walked right in there and was ready to go, and yep, it was good.
Good.
Excellent. And Terry, you said it was kind of busy today too, but mostly people calling regarding tax questions and not so many appointment related things.
This is my first time ever doing this, so it was quiet. It was just tax stuff today. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
People are still doing their taxes.
Jessica, do you anticipate, just from your seeing that side of the business, do you see that there's a lot of stuff that's maybe built up in the pipeline that will get out, get down to the town level of doing research and things like that?
So there were in surrounding towns. I can tell you in Londonderry, there was in some other towns. I had not been hearing anything. I know of something that's going to come up in Jamaica, but it's not ripe yet. So I was just curious if Jamaica was feeling what Londonderry did. But Londonderry got back, for example, they were pretty quick. And Winhall, they got requests relatively quickly.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's a good thing, and hopefully we can stay on top of it. Thanks. Okay. Well, the next thing, Terry, we'll roll right into item 6, and I threw this out there. I know there's obviously a lot of discussion about the financial side of local government and at the town level and especially the state level. And I imagine a lot of people were wondering about that. I mean, you see a lot of select boards addressing that and bringing up those topics. So I asked Terry to kind of do a quick little forecast of what we're looking like right now and where we'll be at the end of the year. And I'll let Terry just kind of throw out a few little comments on that. I mean, it's looking good. I mean, as good as it can be, I guess. I mean, anything else to add to that? Or I can start and then Terry can add in. So, I mean, right now, I mean, we're kind of in a good situation because most of our tax revenue collection is in the fall. So we're you know, fairly well financed, I suppose, until we get, you know, through this fiscal year. We're tracking ahead of, you know, with a slight surplus. We haven't seen any unforeseen kind of expenses come in. One thing that we're being cautious of is, or that at least in my head, we should be cautious of, are some, you know, projects that we have on our budgets going into next fiscal year. Partly, you know, if grant funding and things like that kind of get bottlenecked, and then, you know, later in the fall, if we see some decline in tax revenues because of people that have been out of work for 6 months or whatever the case might be. Is that anything else to add to that, Terry?
No, I think that pretty much covers it. The only thing I will say is the sheet that I put up on the drive today, that was the projection sheet, did not include the pay orders for today. So I think there's about 30,000 with payroll and expenses. So we're gonna have to take that off the bottom line, that's all. So we're down.
The 82 is less 30. So it's closer to 50?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. At fiscal year end.
Yes.
Okay.
And a lot of the things that I took off at the top are, you know, the fiscal 20 to reserve is 180,000. And if we get to the end and we think, oh gosh, you know, we're not going to have enough money, I just won't move that. So there's a little leeway there.
There's leeway there too.
Yep.
And this includes the road projects that you created the RFP for?
This does not, because those will be
because they're after
21. Yeah.
Okay.
And the paving, the Pikes Falls part of the paving RFP is a paving grant from the state. So that will be, I think, about 32,000, and they're going to kick in 175,000.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
So one of the things we talked about is, I mean, the state may, in June or July or next week, might just say, hey, all those things are off. I mean, so part of it was we thought it made sense to get out there and get the RFQ out there early, so that at least we're in line. And if something pops up, we're kind of in control and can say that we're going to hold off, or we don't have the financing from the state, or what the case might be, rather than wait and see and be stuck.
Right. So there's a separate item, right, in the agenda for the RFQs?
Yes, and coming up next, so it's maybe a perfect segue.
Well, I was just, I know you and I, Greg, had talked briefly online about the delinquent taxes and whether, you know, were we going to kind of proceed business as usual? We holding tight? Was there any further discussion?
Yeah, it's certainly something to bring up. As you can see on Terry's report, there's a little over 40,000 out there. It is kind of I don't know if it's called customary, but I mean, it's kind of a procedural thing that right about this time of year, we kind of start to do the work for delinquent tax sales. Obviously the money is important, but my thought on that is that it may not be the right time to go out with doing that, so to speak. I mean, just given the sense that you're given the fact that everybody's maybe in a bind, even though these are old issues. I mean, they're a few years back. So, I mean, you can argue it probably either way. It's great maybe to have some public, you know, some comment on that from the board. I mean, I think right now they're on kind of loosely on hold, meaning that we just haven't moved forward. So, Andy, you had a thought, or Andy had a say?
No, I was just wondering if the state they haven't suspended anything as far as tax collections or are advising any municipalities to change any business as usual. I know Terry, our treasurer, has some like laws she has to follow in collecting taxes, I think. Are you talking about, we can suspend those if things got a little more bleak, or?
Yeah, and I
or
guess
what-
maybe the right word wasn't suspend, or delay, or I don't know. I mean, I don't know the strict requirements of timing on all that kind of stuff. I think the governor obviously is, trying to, get people to pay their taxes if they can. So, I mean, any kind of revenue that we can collect is good.
I mean, we can get some more detail. We can dig down a little bit on the content of the 43,000 and get back together again in 2 weeks, as well as to understand there are, in order to waive the taxes or to waive penalties and interest, there does need to be a more formal action that involves a larger group. And we could go over that in a couple weeks.
Yeah, Paul, you had a comment then too, and then to Terry.
Yeah, the stuff that I've been seeing coming across my desk has led the discussion to kind of suspending the deadlines and the penalty fees, and that's sort of a little bit of a cushion for people, but it's still again leaves the onus of paying your taxes and all the other things. They're just sliding the deadline a little bit and sliding and giving us permission to waive the fees. That's the sort of stuff that I've seen come across.
But from some other municipalities, those are the steps they're taking, or?
This is from the state and VLCT, some of their guidance. I'd be perfectly honest, I get stuff from so many different directions. I'm not sure exactly I want to quote, but I think it was VLCT talking about its interpretation of what came from the state.
Oh.
And we don't know how long this is going to go on. This might get a lot better real soon, or I don't want to I don't think we should jump the gun on projecting how the town collects taxes. We may have to do nothing.
Right. Terry, you had something there, Brad?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's abatement, Board of Abatement that can
Right.
take the taxes away. But they can only take town taxes away. They cannot abate school taxes, and they can take interest and penalty away on the school portion, but those still have to be paid. They're actually in that $900,000 payment that's got to go to the state by June 1st, I believe. And they haven't put that off as far as I know. Yeah, I haven't heard anything. But I also haven't gotten any requests for abatement from any of these people.
Yeah,
I
wasn't even thinking about abating anything or that decision. I think in our conversation, I think loosely was, do we just kind of hold off on them, whether it's a week or 2 weeks or a month? And like Andy said, I mean, we don't know how long this is going to be. Maybe just move forward. I don't know the whole process. So, I mean, I don't know the legal process, and I don't know if there's any less likelihood of collecting them right now, and that we're maybe just wasting our time. I mean, it's
well, it is funny that I had a person call today that wanted to pay a partial on their taxes.
Yeah.
And I got a $4,000 payment the other day. So some people are, and then some people.
Yeah.
And that doesn't reflect in this number either, because I haven't posted it yet. So.
Yeah. So maybe it's just, I mean, this is just a discussion. I mean, there's no action taken, which certainly wasn't on the agenda. So I think.
Yeah, agreed.
I'll take recommendations. Otherwise, maybe we'll just move forward as we're moving.
I like the idea of continuing.
His hand up there too, just being I'll go to Lou and then back to Paul.
Okay, just from the perspective of the listers, we've been given guidance that we do have an extension if we want to take it to create the abstract, but we do not plan on taking that. We plan on having grievances as normal. They'll be via telephone or by Skype or whatever. And we plan on filing the abstract early in July. So that should be, from the lister's perspective, everything, the grand list should be ready in July.
Okay, that's good to know too. Yeah, Paul.
I was just saying, I like the idea of pressing forward. I'm against the idea of trying to make plans to deal with an occurrence that hasn't occurred yet. So
Yeah.
let's see where it's going, and then we can deal with.
It wasn't an agenda. I think it maybe we just kind of we're touching on it, and well worth touching on just as a town finance issue.
Yep, I agree.
That we just continue to move as we are.
Yep.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Good discussion.
Thank you, Terry.
Yeah, so then on to the RFQs. I did share them. I mean, I think we haven't decided on any, obviously, but we need to be moving these forward. The ones for paving and trash hauling are a little bit bigger in the scope of what they are. The mowing of the cemeteries is pretty straightforward, and we do every year.
Greg? Tom here. So on the cemeteries, Rossonville's not on there. We decided we're not doing Rossonville?
I didn't even notice that. I don't think anybody decided anything.
I can't remember what we decided on that.
You're talking just the monument, or
just the monument? Yeah, not the whole cemetery, but just the monument. Wouldn't that? Because I remember last year we had Amid and Drew do that. We added that later. I thought just had him do that after we had talked with Rossins.
Yeah, Terry and I had a little bit of this conversation because this was primarily. I mean, this is for the cemeteries, and it's not for all the other.
Oh, it isn't. Okay.
Miscellaneous kind of town stuff, meaning like the little triangle in front of the church and all the, but those, I mean, that was on the back of my mind. I can't even recall, Terry, we talked about it and I can't recall how those were done in the past. Or Paul probably knows too. Yeah, Paul.
Well, my thought on this is most of our discussions took place before it was clear that we didn't own or have any claim on that monument.
Right.
And then it's been, it's clear now that we thought it was clear before. We really don't own it. It belongs to a combination of the Rossonville people and I believe Mrs. Wright from across from Wilbur's ex. I think owns that piece of property, and so we were taking care of it because everybody, I assume in the past, because I know when we were talking about it when I was in the past, we assumed it was part of the town, but it's not.
Okay.
Right. Andy.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't know I was signed up. I'm going to mute myself.
Okay, so this RFQ is for just the mowing of the cemeteries, and there's probably a handful of miscellaneous other things out there.
I just had one question on the RFQ for the road paving.
Yeah.
I know that's next fiscal year, but obviously it's going out now soon. One of the things that it looked like would be pretty critical is what the proposal would be for scheduling, for when they would come in, how long they would be there, et cetera. And it does say in the text of the RFQ that one of the bases for the decision to be made will be how much time it's going to take you to do it and how tight your scheduling is. But it doesn't actually ask for that. Now, I wasn't sure if I had missed it, but I think if we're going to use that, in fact, just, we should. If we're saying that one of our criteria is the length of time it's going to take them and the scheduling, then we should specifically ask for that information. It's a small fix, but I may have missed it.
Yeah, I don't recall either. I don't have it memorized, but if it's in there or not.
If someone had a Word version to send me, then I could search the document. But I think what you sent were PDFs, right? Were they? It could be.
No, they were Word.
The Word document.
Oh, they're Word?
document.
Oh, so then it's a quick search.
Yeah, I'm browsing it real quick, but obviously I'm not going to see it probably. So I don't recall if that's in there or not. So I mean, the request for this has come out, and if people do request, I mean, we can put that. I mean, the announcement of this has gone out, but if people request a copy of the RFQ, we can certainly add that in, I think.
Yeah.
Do you remember, Terry? Is it in there?
I don't remember seeing it. No.
Okay.
No.
And I'll double check, Terry, after the meeting. I'll search the document. If I find something, I'll let you know. Otherwise, it should just be added.
I'm pulling it up right now. Maybe I can answer your question.
Yeah, I only have one screen where I am, so I can't, and I already have three tiles open.
Yeah, and this too, I mean, this, hopefully we, like before we said, we'll get this lined up so that it's ready to go. So we've got a little bit of time to get the details sorted out.
All right, I've got it pulled up. What was your question again, Jessica?
If there's a specific request for the RFQ provider to specify the length of time each of the projects is going to take them, and kind of and rough scheduling.
Yeah, my look at it is only showing just a completion by date of the September.
Yeah, that's all I've seen so far.
Yeah, I've read through it too. I don't see anything in there about that.
Okay, so it's just a quick fix.
So usually when the bids come in, the contractor brings the bid with them, and you can actually ask them questions. They usually stay for the bid opening. Bless you.
This could be something that, I mean, one we
At least
get
I was on mute.
answered, work them into a contract. So
Right. The only thing is, right, if you're specifically saying that you're going to base your decision on these objective criteria, and one of them is a criteria, you're not asking all the bidders to provide. It's an internal failure. So it's just really a fix. It's not. It just, the document itself should stand on its own and be kosher. So you have to ask everybody to provide the same information, that information upon which the town is going to base its decision. That's all. It's literally, you can copy what the words were for how you're going to make your decision, including the scheduling, and just add that into the list of information they have to provide.
yeah. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. And then the other main one actually to talk about is the one for the trash hauling and the recyclables. We had started to put that together, and Terry and I were working with Bob, and his name's eluding me, but the executive director of the Wyndham Solid Waste, just to get some feedback from their perspective and other contracts or other RFQs they had sent out. One of his suggestions is that we may want to have a little bit wider window for people to submit bids, because just to get a wider range of people to apply.
And the timing seems tight.
It's going to be immediate, and they're going to jump right on it, and they're going to know, but then that might short us a little bit and having a wider pool to pick from. So the thought is to go, right now our bridge kind of contract with Casella goes to June 3rd or June 1st. The discussion was to see if we can extend that contract by a month. I wouldn't imagine Casella is going to say no. I mean, they're getting paid for it, and that would give us, we wouldn't be required to have the bids back by our May 7th meeting. It would give us another few weeks to get the bids back. And also looking forward, the following meeting after that is on Labor Day, and I think historically we don't have a meeting then. So I don't know what the rest of the board's thoughts are about trying to see if we can extend Casella's contract by a month and then open this up a little bit wider for timing to get the trash bid back.
I agree with that. It seems tight. Especially in light of the no meeting on Memorial Day.
Yeah, and this kind of, like, everything seemed to sneak up on us, I guess, with everything going on the past month or so. Any other thoughts?
I'd agree with that. I think that they may have some timing issues of their own, given the Corona thing going on. So they might
what are the yellow highlights on the organics, composting? Vendors could submit quotes.
So this one hasn't been finalized yet. So those were just questions. I think, I can't remember if Terry highlighted those or maybe Bob had highlighted them. Whether they were, some bids don't include those. I mean, and so he wasn't familiar with what we had done. So I think he was the one who highlighted those. Is that correct, Terry?
I highlighted them.
Oh, okay.
Because there were questions. This came from a RFP that was 3 years old, and it was a little different. So I took the 3-year-old one, and I took the first one that he had sent to you, and kind of mashed them together.
Okay.
And then this was so my questions were in yellow when I sent it off to him, and you got the yellow one too, so.
Okay. So those aren't things we need to answer tonight.
No.
Okay.
Right, and right now Casella does, I mean, they do the organics also. I mean, TAM had been doing that, and so we would bid those all together.
Got it.
Okay, so I will contact Casella to see about extending that contract, and then we'll kind of just brush up on this, and I'll share it back out with everybody to see what it looks like, or any other comments on it. Let us know, and Terry can get that one out into the works also.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Next, item 8.
Before we move on,
take this one. Oh, I'm sorry, Paul.
I had my hand up, but it's a tiny little hand.
I didn't see it.
Real quick, before we leave the previous conversation about the bids for paving, before we kind of went pretty quickly. In the bid for paving, it's asking for a project completion date of September the 30th. Is that a reasonable time frame given the shutdown of everything for the last couple of months? Is there, what are the reasoning behind that particular date, and is that flexible enough given the current COVID issue?
I think it says we can decide. I read it this afternoon. I think it says we can extend it longer, but we'd like it done by the 30th. Is that right?
It says without written consent. Yeah, it says will be done without, it can't go longer without written consent from the select board. I just thought up front it seemed like it might be tight.
Well, I mean, if we can change it, what's the big deal? You know, then
I don't remember why. Yeah, what was the reasoning behind the 30th September?
Well, if we tell them the 30th, it's like me. You know, you can tell me I got to be done by Christmas, but you'd really like it done by September 30th. You know, if we give them the 30th, they'll try to get it done by then.
Yeah, right? I think part of it too, you're getting to the point where after that point, you're getting into more weather issues and stuff like that too. So let's force them to get it done earlier.
I'm just wondering if we'll force them to get it done, or we'll force people who know they can't get it done to not bother to bid.
Well,
Terry's got a thought.
I think that will give them sufficient time, because I think with the opening up, all the plants will be opening. If they haven't opened by now, they will be opening fairly soon.
Right.
And if they decline to bid on that basis, they're most likely to say, you know, guys, I would love to bid, but it's just not reasonable. And then we can come back and amend the offer.
I concur with that.
And this RFP was done by VTrans. So they know, I think, what they're talking about as far as dates and stuff go. I'm sure their RFP is
technical of all the RFPs, and the ones that we had the least to do with. So, which is
Terry, I thought you wrote that second page all by yourself.
I'm not looking at the second page, so
That's
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The one with all the tiny little details about
It's really, right, it's really technical.
Well, I do have the spreadsheet to figure out how many tons it takes to do a road, if you're interested in some light reading.
Okay, that was my question.
Good question, though.
Yeah.
All right. So next item was kind of a bucket of technology related issues. And Tom was going to kind of speak to that. A couple of things this week or last week happened, and kind of work through them, but Tom's got more of the detail.
We had a rough time with the website. I think some of you know. First off, I want to thank Lou for helping me get it fixed and cleaned up. We went through and he cleaned out all the old JBoss, which is a website that the old website was on. So we've cleaned that up, and so the back end is a little clearer. But a week ago Friday, the website was hacked. What they call an injection, where someone puts in a JavaScript that puts a link in all of the redirects. So when you click on the site, it redirected to some malware. I spent some time looking at it. I spent some time with GoDaddy. We eventually had to purchase a security product from GoDaddy, and then they went in and cleaned it up. So that was an emergency purchase that Greg and I decided on because the website had to come back up. After that, I went in and I upgraded the website to the latest version of WordPress. So that is now, we now up at the latest version, and we are running the security. I had asked, and I'm asking the board, I think we should purchase from GoDaddy as well, a backup of the site. It's $2 a month or $2.99 a month for a daily backup, just in case this ever happens again. We'll have a backup, because that's one of the concerns, because basically we didn't have anything. So if they couldn't have gotten our site back, we would have lost it and had to start over, or start back from some point in the past, which was probably about a year old. So it's $36 a year. It's just added peace of mind if something were to happen or we were to get hacked again. But at this point, the site is up. It's been stable for a couple of days. Sarah, I downloaded a plugin as well. So now the editing looks like the old way. So if you go in, if you can get in, you should be able to edit things and edit the pages and stuff, just like you did in the older version. So, but it is still running the 5.4. So that was not a fun exercise, but we got through it. A lot of stops and goes.
Yeah.
The second thing we want to talk about tonight is the router for the town office, and the router failed at the town office. And we're looking at purchasing a new one. I think we have purchased one. I was throwing out an idea that perhaps we want to purchase a system which would allow some remote access. It would allow for multiple access points, so we could have an access point upstairs and downstairs. It's about $450 for the products, and I would install them. It just gives us more security and gives us more insight into who's on the network, and also allows remote administration of the network. So, you know, it's some bells and whistles, and I kind of showed Greg a little bit. I don't know if someone's interested, I can show you what you can see if someone wants me to demonstrate, because I run it at my house. Is anyone interested in boring tech stuff?
I'd love to see it, but both of those recommendations seem pretty wise.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, let me show you real quick. I can pull up. I mean, again, and it's not anything that the end users are going to see any difference. I mean, it's going to be better performance and such. It's more of just as if we were hacked locally, we would just have a better idea of what. Of you know, who's on the network and those types of things, and we can block devices. If there's a rogue device on the network, we can go in remotely and block it. Let me.
Yeah, and a lot of this, I mean, there's all the administrative side of things that we use, in systems in place that Terry and Sarah use, NEMRIC and things like that. But there's also public access. I mean, there's demands for that. I mean, we've got it shut off at the town office now, but the security of systems and the website and software and everything is becoming more and more of an issue.
And that's the other thing too. With this, you could provision out a separate network for public and a separate network for the office, and it runs off the same equipment. So we wouldn't have to. But basically, you see in my house, I have access points. Kind of gives my internet capacity. You can kind of look and see traffic types if we had people on the network that were, just basic stuff. I mean, it can get kind of geeky, but the bigger thing here is devices on the network. So that's devices, clients rather. So you can see all the different clients on the network, and you can see what the IPs are, where they're connected to. You can click over here and block a device. So I could go and block my kid's Xbox if I wanted to. Obviously, I've geeked out on this and labeled all this stuff, but like I say, it's not something that we necessarily need. What I was talking to Greg about is if at some point I leave town and I'm not around to do some of this administration, and Lou leaves, and then someone could come in, say here's this remote access stuff that you can get in and administer. It wouldn't even necessarily have to be someone local. Like I say, $450. I think a new router is about $130, so we're talking about a $300 difference. And it makes no difference if we say we don't want to do it, that's fine with me. I'm just throwing it out there.
Seems like a good idea, given the fact that so much of our day-to-day activities in this country over the last couple of months have shifted to online across all spectrums, I anticipate there'll be some more people looking for avenues to attack it. So I think the idea of upgrading it makes good sense to me.
Yeah, well, Lou has his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Lou.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that about a week and a half ago, we did order and get in a new router. I told Terry today, because she was concerned about how she would get paid back, that if you decided to go this route, then the Jamaica Historic Foundation router is the one that was actually in the town offices that failed. So the Historic Foundation needs to purchase a new router. So should you decide to go with this new format, the Historic Foundation would then purchase the router we bought a week ago.
Okay. Yeah, the other thing too is, there's multiple access points. So like I say, it's just, you're going to get better coverage as well. Rather than just having one in the closet somewhere, they're actually going to be in the office. So, I mean, you're just going to get better coverage, better throughput and that type. So.
Yeah, I mean, it does actually operate better, right? It's both. It gives you a lot more information.
Better. I mean, it all does the same stuff. It's all the same protocols and it's all the same technology. But yeah, it gives you a lot more information about how it's being used. More visibility, more security, right?
Right.
And what one piece of it too is I wouldn't call this an enterprise level solution, but it's more towards that where you're getting a little more professional than just going out to Staples and buying a router, buying a consumer level. It's definitely not consumer level. I wouldn't run it at my business per se though, like a college where I'm at, because it's not advanced enough for that. So it's good for small business, and I think that we fit into that category.
Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts? I'll entertain a motion to purchase.
It's called ubiquity.
Anybody want to make a motion to that regard, or?
Sure, let me make a motion. I'll move that we authorize Tom to purchase the appropriate hardware to upgrade our current system.
And to purchase the redundant, the $2 a month redundancy of the website. So both, right?
Yes.
Okay. I second that.
Yep.
Okay, I've got a second. All in favor, or any other comments? Any other discussion? All in favor of making those purchases?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So it looks unanimous. Thank you, Tom.
One more thing to talk about too is the Windows 10 upgrades. I know we got the 2 new machines for Terry and Sarah. The plan of attack that Lou and I discussed is I have a machine here still that I took from the office a couple months ago. I'm going to upgrade that. We're not going to do an upgrade. We're going to actually wipe the machine and do a Windows 10 upgrade on the machine from scratch. I'm going to bring that in. We're going to pull Micah's machine out then and wipe that machine and do a Windows 10 upgrade from scratch. So I will also be buying Windows 10 licenses over the next couple of months. And I think that's something we've already approved. I just need to get the work done. So just want to let you know that was our strategy. Instead of trying to upgrade things, we've got the 2 new machines, we're going to wipe them and get the listers upgraded as well. So everyone will be on Windows 10 and we won't have any Windows 7 left.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Which is, we discussed it before. I'm just letting everyone know what we kind of changed our plan of attack.
Yeah.
Yes.
Andy.
I did have my hand up.
Andy.
Are you getting like an obscene amount or a lot of time in all this, Tom? Because if you are, I think, it sounds like this is quite a bit of work that you should be compensated. If you're not being compensated, you should be to some extent, unless you have an awfully big heart.
The network stuff shouldn't be a problem. Because I just did it at my house. I just did it back in February.
Yeah,
so
but still,
I
just putting it out there. I mean,
yeah, I mean, the other things, I'm doing it for the town. I mean, the website going down was, I'm surprised it didn't happen before, and talking to the guys at GoDaddy, they're like, you had no security on this thing. It was wide open. And I'm like, okay. So, I mean, I think we've fixed those problems. We shouldn't have any more hacks there. And if we do the backups, let's cross our fingers that nothing will happen. But I'm happy to do it for now for, pro bono. All my pro bono work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But yeah, but I mean, I think the most works because I can configure the network equipment here and just go install it then some night. You know, I've got to go over, do a little reconnaissance kind of stuff to figure out where some connections are as such. But other than that, it's not going to take me a ton of time. If it does, I'll let you know.
All right.
That's getting annoying. So thank you, Andy, though.
I've got one other thing I'd like to bring up on this topic.
Yeah.
One of the things we did when we were putting in the new router while we had Ernie from SV Cable there is we upgraded our internet service to the 50 megabit service. We were on a 6 to 20 megabit service, so we kind of upgraded 2 levels. I wanted to bring you up to date on how how we're paying for that.
Okay.
Right now, SV Cable's been very good to the town of Jamaica. We were on the 6 to 20 megabit service, and they were only charging us for the 1.5 megabit service plus a $10 fee for that second modem, and we were paying $39.95. When we upgraded 2 levels to the $69.95 per month level with the 50 megabits. However, Ernie's only charging us $54.95, which is for the 30 megabit service. So we're actually getting the 50 megabit service at the 30 megabit price. So my suggestion is to stay at the 50 megabit level.
Will that all change when Comcast buys Ernie up?
Well, Ernie's hoping that Comcast will support that fee going forward, but he can't guarantee that.
Right.
Right.
I'm concerned about that too. And if they come through, I know over in Bonneville, they run fiber. I mean, if they decide to run fiber through here and then they're doing, you know, or cable, you know, 100 megabit cable, that's definitely possible. It's a totally different ballgame.
Yeah, well, thanks, Lou. I don't know if we need to authorize that. I mean, that's kind of built into our operating cost, I think.
No, I just wanted to let you know so that you, because, you know, we did tell you that we upgraded the service.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. Next on the agenda is the local emergency management plan, and Paul can talk to that.
Briefly, I sent it out to everybody, so you also have a copy of it. I just talked to Alyssa today. We had to have a 2-week period where we solicited any comments or information or just basically comments. We've gotten none as of today. So I talked to Alyssa. It is now gone. We will sign the paperwork, well, it's already gone forward actually, because I put today's date on it when I sent it to her. And we should hear back from the state eventually, but right now it's all done. And the ERAF is Terry, help me. Emergency reimbursement. Anyway, it's a fund where the state picks up a portion of our portion of any kind of FEMA projects that we buy. At any rate, it is now up to where it needs to be. Everything's taken care of. I just want to let you guys know that there were no comments. Everything went the way it was originally done. It is now in the hands of the state, and we should be fine.
Yeah, and so this is something that's updated every year, readopted every year, something required by FEMA in order for the town to be in the chain to get reimbursement if we need to. And it's a fairly straightforward, simple document for people who haven't seen it. It's more or less a chain of command, a contact list, who to call if something's going on, basically. It doesn't say what's going on or when it's going to happen. It just says who to call.
And in the future, future as in when I'm gone, in order for that thing, it has to be signed by someone who's taken the ICS course, either 100 or 402, I think the other one is. Those are available online. I keep sending links to you guys as they come across. But all the select board members should have at least 100. But in order to get that signed, it has to be signed by someone who's taken the ICS course.
I have it.
You've got it? Oh, good. Good.
Yep.
You signed it. Yeah. So I
No, you can sign it, but I'm
Well, it's
still
all done
around.
now.
I'm still certified for one, or I can't remember if I took the second one. I know I took the first one. It took all summer because of all there were a lot of things going on, and the guy, it took all summer because there were a lot of major crimes, and the guy facilitating it, they kept postponing the class. Me and Judy took it.
Well, the way it's set up now, they're pretty much putting everything online, all these courses. And either 100 or 402, either one, just a heads up, because next year I won't be on the select board at this time, so someone else needs to sign it. I'll still be the EMD, but unless you guys fire me, but we should have somebody on the select board to sign it. And Andy, if you can do that, that doesn't remove the responsibility of the other select board members from taking the ICS courses, but it's good to have.
Yep, and I hope to and plan to, just haven't got to it either.
Yep.
Andy.
Can I ask a question? Were there other incentives for select board members to take that ICS 100 at least, or did that make us eligible for things, or was it just that one thing? Or I almost think there was some other advantages to a couple of select boards members at least having that certification. I just can't recall what it is.
Well, this particular one right now cuts our portion of the, the state's paying 75, we get 25, the state cuts it down to 12.5, 12% or something. So it has a real monetary advantage if we have a disaster. Absent a disaster or any expenses, it's just looks good hanging on your bedroom wall. But there is, the state clearly would like to have all the select board members in the whole state involved, because according to FEMA, if there is an emergency, as select board members, you are basically part of the emergency response package. And so everybody gets involved at some level, and they like everybody to have that course, either ICS 100 or ICS 402, which is the course for management, ICS management.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Do we need to vote on that to adopt that, or that's just kind of a matter of procedure and it happens?
I think it says we need
to adopt it.
We have to adopt
approve it.
I will take a motion or accept a motion of.
I'll make a motion to accept the local emergency management plan.
A second. Sorry, I spoke over him. A second to Tom has made the motion to adopt the local emergency plan. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Andy, sorry, not looking all over my screen. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 We got 5. All opposed? Any opposed? Thank you. Unanimous approval on that too. Okay, next on the agenda, an update on the Communication Union District. And I'm glad Chris is on the phone here too, or on the chat. He can help me here. Basically, and thank you, Chris, for kind of continuing to spearhead this. I think maybe at the last meeting, I don't recall, but the survey results came back. The region-wide and in the town of Jamaica, there was significant response to the survey to make it worthwhile, I guess. I mean, move forward with creating a business plan to create a communication union district. So the long-range hope of that is to provide high-speed internet access to those that are underserved or not served. The time frame of that, and they're still working on the same time frame, is to have a business plan out there by the beginning of August, and between now and then work through with communicating that, spreading the word and that kind of thing. And soon after that, and I guess Chris and I had some brief email discussion about the possibility of holding a town vote in September to actually become a founding member of a communication union district, as opposed to just joining an existing one. For starters, one may not exist to join, but secondly, by being a member and forming one, we get a little bit more say in how this is directed and what the bylaws are and those types of things. So probably I wasn't that elaborate in just to define it, Chris, but anything else that you would add to that?
Yeah, the WRC sent an email to us asking 3 questions. And to sum them up, the first was, what kind of information would you like us to provide? The second is, should we stay on schedule given the COVID emergency? And then the third is, how likely are your citizens to vote to join the CUD? And I proposed an answer, which I sent to everybody. And so what I would like is for you to either approve it or bark it up or substitute something, but give me something I can answer with.
The last email that you sent around that had a full draft of the response?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, I thought you had already sent it. I was fine with it. I thought it was excellent.
No, I would be usurping your authority.
Yeah, well, I guess they were looking for a deadline of April 20th, and I think maybe I interpreted it also that it was they were just looking for kind of an expectation of where we thought the town may go, and given the feedback and the survey response, we felt, or at least I did, and I think Chris did, felt pretty confident that the town would support this moving forward. I mean, the survey results kind of alluded to that. And it'd be nice to formally vote on it, and we can formally vote on it too. I thought it had moved along too, just on what our expectations were.
Well, I can make a motion to agree to have Chris send out the communication as drafted and shared with the board.
I'll second.
Perfect, thank you. Any other discussion? Anything else to add, Chris?
No, that's it.
Good. All in favor of the motion to move forward as planned and communicate back to Wyndham Regional regarding the communication district? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, and then I guess our next step is that they'll come back to us with some methods to help share the information of where they're going. And then after that, after the business plan is done in August, or sometime in August, we can be talking about what our next steps are as far as the town and becoming or forming a district.
I forgot something I wanted to mention. There was an outstanding issue in the email exchanges, and namely, what statute protects the town from tax liability? And it's Title 30, Chapter 82, Section 3056. Very clearly and unambiguously says the town's not on the hook for anything.
Yeah, so we're supporting this project, but it's not like we have to buy into it. There's no town finances involved. We don't, if the whole thing blows up at the end, we don't owe anything or whatever.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's really a win-win. I'm glad there's initiative to move forward on it. It's awesome. Paul.
Real quick question for Chris. Do they still think that timeline is still a valid one?
I can't answer that. I sense some doubt on their part, and I think they want to finish the business plan on time because they're working on a use it or lose it grant. But I mean,
you don't know.
The fourth quarter of this year might not be a very good time to go to the capital market. So who knows what's going to happen. But I'll say that I think there's supposed to be money in the federal budget for rural internet development, and they want to be in a position to apply for a grant for that if that in fact comes true.
Good plan.
Yeah, there may be all kinds of stimulus monies out there. Who knows? And maybe properly administered ones too.
Sure.
And thank you. I think on to the next one. The next was more of just information. The school district budget vote has been rescheduled for June 10th. What that looks like, I imagine there's probably not going to be public meetings or anything, although we're getting to the point where maybe there will be some new revised. But more information will probably be coming out of that fairly soon, but it is scheduled for June 10th. I would suggest everybody gets in line, and I'll defer to Sarah too to talk about getting maybe some absentee ballots and whatnot. So Sarah, comments on that?
Yeah, if everyone could just do absentee ballots for now, that would be great. Anyone that voted absentee before has to vote again, unfortunately. Those ballots aren't valid. So if you did absentee ballot already for this vote, you need to do it again, unfortunately. So that's all.
Yeah, thank you. That's useful information, and certainly a vote that's very important. Okay, any other comments? Hearing none, take a motion to adjourn.
I would make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Paul. Second by Tom.
Second.
Thank you, everyone. Very slick meeting here. These are getting to be old hat.
Do we have to vote?
I'm anxious about this whole internet thing, but
We have to vote?
oh, all in favor? We don't have to actually vote to adjourn a
You
meeting.
vote to adjourn, no. Thank you, Greg. It was a great agenda and yeah, really good meeting.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Guilford Select Board meeting of Monday, April 27th, 2020. As chair of the Guilford Select Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by Governor Scott as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and pursuant to Addendum 6 to Executive Order 01-20 and Act 92, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. In accordance with Act 92, there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the temporary amendments to the open meeting law, I confirm that we are A, providing public access to the meeting by Jitsi, and the Jitsi address is https://meet.jit.si/Guilford Select Board 04.27.2020. Let's see, where was I now? All members of the board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if desired, participate in this meeting by going to https://meet.jit.si/Guilford Select Board 04.27.2020. B, providing public notice of the necessary information for assessing this meeting, including how to access the meeting using Jitsi in our posted meeting agenda. Instructions have also been provided on the town website at guilfordvermont.net. Providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anyone has a problem, please call 254-4117. And D, continuing the meeting if necessary. In the event the public is unable to access this meeting, it will be continued to a time and place certain. Please note that all votes taken during this meeting are not unanimous, will be done by roll call vote in accordance with the law. Let's start this meeting by taking a roll call of attendance of all members participating in the meeting. I will call out your names. Zon Eastis. Miranda Porch. Is Miranda here? We can't hear you, Miranda.
Hello, I was just unmuting.
Okay. Michael Becker.
Here.
Randy Marine, Rusty Marine.
I'm here.
Okay. Richard Wazansky here. And we are also joined by Peter Rude, the town administrator. Recognition of the public. Ellie, I see you there.
Yes, I am here.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And the rules of procedure, which usually on our desk in our select board meeting room, are not here, but they are accessible. And those rules govern the way that the public, in this case, Ellie for the moment, interact with the select board in regard to questions and answers. Are there any, the additions to the agenda are, we have two additions to the agenda, but there are more. The one A is the Guilford Country Store liquor and tobacco license. B is purchase of a one-ton truck. I know that Zon had an addition to the agenda. I almost said menu there.
Yes, I would like to add a very quick update about the Communications Union District, some news around us.
Okay, great. I have several additions to the agenda, but I'd like, does anyone else have additions to the agenda before I speak mine? Okay, my addition to the agenda are as follows. Appointing Ann Ryder as a new member of the Finance Advisory Committee. Ann has graciously agreed to serve on that committee. I think that's a blessing for us, our town, and the select board. We also have a letter from a Guilford citizen about an unruly dog, and we want to discuss that. And we want to also discuss the sign. I've had a request from a Guilford citizen that the sign should be more amicable and friendly to people entering our town. And perhaps and I have a suggestion from her as to a few words that might make what's on there stay on there, but add a bit of friendliness to that sign. Do you all know the sign I'm talking about?
Which sign are you talking about?
Sign at the fire station that says the public building is closed.
Oh.
The emergency sign?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah. So if there are no further additions to the agenda, I'll ask if there are any changes to the agenda order. And I would say we should do it like this. Let's go with the additions: A, the liquor and tobacco license; B, the purchase of a one-ton truck; C, the appointment of Anne; D, the dog situation; and E, the sign. Is that satisfactory?
What about the Communications Union District?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's do that. Let's do that as C. Let's do that right after the truck.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Sorry about that.
No, it's no problem.
Okay. Next, we have on our agenda the approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve last meeting's minutes?
I approve. I will so move. I had written to Peter. Well, yes, I will move the minutes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
So, I mean, there were a couple of very tiny things that I wrote to Peter about that are not worthy of our time. You know, a capitalization, a missed word.
Okay. So is there any further discussion? I'd like to take a roll call vote. Miranda Porch?
Aye.
Rusty Marine?
Aye.
Michael Becker?
Aye.
John Easton?
Aye.
Richard Wazansky? Aye. The motion is carried and the minutes are approved unanimously. Thank you. We're on to new business. FY21 budget shortfall and contingency planning. We have a memo from Peter. Peter, would you like to speak to this issue?
Sure. As everyone knows, can you hear me okay, everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
May I just preface, we're not trying to solve anything tonight, Select Board. We're trying to be proactive and to start our thinking about these matters, but we're not here to make any decisions about these matters at all at the present time. Okay, Peter.
So as everyone is aware, we are in the midst of the COVID-19 situation. And with that, many people have been laid off from work or have had their hours reduced or are from having a decent living to having no living overnight. As well as because of those factors, the state will also be having a likely budget shortfall in the upcoming fiscal year. They have already announced that they will be having a budget shortfall in the current fiscal year. In a call that I was a part of this morning, the state said that they're estimating that for the current fiscal year, they're going to have a shortfall of $391 million from their revenue fund. The education fund is going to have a deficit of $142 million, and the transportation fund is going to have a deficit of $45 million. And so that's going to potentially have an impact on Guilford in our funding from the state, but as well as when it comes time to collect taxes this fall, because of the aforementioned situation, there's likely to be a higher number of delinquencies on our taxes. Every year we do have a small budget deficit, but because of the good work of everyone who works for the town, as well as for the oversight of the select board, we are able to overcome that deficit every year. I am personally concerned that it's going to be quite substantial this year due to the situation. And so we need to start thinking creatively about options as far as what we can do to deal with this come the fall after taxes are collected. I can go into more detail if you wish, but that's kind of an overview of the situation right now.
And I think that you laid out very well several of the options that we might be considering later on in the year. And that's good. I'd also like to say that I asked the Finance Advisory Committee, which is establishing its charge that the Select Board will approve, that I've asked that group to start thinking about contingency planning as well. I think that the folks, the committee members on that board, Sheila, for instance, and Ann, who have both been chairs of the Select Board and very intimately knowledgeable about the town budget, will be very helpful in the event that we need to make some decisions about contingencies.
Can I ask a question regarding that?
Yes, Michael.
I was just wondering, I mean, and I understand we're not looking to make any firm decisions this evening, but maybe Peter can speak to this. What flexibility do we have in terms of making any cuts to the budget, given that the town has sort of voted on a budget? Can we go back and revisit and sort of strip things down if we need to, or?
The short answer is yes. So now that the residents of the town have approved the budget that the Select Board have put forth, it is now the responsibility of the Select Board to manage that approved budget in the best interests of the town. So that means the potentially rearranging of funds, the cutting of certain items, things like that. So that is your primary charge as a Select Board, is the fiscal management of the town.
Can I just to build on that, one more follow-up question? I mean, like I'm thinking of big ticket items like a bridge, that we were thinking about, or are we allowed to move funds from, let's say we decided we could wait another year to do that bridge. Could that money be, moved for other purposes?
In short, yes, it would take an action of the Select Board. It would take at a warned Select Board meeting, but yes, you could do that.
Okay, yeah, I was just interested in the legality and the mechanics of it, I guess. So,
we're going to have an issue that comes up this evening that gets sort of wades into those waters a bit.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Richard, can I ask you a question?
Zahn? Oh, Rusty, yes, please.
Yes. Since the school is a big part of our budget and we really have no control over that, would Peter or anybody on this committee know if the school is planning on any cuts with their budget?
The short answer to that is no.
Know that you don't know, or no, they're not planning cuts?
No, that I'm not aware of. Nothing has come from the state in that respect. There has been some discussion, particularly with Vermont League of Cities and Towns, from a number of towns that are deeply concerned about this issue, in that when it comes time for us to make our education payments to the local school as well as to the state, the town is responsible to pay those fees regardless, similar to how each of us pay taxes. If we are delinquent on our taxes, we face an 8% penalty and 1% interest charge. The town faces the same thing if we don't pay our education taxes. And so even if we are one day late at the moment, we would have to pay that 8% penalty on through approximately, speaking with Penny, it's approximately $3.5 million. We'd pay an 8% penalty on that plus 1% interest per month. So that would be pretty substantial. Unfortunately, the situation can only be addressed by the legislature and the Agency of Education. This is out of the governor's control, for better or for worse. And so if, for example, if the town does face a substantial budget shortfall, we're still responsible for paying our education taxes, even if we don't have those funds.
Unless the state does something to ameliorate that situation.
Unless they do. And at the moment that we have, it's something I've been following closely, and it's something that is of huge importance to VLCT. And as of yet, I have not heard of anything that has happened.
Well, there are so many unknowns. I think it's wonderful that we're having this conversation now, just for us to begin preparing for it. But, you know, this school is, I'm sure that the people who are involved with Vermont schools are having their own critical conversations, especially considering that school will be based from each family's home until the end of the school year, and what will the implications of that be? That's beyond our scope, but there must be a lot of turmoil.
Are there any further discussions on?
Yes, I'm just interested to know if we should begin now to, shall we depend on Peter to just keep us advised, or shall we perhaps develop, I know I would learn a lot from knowing like what are three possible scenarios, worst case, ranging down to best case, and have begin to develop some sets of actions that we could be framing our thinking around. This is great. I agree with Brandon to have this conversation, but I don't want to just continually be in a situation where I need to be reactive because of the latest news that we just found out about that forces us into a way of thinking without having more context. Does that sound reasonable? I mean, what I'm suggesting?
It sounds reasonable to me, but we're lacking quite a bit of the context because we don't know. I mean, there are so many unknowns at this point. But I suppose we could conceptually plan scenarios that if in this case, then we would do this.
Yeah, that would be helpful to me. I mean, it would help me limber up the possibilities of how to think about our way through this, rather than just reacting to a scenario when it's presented to us at one moment. If that makes sense.
That does make sense to me.
So, Richard. Yeah. So this was something that I was thinking quite a lot about during my workday today. And so one of the things I was going to start working on to present to the select board is a series of various scenarios looking at estimated, at this point, it's only going to be an estimated guess, but estimating, say, for example, if we had a 1% budget shortfall, if we had a 5%, and if we had a 15%, and maybe say 30% at the worst case scenario, what that would look like for our overall budget and how that would impact us being able to, as a town, being able to provide the services that we do for the residents who live here. Right. And then present that. Obviously, as you stated, we don't know what's going to happen, and we're not going to know until October.
Right. But I think that, Peter, I'd like you to take that on. I'm sure the select board agrees with me to take that on as a task, to start thinking about it and preparing some scenarios, just as you said. Does the select board agree that would be a good, productive?
Absolutely. I'm just going to ask, are you serious about the 1% scenario? Or, I mean.
No, that was just hypothetical.
That was hypothetical? Okay. I was thinking like 10, 20, 40, or something like that. Or
yeah, I think 10, 20, and 40, I think is likely what I'm going to start with.
Okay, that was just a hypothetical. I get it. Yeah.
No, but those were actually the numbers I was thinking about today. Was 10, 20, and 40. Based on the numbers that the state has put forth to us, I think somewhere in the 20 plus range is going to likely be realistic.
It also seems to me that if we have information about the school situation, about if there's any changes in the works, that might give us some flexibility for thinking about when actions need to be taken or when changes in drastic budget changes need to be made. And that might move us to some sorts of advocacy that we might want to join forces at the state level or something in some play. And again, not just leave that all to Peter, but maybe there are things that we as the select board could begin to do to move some of this.
One thing, if I can suggest, I think we need to start, I think those are great ideas, Dawn, and I think that we need to start the advocacy now. We still have, 2 months until the end of our fiscal year. This current fiscal year, we're fine. But I think that, for example, my personal recommendation would be for the select board to draft a letter to send to VLCT and express your concerns and what your concerns are. And VLCT is already aware of it, and they're already working with the legislature. But just to add our names to the already growing list of towns, who are expressing concern, because on average, most towns pay between 60 and 70% of their annual taxes towards education.
Yeah.
Do I have a volunteer who would work with Peter on a letter like that? Zon, you're on.
Yeah, I'd be happy to, just because I think it's very important. So.
Yes, and let's make that. Let's make that an action step, please.
I have an additional question. So are we going to be involving our financial advisory committee at this point in time in our deliberations about this?
As I said earlier, it's one of their tasks, and if we call upon them for their advice, I'm sure they would give it. But they're in the middle of right now forming themselves and establishing their mission and task. But I think that they will be sooner rather than later very helpful in this process.
Okay.
Okay, so we have an action step that Dawn and Peter will work on an advocacy letter. I'm sure that Sarah, our representative, is very well aware of these issues and working on our behalf.
Yeah.
Yes, she is. I've had some communication from her, and I know that she's doing as much as possible at the state level.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Excellent. I know that Sarah is also working to attend to the needs of our residents who have been trying to get, this is relevant because they've been trying to get their unemployment in place. And so she's been very active in that, and that will have an effect on our taxes, people being able to pay.
Yep.
Okay, now we're on to item number 8, Select Board Revised Annual Goals. I hope you all had a chance to look at the revision.
Well, Richard, we should take on the new additions first.
Oh, okay. That's the order that we should go in?
Yes.
All right.
For those that are new business.
Excuse me just a moment.
Yeah.
How does the audience get recognized for a question?
Oh, you just raised your hand, but I didn't see you in my gallery here. Are you in the gallery? Can anybody else?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm here.
Okay. And if I don't see you, please just say I'd like to, Richard, may I say something?
Well, may I say something regarding the last item? I couldn't get unmuted in order to do it in time.
Please.
I would just like to ask that somehow, I know it's, at least I think, I haven't been in the office a lot, except maybe twice since the middle of March. I know Peter is obviously involved in this discussion. I believe Penny is going to be a member of this finance committee. Is that correct?
Yep.
What's the communication going to be to the rest of the staff? Because I think the rest of the staff at the town office needs to know what's going on, and there needs to be open communication about this issue, because you're talking about some of our jobs.
Yeah.
Or you will be, potentially.
Well, I would hope that, as you know, what the select board is discussing is transparent and open to the public. The Finance Advisory Committee meetings are transparent and open to the public. And I would imagine that as we move down the road, if there are communications that we need the staff to hear about, which they should hear about, we'll open a line of communication. Penny as the town clerk is certainly going to be on. Is the reason she's on the finance advisory committee is because she is the town clerk and she needs to be involved in in the discussions. But I think just to underline, thank you for bringing that to our attention, and it's something that we will remember.
I would appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Ellie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Guilford Country Store liquor and tobacco license. I have their application in my hand that Penny sent me, and Penny signed this, and I have signed it, and we need to have an approval. So I would like to make a motion that the Guilford Country Store's liquor license, which expires on April 30th, 2020, be renewed by the state of Vermont. And
I'll second that.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Okay, let me take the roll, please. Michael?
Aye.
And John?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye again. Wait, Michael?
Michael, did you already say aye?
Oh, can you hear me? Yeah, I think I said aye once already, but I'll say aye again.
Okay, and Richard Wazansky, aye. That's.
What about me?
Oh, Miranda.
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. So what I will do then is to say what I have signed it, but it does say that it has been approved by Richard Wazansky, Zon Easties, Rusty Marine, and Veranda Porch and Michael Becker, and that they were, and I've signed it and said that I've signed it that we've agreed remotely, and I'm going to put it in the mail tomorrow because, as you see, April 30th is coming right along, and Penny asked me to make sure that I got it in the mail by tomorrow morning, so I will do that. And I thank you for that vote, and I think that our friends at the Guilford Country Store will be appreciative, as well as our town, who can buy beer and wine there. Continuing. So thank you very much.
One question.
Yes.
Richard, are you mailing that to the town office or are you?
No, I'm mailing it to the Division of Liquor Control.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Just, yep.
Okay. Thanks for keeping on that. So next is on the purchase of a 1-ton truck. And Peter, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So as part of our ongoing capital plan, the town had planned for this spring of 2020 in our current fiscal year of replacing one of our 1-ton trucks. Just very briefly, we are on a schedule of replacing the small trucks every 7 years. Due to the use and abuse that they see, and our large major equipment is purchased on a 10-year rolling cycle. So this truck had been planned. This particular one that we are needing to replace is one that Danny has been having many issues with over the past year and a half or so. I don't have the specific numbers in front of me. But he's spent a good deal of money doing repairs on it, having to send it up to the dealer several times to do work that they couldn't do down here at the shop. And so when we purchased our 1-ton truck last year, we indicated to the dealer, or Danny indicated to the dealer, that we would likely be doing the same. He didn't make any guarantees or any promises, but just that we would likely be doing the same this year. They have So all of these trucks are called spec trucks, which means that they are built to municipal specifications. They build only a certain number per year. So they did put, quote unquote, our name on this truck and contacted Danny at the end of last week, letting him know that the truck is completed. And I did, and he shared with me the quote from the dealer, which I shared with all of you earlier today. This is the same price that we paid for the truck last year, which would be a total of $94,316, which includes all of the equipment as well as a municipal discount of $4,200. Dan did ask me earlier today to communicate to all of you that his personal opinion is that we should go ahead with the purchase due to the aforementioned reasons of the expense of repairing the existing one, as well as that he feels that it was already planned for. It's in the budget, and I shared with the select board two different fund balances showing that we do have the funds to purchase the truck. The one item I would like to put forth for all of you to discuss and consider is we don't know what's going to happen this coming fall, and we don't know with whatever shortfall we have where those funds are going to come from. And so while, for example, the funds in the Highway Reserve Fund can only be used for highway purposes, the funds in the capital fund could be potentially reallocated for other uses should that need to happen if we aren't able to secure funding in other ways that would be more beneficial. I don't think that would be the first choice, but anyhow, that's the brief background.
Any comments? So our decision, and I think that you told me, Peter, that the Ford dealership wanted to know right away about this offer.
Yes, correct. So that's why this was added on tonight, is because the dealership is asking for an answer from us whether we would like to purchase it, because if we do not, they have another municipality who is interested in purchasing the truck, is my understanding.
Right. So this is our case in point, ladies and gentlemen, about, do we go on and as our budget was developed to purchase this truck with the funds that we have to purchase it, or do we hold back and consider this action to not be particularly or to be impactful if we have a budget shortfall, is what I'm saying. That seems to be the two sides of the coins that I see.
And so how did Dan feel about this? Did he say that this truck is essential for the functioning of the department, or just that this was the plan, so let's go ahead with it?
That's an excellent question, Brenda. And my personal interpretation of what he said today, as well as when he and I chatted on Thursday afternoon, is I think it's a combination of both of those factors. That this truck is definitely essential for the work that they do. And this is one of the most used trucks that they have, which is one thing. But he also feels that since it was planned for, it is in the budget, and we do have the funds for it. He was concerned that if the purchase was delayed until next year, if we do have difficulties next year, then that means that this truck is going to be, the purchase would potentially be delayed for 2 fiscal years, and that could then impact other areas in the future. So it's kind of a double-edged sword here.
Mm-hmm. Any further thought?
Yeah, I'll just jump in and say that I'm not comfortable making a decision to stop moving forward without some more clarified thinking, because it becomes sort of a one-off following another one-off that might come down the road, and then another one-off, and we'd have to develop a sense of consistency and care in all this planning. I believe I wouldn't want to not purchase this and then, yes, let's purchase the next thing that comes down the road because the information's changed a little bit. Mm-hmm. It doesn't make any sense to me. I think we need to go ahead. My view would be to go ahead with the purchase of this as we had planned, because we don't know anything else at this point, except we have this looming thing out there that we just don't know about. But it's not strong enough for me to be able to make a decision about or act.
I agree with you, Zahn. So
I agree too. I mean, I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you, Richard?
No, I just wanted to add my affirmation to what Zahn said, that I think we should go forward with the purchase of the truck. I would like to hear it from Danny's mouth about what the need is, but he's not here. And and the significant factors of the present truck being lousy and breaking down and costing us money to repair makes it all the more, I think, a value proposition to buy the new truck.
And I would also add too, that I believe, at least from a communication with Danny, I believe his intent is to sell this truck. He won't be getting a lot of money for it, but his intent is to sell the existing truck. So that would help for part of the purchase price as well.
And as we know, the roads, the care of the roads affects every resident in the town. And in my thinking, we need to be careful about having people be able to go places should we ever be able to go anywhere again.
Thank you, Miranda. Is there any further? Does anyone else have a comment?
I just wish that we did have the town in here to explain, because that's a lot of money, and yes, we're forced to make cuts, and we're going ahead without making cuts. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a hard decision.
Yeah, I hear you, Rusty. I wouldn't say yet that we're forced to make cuts at this point. I think we may, but we don't. I don't even know how to think about it, I guess.
Well, to me, because now they're saying that there's going to be a second wave of this. In the fall. I mean, there's going to be some big decisions made that aren't going to be popular.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Any further comments?
Sure. I mean, is there any way? I mean, it seems like with the economy in the state it's in, it's not going to be too hard to order up a truck, 2, 3, 4 months down the road. I mean, I get this is a spec truck and it takes time to outfit it, but
wait, just to let you know, this is not to sway your decision, but just so you know, these trucks take approximately 6 months to build.
6 months?
Yep. That's the wait time on the trucks.
Peter, do we have to vote on this?
I mean, yeah, they're looking for whether or not the town is going to purchase the truck. So the only way you can decide that is for you to vote on it.
Okay. Are we ready to vote?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take the roll. John?
First, somebody needs to make a motion.
We need a motion. I'm sorry. Can I have a motion?
I move that we move ahead to purchase the truck as outlined.
Do I have a second?
I will second it.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay, I shall now take a roll call. Miranda?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries unanimously. And
Okay. I'd just like to say that this is good. This whole kind of way is going to make me very nervous. So if we have to continually move like this going forward, I'm going to be very, very uncomfortable. So
we are going to have we're going to develop some premises that we can work under, right?
Good.
But we
Good.
are also we're also in a conditional situation. So
sure.
I
say that mostly in support of Rusty.
Well, I'm having a hard time with just mentioned today, and we're talking about budget cuts, and then all of a sudden,
yeah,
$93,000. That's not chump change,
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, we're talking about potential budget cuts, not budget cuts.
Yes, that's the key point, Richard.
Yeah. So, very good. I think that we have advanced the care of our roads significantly by replacing the truck and having a new truck. Okay.
Richard, I'll communicate with Danny tomorrow to finalize the details of that.
Okay, thank you. Miranda, were you saying something?
Richard, I just wanted to make a very brief comment to reassure Rusty that when the time comes that we really need to deliberate and make cuts, this isn't a board that's just going to avoid our responsibility. I just wanted to try to provide a little reassurance.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And we're all in it together, to use a popular cliche.
Current phrase.
Okay, so our next item on the agenda is the CUD, the CUD. Zon, you're up.
Thank you. I just wanted to alert everyone to the fact that although Guilford has chosen, at least for the next while, to move in accordance with the Wyndham Regional Planning Commission's motion and actions with regard to the development of broadband in this area, there is, as you know, a CUD that's forming, probably you know this, around the Deerfield River Valley. Right now, there are 7 towns that have joined together to form a CUD, and they meet on a very regular basis as a CUD. They're not moving against the Wyndham Regional Commission; they're just moving ahead. And so it's not that they're moving it counter to or anything. Their hopes are probably in the same vein as ours. But I was contacted because I'm personal friends with the person in Marlborough who's leading the effort there. So he just wanted us to know that they have monthly meetings. This new CUD has monthly meetings that we would be invited to go to if we wanted to. And part of their agenda is to bring in 8 utilities, potential utilities that would offer services in this part of the state. And they're just going to interview these 8 utilities. That's happening on a different schedule, but they're also willing to invite us to. So there's a way that Guilford could be gaining information about what's actually going on with the CUD. I'm imagining down the road that we will be joining that CUD. That CUD will eventually become the Wyndham County Regional CUD. It's just not there yet. So it's just all I want to say is that we've been invited to attend meetings even though we're not actively engaged. We don't need to join the CUD at this point.
Oh, that's good.
We could take part. And so they were asking us, Stephen John, if any of you know who he is, he asked me if we wanted to appoint a person, and I said that Peter is our current person with relationship to the Wyndham Regional Commission. And would we want Peter to be informed about all these other meetings, or would you all be comfortable if I were informed or if Michael were informed? And between the 3 of us, we would just build up the information system here is what we're trying to do.
Well, I would be very happy with that myself. What about the rest of us?
I would certainly be happy with it. I was approached by a couple of residents about why we weren't already applying to be part of the CUD, and I really didn't have a good answer.
I think the answer is that we had agreed as a select board that we would work in tandem with Wyndham Regional Commission, and they're going on a certain schedule and a certain time frame, and we're just moving with that. We are free if we want to move with a different time schedule to join this other CUD, but I don't recommend that right for us yet. I don't think we're quite ready. I don't think we have enough information yet.
Mm-hmm. So would the 3 of you work, Michael, you and Peter, work out how you will gather the information and then let us have that information?
I'm willing to be involved. I can attend meetings when other people can't, but I don't know if we want this round robin approach or just Peter, what are you thinking? I'm willing to
Well,
I know.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I thought you were done, Michael. Go ahead.
Oh, I guess I'm sort of wondering, given your recent additional duties, is that something we can assist with?
I mean, at the moment, there's not a lot for us to do. I think that when it comes to that point, then yes, I think it would be very helpful if, say you and Zon could provide some assistance on that. At the moment, I don't have any communication with anyone on the side, from any of the various towns. I've heard, just because of where I live, I've heard some information about the Deerfield Valley, but that's, the CUD there. From a couple other conversations, I think that what they're doing is great, but I agree with Zahn. I think it's better for us to kind of wait and see what happens and to support Wyndham Regional in their pursuit of this, and kind of do it as a unified whole, because of the fact that we don't have a county government and they kind of act as an intermediary for us. Because I think that they would have bigger sway than a smaller group, in my personal opinion.
So could we leave it at this, that Peter, you're the point person, and that you would inform Zahn and Michael of upcoming meetings where and this would be purely informational, as Zahn put it, that we, the more information we have about how CUDs are organizing and advancing their cause, the better off for us, and that we can bring to the Wyndham Regional. Does that sound like that is good?
Okay.
Yes?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Moving on. We're fortunate that Ann Ryder has agreed to serve on the Finance Advisory Committee. As you remember, at our last meeting, we appointed the members of that committee. So here is one more addition. And would someone like to make a motion to appoint Ann as a member of that committee?
I so move.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Okay, I'll take the roll. Zahn?
Aye.
Miranda?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. I think that Ann is going to be a great addition to that committee and its work. The next item on the agenda is the dog. So, as you all know, the select board received a letter about an incident with a dog bite, and we've asked Peter to get as much information as he can about what the responsibilities. We want to get back to Sarah, who wrote the letter, and I told Sarah that we would be discussing this issue tonight, but we wanted to make sure that we are knowing what our responsibilities are vis-a-vis dogs and dog bites as a select board, because there are ordinances and state regulations that govern what a select board can and cannot do in this matter. So, Peter, what have you found out?
Pretty much not a whole lot new or different than what you already know. I did read the state statute. It does not appear that the statute around dogs has been altered in recent years. Our dog ordinance is in compliance with state statute, and so it outlines the various responsibilities of dog owners. So, for example, in this instance, I do have confirmation from Richard Davis, our health officer, who did attend to the individual who was bitten, that the dog is up to date on its rabies, and it is licensed, as well as the dog is currently in quarantine for another 3 or 4 days. I did hear back from him today on that. So on a technical level, if we wanted to, the select board could pursue some civil fines towards the dog owner for a number of things. For the specific dog bite incident, it's also considered a vicious dog because of that. So that's another, as well as not having control of their dog and not having their dog on their property. So those are all things that could be pursued from our dog ordinance. Not to dissuade that decision, that is last year, Michael and I were both in a workshop that talked about the various steps that are needed for that. It has to go through the Vermont judiciary system. in order for us to assess civil fines on an individual. And it is a rather lengthy and cumbersome process that's going to take several months to come to fruition. And in the end, we don't know if the owner will end up paying up. I think, to be honest, I guess one thing that I kept having go through my head as I've been thinking about this since learning about it at the end of last week is something that Veranda often says is how Guilfordites are known for being neighborly and working together. I don't see that it would be certainly out that I think the select board would do well to send a letter to the dog owner, including, and I have done this on behalf of the select board in the past, is send a letter outlining where the owner is at fault. And at the moment, per our dog ordinance, you can't take in, aside from having the dog quarantined, as well as having the dog cannot leave the town except for within the care of a licensed veterinarian for the next 30 days. We can't really take any direct action until there's been 3 incidences, which that might be something that could be reconsidered in the dog ordinance. That, in my personal opinion, that seems a bit excessive. I don't want to see a resident being, whether one resident or multiple residents, bit 3 times by the same dog.
Your thinking is parallel to mine. I was thinking that, that we could write a letter that has come to our attention and lay out what we have learned, and to request that the dog be ruled, that the dog be governed. That would be in our. We would be able to do that, wouldn't we, as a select board, to write that letter? And
by all means.
Yeah.
And I think in that letter, I would indicate that should this happen again, that civil action could be taken.
Yep.
And so I'm curious, Peter, if you wanted to have some support in writing the letter, I'd be happy to collaborate with you. Or, I just feel as if it needs to be friendly and neighborly and firm. And, I was distressed by the indication in the letter that we got that other people had difficulties, had been frightened and harassed by this dog, but had been intimidated in bringing it forward. And so, anyway, I certainly trust that you can write a letter, but if you wanted some...
No, I think the collaboration would be wonderful. I appreciate that offer, Veranda.
Okay. I just wanted to know whether the select board as a whole agrees with that approach.
I agree with the approach.
That we will write a letter. Peter's written letters like this previously, and I think that the addition of Veranda would be make it certainly eloquent. But it has to be firm.
Yes, I agree with all of that. That I think neighborly and firm at the same time is a really great idea. I did hear from someone late this afternoon who asked for the comment to remain anonymous, but this individual believes that there seems to, from their perception, there seems to be a disagreement between several neighbors, and this has kind of escalated the situation. And so I think that my personal opinion is, instead of immediately going after the dog owner with civil fines, even though that is within the right of the select board to do so, I think that trying to de-escalate the situation and sending a letter like this, in my personal opinion, would be a better first step.
Yes, and I agree, and I think that, but it should mention the fact that there is the potential of civil fines.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would think that.
Are we responsible for allowing, giving some kind of feedback to the neighbors who have come forward to let us know about this?
Well, I told the letter writer that we would bring it up, and that I would I would let her know what we decided and what we have decided. Does anybody disagree before I say that we've decided with writing a letter that is both firm and neighborly?
I agree.
Okay, so then that's what I would tell the letter writer to us, that that the select board agreed to write a letter about this.
So you'll
Go ahead.
communicate with the neighbor and Peter will write the letter, correct?
Yes.
And Veranda, I'll let you wordsmith
Sure.
the letter that I write.
Terrific.
I'm interested to know, did anyone submit a formal written complaint?
Not that I've seen.
And I'm wondering if we,
the letter that has been received can be considered as a formal complaint. So before the other thing, the thing that I think where I have a conflict, where I do agree with the current ordinance as it stands, is that the select board, I don't think anyone would want to just go out and immediately destroy a dog. We don't, because none of us were there. We don't know the full situation as to what happened, laying blame on one side or the other. And so I think that in that sense, that's from my understanding of our current ordinance, that's why it's partially written in that way, is to give someone the opportunity to rectify the situation, whether that means training the dog, have a better confinement of the dog in other situations before the dog is taken from that person. I think that's a very drastic step, and should it be necessary, it's an option that's there for the select board. But
okay, well, let's wrap this up. Let's wrap this discussion up. I think we've talked enough about it. And the dog ordinance is on the website, is it not?
oh, certainly, yes.
So I would ask, if you're not familiar with the dog ordinance, it would be a good idea to take a look at it. And if you think, select board members, that there need to be amendments or changes to it, we should put that on the agenda for a future meeting. All right, moving along. I had a suggestion from a town citizen who thought that our emergency sign was correct and very important, but that could it be sweetened with a phrase that would be more welcoming, because it is right at the entrance to our town. She suggested that it might be something like, "We miss you." The building is closed, but we miss you. Would anybody be opposed to something like that? No. Would anybody be in favor of it?
Sure.
I'm in favor of it.
Sure.
Okay. What do you like? We miss you?
Well, Richard, I had a question of the building is closed, but we're still working. I mean, I don't want it to be real long, but we're still working on your behalf is the thing.
Oh, Oh, that's right. So maybe we're still at work for Guilford.
I'm not sure "we miss you" is exactly nailing it. Stay safe. I mean, and I don't know. I'm with Veranda. We want to express where,
Okay, so how about we're
still here.
We're at work for Guilford. We're still at work for Guilford. How about that?
Sure.
Anybody disagree?
No. I just have to say that I've driven by that sign a few times and I've been able to read, usually I get to one of the elements. You have to sit there and not move for you to get the whole picture, So I think whatever we say is going to be missed.
But let's say it anyway, right? Can we say it anyway?
Yeah, that's good.
We're still at work for Guilford. Okay, Peter?
Okay. How about we're here for Guilford?
Sure.
It's shorter, and then it would probably fit on one screen.
Or work here for you?
Work here for you.
Yes.
We're at work for you.
We're at work for you.
That's a good one, Zon.
Yeah, I like that one the best.
Okay.
All right, very good. Okay, and then, all right, now on to old business. I think we've done all of our additions. Thank you very much. And we're moving right along. The revised annual goals that were revised by Veranda and Zahn, and we all had a draft version. Does anyone have any comments about the goals or suggestions about how they might be further changed?
Well, I wondered whether, I mean, I think these goals are great. And I didn't know, I didn't know whether there was a way we wanted to acknowledge the pandemic somewhere in our goals, maybe in a brief introductory statement, and then do these goals.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, these are extraordinary times.
Mm-hmm.
I think that any context that we have, if we wanted to put it out there, should have a statement about.
That's what I mean.
All of these goals are placed in the context of our current situation.
Okay, and there is the goal of resident safety that the select board looks up for. But I think, and these are on the website, and I think that it would be good to have a preface that contextualizes it in terms of what's happening to us at the present time.
By the way, Richard, we've actually never had the select board goals on the website.
Oh, I think it would be a good idea to have them there.
We could, by all means. I'm just saying we've never done that.
Yep.
Well, if you approve them tonight, then I will work with Veranda and Zahn to clean them up a little bit and make them presentable, and I'll add them to the website.
Okay, and then create a preface.
Okay.
Zahn and Veranda would like to work at that.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
I want to note that there are a couple of action steps where there's no action. There's nothing stated about what's going to happen, and that's simply because Brendan and I didn't work it through. So if the select board is comfortable, we could adjust that a bit. I think what we need to approve, if we're going to approve anything at all, is the general idea of these, and they need to be freely editable.
Well, I just want to remind you that this is a living document.
Yeah.
So even if you do approve them today, next month we can revise them, and you don't necessarily need a select board full approval in motion to edit them because the situation may change.
Right. I've also added a couple of things since we talked based on information I got since we last looked at them or last talked about them. The construction of the new finance advisory committee and the construction of the town meeting advisory committee. We need to make sure we get that up and running.
Yes, that's right. The town meeting advisory committee.
So that's on there as well.
Great.
I've added those to it, so it's sitting there now. So that information is there.
Terrific.
Yeah.
So do we want to vote on this now, approve these now, or do we want to further review a revision? What's your pleasure?
I think that because it's a living document, if people are comfortable with them as they stand, then I think we ought to vote on them now with the understanding that Zana and I will work on a preface and will continue to respond to changing circumstances.
I agree that that's a good approach.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion about that? Do I have a motion then, Zahn?
I'd like to move these goals as they are currently stated.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Michael?
I thought that they were great.
I'm taking a roll call.
Aye.
Okay.
Miranda?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And we're advancing here. Okay, on to the subject of the administrative assistant. When Peter and I were discussing the agenda for tonight's meeting, this was put on this agenda from last select board's meeting. And Peter and I, and the administrative assistant would impact Peter significantly, but we thought that it would be in our best interest to hold off on that position at this present time, given the context that we don't know what's going to happen in terms of budget, the impact on the budget. So I would like to propose that we hold off on pursuing getting it together to hire an administrative assistant.
And I just would add that I did speak with Penny about this before she left on vacation. And obviously, she clearly acknowledged that this is a fully select board decision, but she wanted to put her support behind delaying of hiring this position due to the unknown factor for the upcoming fiscal year.
So I don't think we need to vote on this, but I would like to hear opinions if you have an opinion that is other than the opinion that I expressed, Zahn.
Mine's not other. It's just that I would like to make sure that we just move it so it moves right into our finance considerations as we go forward. It's one of the things we carry forward.
Yeah. Anything else? So we're good with that. Excellent. All right, on to updates. Peter has the A, B, and C. If you would update us briefly on each one of those.
Sure. For the COVID-19 update from the state level is actually quite, frankly, positive and brief this time. So the state of Vermont has been seeing the beginning of a flattening of the curve, as we all heard everyone talking about. And so that's very good. We've seen the number of cases of people who are hospitalized in the state has been declining. The total case number is slowly creeping up, but it's starting to only be 2 or 3 new cases per day versus in the high double digits. So that's great. And Governor Scott has made multiple different amendments to his executive order over the past 2 weeks. The 2 big ones were enabling certain sectors to go back to work as long as they're following social distancing and hand washing and all of those things that are protecting us from getting sick. And the other thing is that VTrans, with his amendments, VTrans has now stated that we can begin some work on existing grant projects. So that is positive for the town. So Dan and the crew, most likely next week, will begin work on finishing the project on the west side of Carpenter Hill Road. And so he's happy about that because he has other things he needs to get done later in the year. And it also means that we can start moving forward on the 2 existing VTrans grants that we have, and I'll get to those in just a second when I give you a grant update. But overall, it looks like Vermont is kind of holding steady, but the governor and the Vermont Department of Health are still strongly want to make sure that everyone is staying home if at all possible, and wear a face mask if you're in public, and wash your hands regularly, and stay safe.
Good. Is there any comment or questions for Peter on that? Okay, Peter, then the hazard mitigation plan.
Yes, so as all of you know, our hazard mitigation plan expires this year. I have begun work on this. Given the situation with COVID-19, I was really trying to be hopeful in that maybe FEMA and the state would make some exceptions to the various requirements for the completion of this. I reached out to Vermont Emergency Management, to the woman who is in charge of this at the state level, and the overall answer is no. They have not changed the requirements of this. The only thing that is positive is that the public meeting aspect of this, they will allow us to do in this manner via digital means or via phone call. So I have for just over a week now, been working on redrafting portions of that. The one thing I did want to just briefly talk about is, so we need to put together a planning team for this. It doesn't explicitly have to be a select board agenda. If you want, I can just go ahead and reach out to some individuals. So previous members of the planning team were Sheila Morse, Herb Meyer, Michelle Frazee, Troy Rivas, Ann Ryder, Dick Clark, Steve Lemke, Linda Lemke, and then Alyssa Sabeto from WRC. My personal recommendation for folks to be involved is at least one person from the Planning Commission, one person from the Conservation Commission, put out an invitation to the Green River Village Preservation Trust, Select Board Liaison, myself, both as EMD as well as Town Administrator, our Town Health Officer, our Floodplain Administrator, and our Road Foreman. If you want, you can make it a formal group. I don't think it personally needs to be. It was not formally created by the Select Board. I think these people were asked if they would participate, and they said yes.
Is there anyone who would like to volunteer on the Select Board to represent the Select Board? I can do that.
Okay. So then what would happen is I would coordinate several planning meetings to discuss certain aspects of the hazard mitigation plan and what you folks see as most important to highlight in that. And I would come to the meeting prepared with talking points for all of you to discuss and to consider. And you would all have forewarned notice of what that would be. And these would be public meetings, so the public could participate and give input should they desire.
So I'd like to just clarify what the action steps are in regard to this. One I heard is that you are going to send invitations to the road commissioner, someone from the Conservation Commission, someone from the Planning Commission, and who you have a representative from the Select Board now, isn't that? And then I think Steve Lemke should be involved, shouldn't he?
Yep. So the Planning Commission, Conservation, Green River Village Trust, the Health Officer, the Floodplain Administrator, and the Road Foreman, and myself.
Great.
Right. And so Linda was representing Linda Lemke was representing the Conservation Commission.
She was. Yep. So Linda represented, for previous members, Linda represented the Conservation Commission. Steve at that time represented the Green River Trust. The three Select Board members, Michelle represented the Planning Commission. Herb was the EMD, and Sheila was also a Planning Commission member.
Okay. When I volunteered, I didn't want to shut out any other Select Board members. Is there anyone else who would like to join me or replace me as a member?
I'm interested. I'm also on the Green River Village
okay.
Trust. So.
All right. So we have two representatives.
Okay, great.
Great. Thank you, Michael.
Okay.
And Peter, it's due in June, is it not?
No. It's due in September.
Right.
Yep.
And you did draft a timeline at my request, I believe, right? Well,
yep. I did. Do you want me to share that with you guys again?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll put that as an action point to share that with you again.
So Peter's working on a timeline to get this done, and he's going to share that with us. Okay, status of grants and projects.
Yep. So as far as active grant, the primary active, we have two active grants at the moment. One is for the Highway Department, as I stated a few moments ago, for the project over on the west side of Carpenter Hill Road that they began last year. So Dan estimates that there's probably 2 weeks of work to finish, and that is due by the end of May. We have to have that completed. The second active grant that we have is for the Conservation Commission working on the Emerald Ash Borer inventory. And that we got an extension until the end of August. And that is an activity that folks can be out and maintain social distancing. The Conservation Commission is just waiting for the leaves to pop here. And if it would stop snowing, maybe that could happen. But and then we were awarded another structures grant to replace a culvert over on Tater Lane. I need to put together an RFP for that. But now that we have received the go-ahead from VTrans that we can begin that type of project, now I can start working on that and we can get that put out there. We did apply for another structures grant and another paving grant. We have not received word on that because I guess the committee reviewing those has not met. So we generally don't hear about responses on those until the end of June anyways. So
Peter, we do have a spreadsheet that shows where we are. Are you keeping that updated?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, so then we would be able to access that on the in our
Google Drive.
Google Drive.
Yes, that is correct.
So,
the other thing that Richard and I spoke about when we were planning the agenda, one of the areas of concern, in addition to the two grant, so in addition to, for example, the grant for the project on Tater Lane, as well as the two grants that we applied for, with this approximately $45 million deficit in the transportation budget for this year due to COVID-19, we do need to consider the fact that one area we haven't been told explicitly yet, so I'm just trying to plan for the future. We may potentially lose grant funding due to COVID-19 because of shortfalls within the state. Mm-hmm. And so Danny is aware of that. He and I spoke about that both last Thursday and this morning. And while it would be frustrating to lose those funds, he feels that we could get by at least for another fiscal year without them. The bigger concern would be the town receives grant funding from VTrans for road maintenance every year, and that is part of our annual fiscal year budget. And that is potentially something that the state could theoretically cut if they do have that big of a shortfall. And so for us, for this upcoming fiscal year, that grant is just over $153,000 for our highway maintenance. And we would have to find some other source to make up those funds. So it's just something to think about as far as grant revenue that we're anticipating forthcoming.
Any questions or discussion for Peter on the update on grants and projects? And remember that there is a spreadsheet on Google Drive where you can find what the current status of grants is. Sorry. Okay, warrants. Who's doing the warrants?
Well, I didn't. I usually do the warrants, but I didn't get.
They're there, Miranda.
Pardon me?
If you open up the document, they're there now.
Oh, okay. Well, let me.
I also see that John might be looking at the document currently, so he could do them as well, and then you could.
Okay.
Okay, who's looking at the document?
Okay, well, why don't we just have Zahn go ahead with it since he has it in front of him.
I have it open. Happy to do it.
Thank you.
All right. So I move that the town fulfill these following warrants: payroll week ending April 19, 2020 for $5,827.71. Payroll for week ending April 26, 2020 for $5,671.51. An expense warrant number 2020 for $6,931.71, and expense warrant FW20 for $58.50 for a grand total of $18,489.43.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I will second it.
I'll second that.
Okay, Rusty was before you, Miranda. Thank you, Rusty. And is there any discussion or questions?
I don't have the detail in front of me, so I can't provide any detail about the largest expenses, but I would say generally the expense warrant is smaller than, quite a bit smaller than normal, so I don't think there's anything unusual inside of it, probably.
No, I mean, I can tell you, I have it open in front of me. Of that amount, the largest item in there was the water bill for the town of Brattleboro that we pay for Algiers Village, but we collect that in fees from the residents who use that service. But that was $1,328. I will just say this is the smallest warrant I have seen in 4 years.
Yes. I'm looking for a second. Did I have a second?
Yes.
Yes, Rusty.
That's right. And is there any further discussion? I'll take the roll then. Zahn?
Aye.
Michael? Michael?
Aye. He has to be unmuted.
He said aye. Okay. Veranda?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. On to communications. Are there any communications?
I have none.
Okay. That indicates that we can have a motion for adjournment.
No action summary from last meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's very brief. So there were 3 actions last meeting. You approved the annual VTrans financial plan. You adopted the 2020 local emergency management plan, and
on the current minutes, the minutes that go out now. All right. Any further discussion, or can we have a motion for adjournment?
I so move.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Just one action step. I just want to make sure we get down on paper is the response to the concerned citizen over the dog situation.
Yes. So I will write a letter to an email to that person to let that person know what we decided, and then Veranda and Peter are working on a letter to the dog owner.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
And Sam and I will write a preface to the goals.
Right. Excellent. And I like to do this at every meeting, just go over the action steps. So we have 2. Were there any more, Peter, in the minutes?
let me just go back through them. So for today, you approved the liquor and tobacco license for the store. You approved the purchase of the truck. You appointed Ann as the 5th member of the Finance Advisory Committee. And then there's the other ones that you mentioned. Once Veranda and Zahn have finished with the annual goals, I will add them to the website. And Richard volunteered to be the select board liaison for the hazard mitigation planning team.
And Michael too.
Sorry, Michael. I have Michael too. I'm sorry, I just didn't read it.
Very good. So where were we on the, did we have a second on the adjournment?
Oh, you need a second.
I need a second on the adjournment.
I'll do it.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Everybody be well.
Roll. Zahn?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Who am I missing? Miranda?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stay safe, stay well, everybody. Thank you, Peter.
Good night, everybody.
Have a good night, everyone.
Okay, great. Well, welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much. And as I said when we started, I did want to give you the opportunity to testify, as I know that you did not testify in the Senate. And I hope that Judge Grierson's testimony was helpful for you to understand the context and the need for the bill. So welcome, and I'll ask you to identify yourself for the record again, please.
So good afternoon, everyone. Wanda Manoli, Commissioner of the Vermont Department of Motor Vehicle. I do have a team that is connected to Zoom that is here in the event that we need to have any other questions answered. So if I could just take a moment, I have Michael Smith, who is the Director of Operations, who has joined us. Sven Federo, who is the Assistant AG for DMV, is listening in and would be available if so needed. And Dave Evans, who is the chief of our driver improvement unit. And Dave's team is actually the group of individuals that issue the suspensions in accordance with statute. So that is everyone that is with us. Chair Grad, and I'm not, so I'm going to try to keep my testimony simple. That's my intent. In reading the language, I think most importantly, Section 5 of the proposed Senate language, and I'm going there as I speak. Section 5, on the Section 5, I think it's 2, subsection 3, subsection 3 is the area that we are the most concerned about. I really appreciate the testimony that Judge Grierson has offered to the committee. I appreciate hearing the history and the summary of the language and understanding what the goals of the administrative rule were. To his point that he brought up that the courts do not suspend driver's license, that is under the authority of the Commissioner of DMV. That is very, very true. My concern with how the language is written is that is also I get into intent. Because even if the language were to stay the way that it was and based on the judge's testimony, they still wouldn't be suspending. I feel that that would really put the Department of Motor Vehicle in a difficult position, because then it's not clear if we can automatically suspend as we do with the language as it's written. The issue around DUI 3s and 4s that you have just discussed in the last hour is our concern. Those DUIs, 3s and 4s, are a substantial public safety concern for us. Having these drivers remain on the road that is concerning, especially for an indefinite period of time. And that's how we're reading the language that has been written and in front of you. I think, and again, I don't think I have to go any deeper than that. The DUIs, 3s and 4s, and having them suspended, not being able to suspend them from a public safety is simply is our #1 concern. And I hope that the committee would consider looking at that language and being a little bit more specific to the intent of what you're trying to address in collaboration with the administrative rule that Judiciary has put before you.
Thank you. Any questions, committee? And Judge Grierson, certainly if you want to join in. Okay, see Representative Lalonde. Yep. Martin.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. I did have a couple questions. Judge Grierson talked a little bit about the conditions of release, that an individual who gets a second or subsequent is facing that kind of condition of release. Certainly somebody with a third or fourth may already have lost their driver's license. So I guess I am concerned. I do want to see as many safeguards put into place, including the civil suspension, but the balance in this is getting this bill through as rapidly as we can, given the other provisions in the bill, and feeling that we are sufficiently addressing the public safety issue with the fact that there are conditions of release. And again, we're talking about individuals who may already have lost their driver's license. I guess my question with all that is that something that is sufficient just for the time being under this particular bill? That's kind of one question. And the second question related to that is, let's go with that question first, and then I'll ask my other question.
Restate, so is your, I may have missed the specific question. You are asking, is I'm struggling between DUI first offense and fourth offense with your question. So,
well, let me break it down, I guess. So a DUI fourth offense, would such an individual have their driver's license? I thought that once you get to number 3, you've got a lifetime suspension.
So it is possible, and I'll have Mike Smith just give you the quick highlights of why it's possible.
Hi, Mike Smith, Director of Operations for DMV. You could, let's pretend that you got your 3rd DUI, didn't get reinstated, got your 4th DUI, didn't get reinstated, and then you went through total abstinence. So you would then be reinstated and be able to legally operate if you pass that. So theoretically, you could then earn your number 5 or your number 6, depending on where you got your total abstinence process. So there is that possibility that someone with multiple offenses like that could end up legally driving. And then, of course, when they get their next DUI, the way the statute's set up, as I'm sure you're aware, the suspension automatically goes into effect on the 11th day.
So I understand that that could theoretically happen, but what is the likelihood of that happening in the next number of months while we're under this state of emergency? And I guess maybe this is a question for Judge Grierson. If you have that extreme of a case, somebody who did abstinence, total abstinence, and got reinstated and then fell off the wagon again, the court is not prevented from hearing that kind of an extreme case, would it, Judge? I guess that's more of a question for Judge Grierson.
I would agree. So.
One thing that I'm sorry.
I'm just going to excuse me. I'm just going to see if Judge Grierson wanted to respond to Martin's question or comment.
So two things. Commissioner, and there has also been other testimony about the indefinite nature of what we're asking for. Keep in mind that this section 5 that deals with the civil suspension proceedings is contingent on the administrative order 49 remaining in effect. And right now it terminates at the end of May. So in that sense, it's not indefinite. But going back to your question, Representative Lalonde, a case of that serious nature can always be brought in by the court. In other words, there is a provision in the administrative order that says that if a situation arises where it might not fit in the list of so-called emergency proceedings, that the individual judges can contact my office to determine whether or not a particular case can be brought in. And I receive those calls and emails on a regular basis so that I can make an assessment of whether this is a particular situation that warrants the case coming in. And so that's something that's built into AO 49 that would allow us to do that.
I appreciate that. And I guess for the commissioner, my question is, the question that I tried to ask ineffectually earlier is that the fact of this condition of release, does that give sufficient comfort that we're addressing the public safety? And if we add on the fact that if we really have an extreme case, that's certainly something that can still be heard, is that satisfactory at this point with respect to that?
So I think we have to suspend them for those actions to occur, if I'm correct, with the third DUI.
I think what they're saying is the court would impose conditions that you can't drive and no suspension would happen. And is that adequate, is what I think he's asking.
I think I actually I'm going to ask if you want to comment. I feel like there's something in statute that may be blocking that from being adequate. Are you there?
Can you just rephrase the question exactly?
Well, so there are conditions of release. There would be a prohibition on driving on somebody who has a third or fourth or probably even second on the criminal side of the docket. And yeah, I do understand that we want to see the license suspended as well, but in the situation we're in right now, is that sufficiently protective, for this short-term period, hopefully short-term period, that there could be such a condition or prohibition on driving through the criminal process as opposed to the civil suspension process?
I personally, I think we can't speak to the general practices of the court system in terms of, that may very well be the case that it is general practice to impose a driving prohibition as a result of these third or fourth offenses or even second offenses. But just going on what is written in the proposed bill and what is written in our rules and in statute, that is the basis on which we're operating. So you may be correct that in the end, the result is the same because it is the general practice of the courts to impose a prohibition on driving, but we do not have authority over that. So we're just going to comment on things within the realm of our influence.
All right, thanks. So yeah, I understand that response, that it's not within your realm, and that's not the protection that DMV is able to put in place in the situation. But I have a separate question, Commissioner, and that is related to the actual language we have there, and and we've noted an ambiguity. But the language that is currently in the provision we're talking about, is that something that when you look at it, you would say that no, we're not going to suspend these driver's licenses automatically? I mean, yes, I understand there's some ambiguity, but I guess I'm asking for your understanding of the intent of that language.
So again, not listening to the testimony that took place in the Senate or having any conversations, I am concerned about the intent or the expectation and way the language is written. I do understand that it is specific to the courts, and DMV is the entity that suspends effective 11 days after the citation. But I do think it is, when language is not clear, and I think there are different parties that have different expectations, I do think it is a problem. And I feel that I could still take my action, but I think I also could be in a position where I would be challenged on this language because, again, I wasn't there. My understanding is the intent was to not suspend anyone's license with a, with a DUI. That's my understanding.
So one more question, I believe, is the seconds and subsequents that have come in since the court order came out, are those licenses being automatically suspended?
Anything. So I'm going to either have Mike or Dave speak directly. Dave, who's on the line, who manages this, can answer that. I do want the committee to know when we do talk about DUIs 3 and 4s, which is really one of the areas we're focused on. That's our biggest concern. We do get 1 to 4 a month. But Dave, would you answer the representative's question and then any data you want to share?
Yeah, you're correct in this is Dave Evans. I'm the Chief of Driver Improvement for the Department of Motor Vehicles. Right now, in the last 30 days, we've had 1 DUI 3 and 1 DUI 4 that have come in. In addition to that, we've had a total of 21 civil 2 offenses. The balance, or the majority of the ones that we get, are DUI 1s, and the department's acting on the DUIs as they come in.
So the automatic suspension is occurring, and I guess the other question I would have, well, it's my understanding that those hearings that are required under the statute are not occurring.
Correct.
So perhaps we have the situation where we're going to see a challenge to those suspensions being set up already. At least Judge Grierson, I assume that those hearings are not occurring right now, even though the suspensions are automatically occurring?
I can't say that in every instance they're not occurring. In other words, I had a phone call yesterday from a judge for a civil suspension proceeding, and I don't know if it was 1, 2, 3, or 4, but it was a civil suspension proceeding. And so I recommended that they bring the individual or bring the attorneys in or conference with the attorneys, first of all, to find out if they would be willing to waive the requirements under these proceedings. And if not, it was up to the judge, particular judge, to decide whether he or she believed that the existence of the COVID-19 virus was sufficient to support a conclusion that there was good cause for continuing the hearing to another date. So we're still getting those requests. This one came in, there was no, at least it had not been filed any underlying criminal offense, which suggests to me that the person may have been cited for a later date for the criminal offense, but the civil suspension operates under its own timetable. So to answer your question, it looks like we're still seeing them and they're handled on a case-by-case basis. I'm not aware of any hearing actually taking place. That means that either the defendant has waived the so-called timelines, or the court has said, we think there's good cause to continue the timelines. And again, I think I referenced early on that later on could be a subject to review or appeal, that whether or not it was in fact good cause. So it's a long answer to a short question, but.
No, I appreciate it. If I could ask just one more question, Maxine, of the commissioner. So if this language were to pass, what would you do? Would you continue to suspend? I know there's ambiguity, but I'm just curious whether you would stop suspending the licenses until after this Administrative Order 49 is no longer in place. What would you do if this passed?
So
as it is right now?
If the language were to pass as it is right now, I would be seeking legal counsel. I I trust the legislative process, and I think this is one section of the bill that is not clear. If the expectation and the intent of the legislature is that we suspend all DUIs under our authority, then I would hope that you would be very specific about that in alignment with the administrative rule that's been issued by judiciary. I feel that it's not clear, and that I would be seeking counsel from the AG's office saying, can I suspend, can I not, just because of that intent. Because I do believe that the intent is that we not issue these suspensions I think that's the intent. So it puts me in a very difficult place. So clarity and what you really want us to do is important. And again, I will say to the committee, we are seriously concerned, especially about not suspending DUI 3s and 4s. There's a large public safety concern there. And I would hope that you would give consideration to that.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, just looking to make sure I'm not missing any committee, committee members or Judge Grierson, or we also do have council, legislative council. Anybody else questions or comments before we move on? I want to give folks a minute to raise their hands if, okay, all right. So I'm not seeing anybody, so thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony. And we will now go to committee discussion. We will be staying live, but we'll move on to committee discussion.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Me anymore, correct?
Correct, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. I'm going to take a pause on 114 first because I do want to move to 316. So we just learned yesterday that we're going to be on the House floor on Thursday. And we will be, once we give ourselves the authority to vote, we'll be voting on S316, which we have in our committee. We've taken testimony, and we actually did a straw poll, if folks remember, but we did not actually vote on it because I did not get the okay to vote. I did learn that that we don't have to do it. We don't have to use the app in committee. That we still, Tom, you were correct that we still can do a roll call like we always do. Basically, Notter would call our names and we would vote that way. So that is what I would like to do for 316. Anybody have any questions so far about the process?
Maxine, I don't have a question. It's just maybe the how this is going to work. And I was just going through my mind for the sake of it flowing a little quicker, maybe if we're going to do a roll call, if everybody went off mute and then it would just kind of fly through as Notter called the names, and other than calling a name, having to take yourself off mute and that type of thing, which can just slow things down. It wouldn't take that much more time, but just an idea. Right.
No, that's a great idea. Thank you. And I do see all committee members, right? So what the speaker did say is if for some reason a committee member did not have his or her picture showing, then just to say your name and I vote, however, just so just to make sure everybody's vote is clearly recorded. So anybody else? Okay. Everybody.
And Maxine,
yeah.
just thinking in reference to what Tom was talking about, moving, the process. If somebody does have to step away, they can always send a quick chat message, to you to say, I'll be right back, if it's during, the vote.
Right.
So, just for communication's sake, so you
Right.
don't feel like you dropped off the edge of the earth or something.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And anybody need a refresher on 316? We do have Eric here.
I would love to see one, just a quick update on it, or refresher or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Eric, does that work for you?
Yeah, sure.
Great, thank you.
Eric.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's Eric Fitzpatrick with the Legislative Council. Good to see everybody. Just a quick re-walk through of the provisions of S316. You may recall it's an act relating to remote execution of wills. So it provides for the issue that it's attempting to address is that under current Vermont law, most wills are brought through the probate court using what's known as a self-proving will provision, which is in Title 14, Section 108. The issue is that under this self-proving will procedure, the witnesses to the will and the testator, remember the testator is the person who draws up the will, it's the person whose property is being given away through the will, and the have to appear before a notary public, and the witnesses have to appear in the physical presence of the notary public. So they have to be physically present in the same place. That's the way the statute currently reads. Obviously, that's created some difficulties and some concern. In particular, a number of probate attorneys, the Vermont Bar Association, and probate judges have all worked together to try and address the concern that there are a number of elderly Vermonters who during the current pandemic are feeling very like they would like to execute a will, or they would like to make changes to a will that they already have, but they're concerned and reluctant to do that because they don't want to travel. Perhaps they can't travel a long distance. They don't want to be in the same room with a number of other people, all these things, which unfortunately means that the physical presence requirement in the statute can't be met. So that's the situation currently that S316 tries to address by creating this procedure where essentially the hoped for result is very similar to what we are all engaged in right now, that some secure communications link would permit either a Skype or a Zoom or a similar electronic communication method to be used. And you would have the same way all our pictures are across the screen right now, you could have the testator, the person whose will it is, the two witnesses, and the notary would all appear in a communications link like this one, and they would be able to execute the will or the changes to a will, and it would be legally valid under the language that you have in front of you in S316. And that language, that's it in a nutshell. The language essentially just says that the testator and the notary and the witnesses shall be considered to be in the same place. See, that uses the language considered. In other words, legally deemed to be in the same place, even if they are not physically present, so long as the procedures and the rules that are outlined in these emergency remote notarization rules that were developed by the Secretary of State's office, as long as they are complied with. And what that essentially means is, I mean, there are a number of provisions of the rules, but the big takeaway from the rule requirement is that it's a secure audio and visual. So it can't just be audio, secure audio, visual link that permits real-time communication. So that's the big picture for what the rules require, the type of procedure. But if that's complied with, then the parties will be able to communicate remotely like we are right now. And that way the person who wants to do the will won't have to travel. Perhaps if they're in a care facility, they can't travel, they can't have visitors, a situation like that. It will allow them to do it remotely as long as they have access to some communication system like this. So that's the big picture.
Great, thank you, Eric. And this is during the period that the emergency rules are in effect.
Yes, thank you. I forgot to mention that this is not a permanent change. what it is it lasts during the same length of time as you just indicated, Representative Grad, as long as the emergency rules are in effect, which currently they're set to last for 6 months. So for a 6-month period, this procedure exists. And at the end of that time, you'll be able to, the procedure won't be permitted anymore, but next year, for example, if it works, if people, I know there has been discussion among practitioners as to whether or not this should be an action that should always be permitted. And if that's the case, then you guys will be able to revisit it later on and decide whether you think it is something that should continue.
Great, thank you. Tom and then Barbara.
Eric brought, thanks, Eric. You brought up the idea of possibly, you know, who knows what the future is going to bring as far as video goes. And it was on my mind to say exactly that. This would be a real good, simple thing to start with for video. And, oh God, I'm drawing a blank on my question. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Let me.
Yeah,
you got me excited with the future and doing this permanently, but let me come back.
Okay, all right, great. Barbara.
Thank you, Chair Grad. Hi, Eric. So I just want to make sure that this bill is retroactive to the beginning of the emergency order.
Yes, it is. So as long as it definitely reaches back and includes any documents that were executed during the time that they went into effect, which I don't have the exact date, but it's about 2 weeks ago, I think, that the rules were adopted. So, but yes, that's when it does reach back to that date.
Great. One other question I have, which maybe is not the question for you, but other documents that are requiring notarization, are other committees addressing notary public issues right now? Do you know?
Well, you have two others in S-114, the other bill you looked at this morning, the deeds and the powers of attorney. Very similar approach, similar idea that it's trying to address the remote, address the notarization requirement, which usually requires physical presence. So you have those two. You also have the advanced directives issue, which you recall had come up, and that's being worked on by House Human Services right now. So yeah, I think there's and if I recall correctly, some folks from the bar had looked at the statutes to see if there were other places that the notarization requirement should be looked at, and so far these are the ones that we have.
And okay, so Representative Grad, I don't know if the discussion, I mean, there's definitely stuff not related to judiciary, I guess, for notaries. I just asked to make sure my address was correct at a bank, and they said I had to get it notarized that I wanted my address changed from what they had. So that's obviously not our committee, but I'm wondering again if some committee is doing it, or is this a Google Docs thing to fill out that form?
Well, let me ask Eric, isn't that where the Secretary of State's rule would apply, Barbara? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally.
Maxine.
Yeah.
GovOps has ultimate responsibility over the Secretary of State's pieces. They did the work on the Senate side with the notary piece. And I think those of us that are notaries were watching that fairly closely because, you know, that's what we have to be able to do and have a good understanding of it. So from a point of jurisdiction, it is GovOps that has the ultimate jurisdiction over notary and the Secretary of State.
And in our particular bill here, we were very specific about people in probate who are out of state being able to be counted. This bank told me that they're not registered in Vermont. They do business in Vermont, but they're registered in another state. And so they follow those rules. So I'm thinking I will fill out a form for government ops because there must be a lot of banks that are multi-state banks. So thank you. Sorry to take us off topic here.
That's okay. And I'll just, Eric gave me a good intro or segue. In terms of advanced directives, we had spoken about looking at that as a committee. However, I reached out to Representative Pugh, and then after speaking with her, Eric, Representative Pugh, Representative Haas, Ledge Council, there are a bunch of us that spoke. It really does seem like it's really more a healthcare document, and it really is a jurisdiction of human services. So they're going to be taking the lead on that, and so not us. So thanks. And Tom, see your hand is up.
Yes, as soon as I hit mute, I remembered what I wanted to say. Eric, if I remember right, didn't we have some discussion about someone, and I don't remember who, storing the video for just in case it needed future evidence for whatever to make sure it was done or done right? You know what I mean? Or was it another bill we talked about that?
No, that's in the emergency rules. So the rules require that the audio, the secure communications link that I talked about, has to be recorded and stored for 7 years.
Okay.
So that's in the rules themselves.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yep.
Great. Any other questions on S316?
Yeah, just real quick, Maxine, those emergency rules, Eric, do they apply to everything where that could get past remote for doing remote work?
No, they apply to notarization requirements. So that if the law requires the acknowledgement or affirmation of a notary, then the rules would permit that acknowledgement and affirmation to happen remotely. I also should mention that I got a helpful email from Terry Corsones just now from the Bar Association to follow up on a question that Representative Rachelson had. The emergency rules went into effect March 24th. So that's how far, as far as knowing specifically the date of how far the reach back is, it would go back until then. So thanks, Terry.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Terry. Okay, great. Anybody else on S316? Okay, so given that, I would entertain a motion that we pass or adopt S316 as passed by the Senate.
So moved.
Second.
Great, thank you. Discussion? I'm not seeing any hands. So let's unmute ourselves, and then Nader, are you good to go?
Good to go. All right, are we ready? We good?
Okay, so the clerk shall commence to call the roll.
Christie?
Yes.
Colburn?
Yes.
Goslant?
Yeah.
Hashim, yes. Not?
Yes.
Rachelson?
Yes.
Seymour?
Yes.
Tully?
Yes.
Malone?
Yes.
Burdett?
Yes.
And Grad?
Yes. All right. That's great. We did it.
Yes, we're pretty smooth.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Great, thank you. So,
Thanks, Eric.
so I did let the, thank you, Eric, very much, and Terry and members of the bar. This is great. So, so I did let the clerk's office know that we would be voting on it, and then I will be in touch with them again to say that we have voted on it. And I'm not sure, because we're not amending this. I'm not sure if there's anything else that you need to do.
No, I'm just going to save it as a PDF and then send it to the clerk. I think that's all I need to do, really.
Okay.
We do need the name of the reporter on the bill on
Yeah,
it.
we do
All
need,
right.
yeah, we do need a reporter, and also for the reporter, we need a list of witnesses. So is there somebody that's dying to report this? If
It's an interesting choice of language at that moment.
Oh my gosh, that's great. Sorry. Yikes.
That's okay.
Um,
I couldn't
I
help
am-
notice. It's too
right.
funny not to notice.
I'm happy to do it, but also if there's somebody that would really like to do it, I want to be able to give them the opportunity.
You should go for it, Maxine. You haven't done any this year.
Okay. All right. Great.
Okay, if you're gonna do it.
I'm sorry, what, Tom?
No, I said, I was just gonna step in to say I'd do it, but it sounds like you're gonna do it. I mean, I'm not, I don't have a terrible urge
Okay.
to do it, but I was just gonna step up, so.
Okay. All right. No, I can, that's great. I can do it. Thank you. And again, so this will happen on Thursday. I'm not sure if it's Thursday, if there'll be time on Thursday morning to do it, or if it'll be Thursday afternoon, but I think we'll find out. And hopefully it should be very quick. I imagine it was quick in the Senate. So, okay, great.
I think, are we supposed to be in the all house caucus tomorrow prepared to like present bills too, right?
Yeah, thank you. That's my understanding, that because I saw that it was optional maybe for members, but I would think that any committees that are
Yeah, I mean, that was what I read in the language, and then I was in the House leadership meeting this morning, and that was affirmed there. And my understanding was we do kind of similar to the presentations we would do in our individual caucus, but just individual, Tuesday caucuses around stuff that's coming up, but that we would do bill presentations for stuff we were going to vote on this week to the caucus of the whole.
Right.
So
Means then like also present in some abbreviated form the bill when it comes up, but.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me about that. So, so yes, I think that is true. I think that I'll be there and I'll be prepared to speak, and then welcome anybody who wants to speak as well, or help with any questions.
So a question
Yeah.
about that. Is it just S316 that we're supposed to talk about tomorrow, or are we supposed to talk about S114? I assume not S114 because we haven't even gotten it yet.
Exactly. That's my understanding. And yeah, and so I don't know if there'll be another all house caucus or what will happen on Thursday if more bills come over, but we do need to be prepared to vote on. We will get S114, and we should be prepared to vote on it. And Anthea, are you here still?
I'm still here.
Okay. Great. Are you prepared to speak to 114?
I can speak to parts of 114.
Yeah.
Britt did the draft of it, and she's in another committee right now, but she's going to join when she's available.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, I think it really is that section, subsection 3. Yeah. That I think, there's a question of ambiguity and question of what would happen if we pass it as is, because I'm certainly hearing from the judiciary, members of the bar and others that that they really would like to have this bill as soon as possible. And it's unclear in terms of when we're working remotely and voting remotely like this, how quickly we can concur with instance of amendment or something like that. And so I'm sensitive to that. And I do also understand the highway safety concerns, and certainly it's something that I think a number of us in the committee were concerned about, and I've spoken to you, Martin, others, we've kind of looked at this. So anyway, so I was just wondering if you could help us sort through the ambiguity and what it means if we if we didn't do anything.
So I think as Judge
Yeah.
Grierson noted, and then in corresponding with Bryn, it is sort of unclear in section 1205 to begin with. There's language in 1205 subsection A, which is the findings of the court, that says a license shall be suspended or shall remain suspended. Also in section 1205 subsection D, it talks about the form of the notice, indicating that a license will be suspended. That's something that comes from the court and is created by the Supreme Court. So with lack of using nouns in some instances in 1205 as it's in codified law, it's talking about things shall happen, but not necessarily saying who will do them. Unfortunately, in S114, section 5, subdivision 3, it talks about how it's the court that shall not suspend licenses during the pendency of the administrative order if the civil suspensions hearings aren't held. You could change that to the Department of Motor Vehicles, say that the Department of Motor Vehicles shall not suspend licenses if the intent is to not have them suspended, which I think is the intent of the language as it was added by Senate Judiciary. You also could take out the back half of that sentence, what Judge Grierson noted when he said, after the comma, that was language that was added by Senate Judiciary. And then you would just be maintaining the status quo, which is for those DUI second and subsequent, there's that administrative suspension after the 11th day. And then you wouldn't be adding an ambiguity, but there would continue to be some ambiguity in section 1205 as it's written as to who does the suspension, which I think is where the problem arose to begin with.
Okay, so Becky, so I'm going to ask you to talk about the current law again, because we don't do this very often. So, so again, if you could help us understand 1205, the current ambiguity.
Sure.
Helpful.
So in section 1205, in subsections G and H, this is where you have those statutory timeframes that Judge Grierson mentioned, the 21 days and the 42 days, where you are getting this automatic suspension after 11 days for a DUI second or subsequent is in subsection E. And it says, and I'm just going to focus on the second or subsequent. Subsection E, subdivision 2 says, for a second or subsequent offense, a suspension of a person's license under this section shall become effective on the 11th day after the person receives notice or is deemed to have received notice under subsection C of this section if, and then it has a number of conditions. So again, that's sort of saying it shall be suspended. It sounds like in the way that suspensions are operated, and since licenses are issued by the commissioner, not the court, that it's the Department of Motor Vehicles that does the administrative automatic suspension. So these licenses are getting suspended, I believe, currently at the 11th day with this S114 sort of floating out there, not knowing what's going to happen with it. But that is what currently happens is you are written a ticket for a DUI second or subsequent, and then the automatic suspension takes place after the 11th day. For the first DUI, there's a freeze on the suspension if a hearing is requested. So no administrative suspension there.
Thank you. Committee members, any?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
So to fix it would take an amendment, which would mean we'd have to vote it out and it'd have to go back to the Senate. And the timing of that is what I understand we're trying to avoid because of the many other provisions that are really more important or critical in this bill. If we were to just pass this as it is, yes, the commissioner is going to have to get legal counsel on whether to suspend or not. It seems that, well, from what I understand from the Senate and having watched actually, I'm not sure if I watched that particular hearing. It does seem that that's the intent that the Senate has had. Certainly we could suggest that's the same intent that we have, but can we subsequently, is there another vehicle? Maybe this isn't a question for you as much as Maxine. I mean, is there, can we fix this in a separate bill somewhere that travels a little on a different track to make this clear that the DMV also is not supposed to be suspending licenses in this situation?
Right. I don't know. I would need to think about that. I was also wondering if there's, sometimes we write a letter or a memo to the file or something like that. Still want to, so anyway, I'm thinking about that and welcome any thoughts. And committee discussion. We still have time, folks.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I think I was one of those folks that was really concerned about the DUI and public safety piece as well. And I did have a pretty good discussion with the police association, with Elizabeth, and they supported the 114 in concept. They weren't looking at that technical aspect of the suspension, and then the problematic piece with the fact that the court has one component of it and then DMV has the other component of it. And Judge Grierson was pretty clear, and Martin raised that question as well around the ambiguity. So to make a long story short, we need to find a way to clarify that for everybody's behalf, because I understand the necessity to move the bill and to move it expeditiously, but I also feel that we have a responsibility to fix the problem, especially since we know what it is and we know it could be. So I'm just in agreement with Martin.
Thank you. So, okay, so let's say we were to fix it. I guess we have two options. One would be substituting DMV for court. But I'm not sure that's, or we would take out that, the rest of that sentence. I don't have it in front of me. Thoughts on that? And do folks understand what that would do, or need any, actually, Tom, I'm sorry, I see your hand.
Thank you. Maxine, a couple minutes ago, you mentioned a letter. What would the letter say? Would it be about our intent?
Yeah, really, I was just sort of thinking off the top of my head, but in terms of, clarifying if there was any way to try to clarify this ambiguity.
Right. And I guess that would be potentially, that would be the simplest way, so we could get this bill moving and still address the problem. And I mean, I don't know, but would that do what we needed it to do? A letter of intent? Would it take the question marks out of it for, mainly, I guess, the DMV?
I don't know, and I would need to explore that. Others, or Anthea, I don't know if you want to weigh in.
So I see that Bryn is on here as well. I have not worked on any sort of intent letter to go along with legislation in the past. So I don't know if that's something that she's got more experience to speak to. In terms of Representative Lalonde's question about a future vehicle, so to speak, for a change. If you passed it as it was, you could certainly amend it with language in a different bill that moved through the House at some point in the future.
Right, and I do believe we can do committee bills still. So I could certainly explore that as well. Bryn, did you want to add anything? And see a lot of hands actually. I can get Bryn, why don't let's wait. Let me I'm sorry, I didn't see Will, Barbara, and then Tom, you have another question also? Or your hand? No. Okay. So then I think it's just yeah, Will and then Barbara.
Thanks. So, you know, I don't want us to pass a bill that's faulty, but, you know, if we were talking about a day or two to make a correction, all right, great. But if we're gonna, if by making a change, we are going to, you know, gum up the work, so to speak, for a week or two, or who knows how long, because this is all new and being learned on the fly, then I feel much more comfortable passing the bill with the language as it is, with the intent to make the correction afterwards, and whether that involves a letter from us in the beginning, or this is just high on our priority list for things we address as soon as we're able. I'm comfortable either way, but you know, I don't want to see for one mistake in one portion, one section of the bill, I don't want to see us slow up everything that's on here.
Thank you. Barbara?
I was just thinking, I know last week you mentioned we still have the miscellaneous judiciary committee bill. So I wondered if that could pop into that if need be.
It could. We don't have that yet. That is on the Senate's calendar. I think that's just 234 for them to act on. It's been on their calendar for a while. But we will be looking at sunsets, and we might be which are in that bill. So yeah, that's something to think about. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The only thing that scares me a little bit about the miscellaneous bill is, you know, the timing. Usually that's towards the end of our work, so it's sometimes done later in the session itself. Normally, and I know there is no normal anymore, but the question then becomes ambiguity floating for however long. Looking at the speaker's letter, I saw some scary things in that. For me personally, was the talk of August and still kind of doing this hybrid or creating a new hybrid of how we're doing business. And so thinking in those terms, that's a lot of time passing and a lot of opportunity as this as they start unraveling closure and more people back out on the road, more people doing things, you know, it because we'll still be in, you know, this kind of state of emergency. It just might unfold in layers. So I think that if there is a way, you know, that we can give the clarity that both the court and DMV could use to do their work, you know, as we work on clarifying, I think that's in our best interest, and it would kind of ease that that tension.
Right, thank you. And so there are two questions. There's clarity, which the just substituting DMV court would do, but then there's also the policy concern that that the commissioner expressed. And at one point when we were looking at this, I know, I think it came from the commissioner, she had given some language that they were comfortable with. Martin, I saw your hand up. I don't know if you're going to speak to that, but and if you remember that, otherwise I can try to pull it up, or Anthea can speak to that.
I think they wanted to exclude DUI 3 and above. And part of my questions that I was trying to get at is those should be suspended already. Those may have a lifetime suspension. So is it really an issue?
Right. Thank you. Yeah. No, I thought that was helpful, that it was more theoretical. Right. So then perhaps substituting DMV for the court would clear up the ambiguity. It's interesting because I'm thinking, if we were on the floor, could we just do that? Do folks know what I mean?
It would still have to go back to the Senate, though.
Yeah, it would still, yeah.
It's not just a technical change.
Right, right.
See, I think that's why if we could get some help from Ledge Council around the clarifying letter, and being that historically we've done this before, that could at least help us bridge this time frame. Because everybody's plates are as full as we want them to be right now, as far as the court, and DMV. But if we can give them a template that will allow them some breathing space, without having to call in their lawyers and having Judge Grierson going back and forth wondering, I just think if there's a way that we can bridge that gap, that's what we kind of need to try to do.
Thank you. Bryn, are you available?
I am. I'm here. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, thank you. So are you able to respond to the use of a letter, or if that would be appropriate, or yeah.
Sure. So that is something that I've worked on before for different committees, is a letter to the administration that sort of sets out some clarifying language or some clarity about the legislative intent of a certain provision of law. I think that would be appropriate here. And you could also do both things at the same time. You could send a clarifying letter and also find another vehicle where you could actually correct or amend this underlying language. One idea, I know you don't have you don't have possession of the bill right now, but Justice Reinvestment is moving through some other committees, and you will be looking at a piece of it, I think, next week. So that might also be a place where you could amend the underlying language.
Great. Thank you. And Bryn, do you have any thoughts, or do you want to add anything in terms of the intent of that language as it passed the Senate?
Yes, I'm sorry I wasn't here for the beginning. I've been in some other committees, but I understand that Anthea talked to you about 1205 and the existing law, how it's a little bit, there's some ambiguity existing in the existing law. But the intent was certainly that no driver's license suspensions should be issued, which I understand are actually the DMV that's actually issuing those suspensions, even though it comes from a finding of the court. So it was the intent of the Senate that people's driver's license not be suspended for that period of time where there's no hearings that can be held.
Okay. And was the concern about constitutionality and post deprivation hearings not happening soon enough?
Yeah, that was a concern that was raised by the Defender General's office, that if there's sort of an unlimited time frame here where these hearings are not being held, that having an automatic suspension for these people could be an unconstitutional deprivation of rights.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Bryn.
Folks thinking on going the letter route, and I certainly will check with the speaker about this, but going the letter route and then whether it's justice reinvestment, or I do think we can do a committee bill. But anyway, finding another vehicle to actually, again, two questions. It would be to fix the ambiguity would simply to change court to DMV. Anything else, we would be more in the policy realm. So thoughts on that? Looking for hands, or people can just jump in. Selena.
Yes, I think that is the route to go. I would echo Representative Knott's remarks that, and I wouldn't even go so far as to call what's in this language a mistake, but just that there's some further clarification work that we could do if we choose to. But I think it's important to move this bill. We've had it at this point for quite a while, and there are some really important provisions here. And I would just add, I think, to what Bryn said, that and I think I've said this several times, but I think I hear the public safety concerns that the DMV and others have expressed around impaired drivers, and those are real concerns for me too. And but I also think beyond just the due process question, there is another question about the implications of just kind of unlimited license suspensions at this time, and what that does to vulnerable individuals or families who then might really be cut off from access to some pretty key provisions right now. So for me, it's twofold. It's the due process issue, but there's a kind of public safety issue on both sides of the question, I think.
Tom?
So if we change court to DMV, does that alleviate the Defender General's constitutional concerns?
I think it would be consistent with protecting their constitutional, ensuring their constitutional concerns, but I'll let Bryn help on that one.
Yes, you're right, Representative Grad, that is really a separate issue. That second half of the sentences addresses their concern. And so clarifying that it's the DMV who actually does those suspensions, I don't think has an impact one way or the other, although I imagine they do want the executive branch to follow this legislation. So.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'll just chip in here as well. That I'm good with that plan. I like the idea of a letter of intent and then finding the vehicle to legislatively clarify that ambiguity. So I think that's a good plan.
I would be in favor.
Okay. And again, folks are clear that it's the ambiguity. It's not going as far as perhaps the commissioner might want us to go in terms of what we would be stating in the letter. I just want to make sure that folks understand that. And I do think that that Martin, when you were talking about the sort of hypothetical theoretical, I thought that was helpful. The other thing is that, and I also thought it was helpful when Judge Grierson said that they still are doing these hearings. It doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't. And I was glad to find out actually that one of my constituents' son-in-laws was just granted an expungement of his criminal record. And I know that was something that we were concerned about, you know, that these hearings weren't happening. So I do think on a case-by-case basis, it does sound like they are happening. And I would hope, especially in these egregious cases, that they would continue to have the hearings. So I'm looking to make sure that I haven't missed anybody, and I realize that we need to adjourn. Okay, so Bryn, can I work with you on a letter?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. And committee, I will speak to this to the speaker, because you know, again, we were asked to get these things through and all of that. So I just want to tell her that this is sort of a fix for the time being, and you know what we hope to have coming down later. And I think that's it. Again, I don't want to go offline with, before I make sure that I hear from everybody.
Maxine, did you want to hear from everybody if they agree with the plan? Is that what you wanted?
Sure. Yeah, I'm actually not seeing anybody not agreeing, but that's a good way to. Thank you.
I mean, yeah, I mean, like a straw poll. I mean, if that's what we want to
Sure.
call it. I mean, I agree with going that route. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. Others?
I'm fine with it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm fine with
I agree.
that.
Great. How about anybody who's not fine with it? Anybody not fine? That might be easier. And Kelly, I realize that this is this might seem overwhelming and confusing. Here you are thrown into this. I'm sorry, I should have asked you earlier. Do you have any questions about what we're doing? And
no, I've actually watched past the previous feeds, so
okay.
I'm trying to catch myself up to what you've been talking about.
Okay, all right, great, good, all right.
So just one quick question, Maxine.
Sure, yeah.
So just in case tomorrow on the caucus of a whole, if they get to S114, 114, and they want to hear about that, I'm happy to try to be prepared to field that.
Okay.
But in doing so, I'd ask legislative counsel, I believe that, I'm not sure if it was you, Bryn, I believe it may have been, there was a write-up that kind of gave us section by section. And I'm wondering if that's still accurate, because I think I just looked at it and I'm not sure that it's completely up to date. If that was you, if you could send that along again, or is that not you?
I do have a section by section for it. I don't think I've shared it with this committee yet.
Okay,
but
I wonder if you could do that. If you could do that, that would be helpful. Just in case it comes up tomorrow. I'm expecting, because I looked at the email from Mitzi and it seemed a little, speaking of ambiguities, it seemed a little ambiguous as far as what we're going to cover tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, I was just looking at that right now, and she definitely describes that bill one of some urgency. It does seem like it'd be good to be prepared to talk about it.
So I can be prepared if you want me to be, in case we have to do that.
That would be great. That'd be very helpful. And Britt, I don't know if Eric will be contributing to the deeds and but anyway, you two of you come together and get a report. That'd be great.
I should have said it's from both of us. We put it together together.
All right, appreciate that. Thanks.
So would it make sense that the copy be sent to the committee?
Sure.
You know, so that we're all kind of up to speed in case there's a different reflection or an additional reflection that could be added.
Sure, that'd be great. Good point. Thank you. And actually, we can do that for Eric is going to be working on or getting me the report on 316, so we could do that for both. And I think the emergency rules, they should be up on our page, but those would be helpful as well, or at least a pertinent section Secretary of State's emergency rule would also be good for us to have for both of those bills. So,
well, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. see, I was ready to elevate your presence anyways. No, but it was just reading that letter when you got to the end, and she started talking about where this could be going. That's kind of interesting. That whole August
I know
thing.
we're never going to adjourn. I know, believe me.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
And it's been challenging in terms of coming up with our schedule and what are April bills versus May bills, and when do we do justice reinvestment, and so we're trying to do that sooner than later, as well as the sunsets. Sunsets are supposedly May bills, but we might start on them tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow, next week or something. Anyway, yeah. So, thank you. Okay, so it's time to adjourn.
Madam Chair, before we go, I just wanted to say I had a nice chat with ex-Representative Trieber on Friday. It was his
right.
It was his 40th birthday.
Nice.
And, I was gonna just send him a wish on Facebook, but I figured being his 40th, I gave him a call, and he wanted me to pass along that he misses us all.
Great.
And he especially wanted me to pass along that he gave 2 thumbs up for the appointment of Representative Tully. So
great. Well, thank you. Thank you for saying something. That's great. Wonderful. Okay. All right, everybody. Well, we will go off the record, and I'll see everybody tomorrow at 3.
that the sun shines down its power to all the